And indeed, we are back then after a couple of months off due to some unforeseen circumstances. But we are back here for round 4 of the eSports Endurance Series for Season 5 at none other than the home of American motor racing and endurance racing, the Sebring International Raceway. My name is Ahmed Hazik, alongside me is Edward Hunter, and our broadcast director is Mariano Carlo. We're here then on a rather cloudy day, Edward, for what should promise to be an interesting race.
Oh, you may call me Ed, Amir, like everyone else does. But anyway, welcome to Sebring, of course, the Circle City, as I believe they call it, named after a sort of circle road. But of course, here in Florida, it's really going to start heating up, even though it starts, obviously, of course, in overcast conditions. We got 5 classes here: the hypercars, the LMP2 Pros, the LMP2 AMs, the GT Pros, and the GT AMs as well. As we see the hypercars make their way off the starting line on the formation lap, with Mika Hakimi leading the way, of course, in the championship leading Hydrotech BSR number 10.
And indeed, the rest of the field that streamed by now, we see these 6 hypercars, I think. Yep, 6 hypercars rolling out onto the first corner here. One of the most daunting first corners on any track. It just really is a case of not getting it wrong. If you hit the wall on the inside too much, you're going to go off straight to the barriers. But luckily in this warm-up lap, everyone's just taking it easy. They don't want to waste their tires too soon. Ain't that right, Ed?
Exactly. The warm-up lap is actually quite a lot about preparation, getting the tires into exactly the right temperature zone to start the race. Like you say, turn 1, it's really challenging because you enter it with such high speed and it narrows a lot on exit, and there's this pretty lethal wall on the outside, and we've seen over the years many drivers come across or lose the back end and just find themselves go slowly slumping themselves into the outside wall. Sort of, it's right where the pit lane exit is as well, so it can get quite messy when that sort of thing happens, especially if it rains. I don't believe there's any rain scheduled for today, I believe. Yeah, 0% rain at the moment, but we've got 268 laps approximately ahead of us, so we'll see if that changes. But yeah, quite a lot of really challenging corners here, and of course it's a very iconic circuit. Used to host Formula 1 in the late 50s, of course, but since then has become really the home of the 12 Hours of Sebring, which is a real jewel in the crown of the American sports car calendar.
And also, indeed, the 1,000 miles of Sebring, of course, because it's held both for the IMSA and the World Endurance Championships. So, really, then, it is a great place to have a race, especially for endurance cars. That is quite a nice vantage points everywhere on the circuit. It's quite relatively flat, so you can almost see the entire circuit. Depends on where you are. But yes, we're glad to be back here after a couple of months off and taking over from yet another circuit, which is also quite iconic, which is Watkins Glen. We'll get to that a bit later in the scheduling. But for now, for the time being at least, yeah, some points we need to note. First corner is quite dangerous, as you said before. It's that wall on the inside, and then in turn it just tightens up on the way out. Plus Sunset Bend, the final corner, we're going to come into pretty soon. That's another interesting point, isn't it? Because some races have come a cropper there too.
Indeed, Sunset Bend, notorious. I think often it's the one where the drivers have got the most sun in their eyes if it's late in the evening during the race and it's a bright day. There'll be a bit of vision issues there. But it's because it's such a constant radius right-hander, it effectively, like I said a little bit about turn 1, it sort of tightens up. You can make a good move if you sort of judge it right, either on the inside, or you can set yourself up on the exit for the start-finish straight and get the move finished into turn 1. So there's certainly a lot of strategies you can play with there, but yeah, it's so easy to get caught out. I've seen some major crashes especially when you've got the GT cars being lapped by the prototypes into Sunset Bend. If there's a little misjudgment and miscommunication and miscalculation, it can end in a really almighty crash. So I think they'll all be wanting to avoid that today, for sure.
Indeed, and we saw that also in LMVS, where a couple of cars, especially the prototypes, I think it was a Brabham car that hit the side of, if I recall correctly, was a Bratislava car. So that's just one example of how things can get awfully wrong, especially if you just happen to be there at the wrong place, wrong time to cause a big accident. Now then, so we got 6 of the hypercars up in front here. Second place right now, Zoltan Varkonyi. He looks to bounce back after a rather disappointing Le Mans 24 hours of Le Mans virtual. And Mika Hakimi in front of him as well, setting the fastest lap in that particular race. He'll be wanting to put another feather in his cap by winning the 1,000 miles of Sebring. So some minor storylines coming into this one, but for sure, the other thing they had to consider is championships, where at this point in time now, we're about the halfway point of the season. It's all about championship points from here on out. So the first of 268 laps confirmed here in the 1,000 miles of Sebring coming out through the final corner come the hypercars, waiting for the green light. They're going to go either... Oh, it's a single file start. So the guys here are not going to go fan out in double file, waiting for the green flag to roll across the line here. Where are they going to go now? Race controls still holding them up quite a bit. Still going across the line there. Luca Martino in 4th place, right behind. So they're calling the green flag quite late here, Ed.
They are, yeah. There might be some issue with the GT cars or the prototypes behind. But yeah, certainly looks like they are all just waiting patiently. Varconi, there we go. It looks like they're all setting off.
Yes, indeed. They're coming through the first corner. It looks as though
in the middle of
Varconi...
turn 1, that's a very dangerous place to set the field away. And look, the final hypercar just coming into frame in the background is Martino has a look up the inside, but he's denied that run on the podium.
But he tries to second by the cherry and no way through just yet either. So the Arm Serba number 41 car still stays in 4th place. Mika Hakimi, on the other hand, in the number 10 BSR car, just sprints away at the start. So he has staved out the advances of Zoltan Varconi coming to that turn 1 release, so to speak. It was just so crazy to think that it could go that fast into the corner, but here we go. They have actually gotten the race underway now, and looks as though every single driver on the grid has managed to make it through the first few sectors cleanly, Ed.
Indeed, that is impressive, given we've got 43 cars in this field. They all seem to have gotten away without bumping too much into one another. Great defense there by Nello Pastorino against Luca Martino. So Satellite Racing number 12 holds on to 3rd place for the time being, but I think Martino might have another few tries in the ARMS Cyber car.
Yes, indeed. I think I just call it Arm Serba because it just sounds cool, isn't it? It's like
does,
the
yes,
arm
but it's capitalized, so I thought that needed to be pronounced a bit different. As here's the LMP2 Pro field, I believe, with Thomas Vack currently running in 2nd place. For the let's have a look. It's the Hyperion eSports, of course. So he's behind. He's actually in 3rd, I believe, in class, behind Gabo Hevesi and Liam Rance, currently leading the class for Satellite Racing number 21. It's very impressive. Rance was able to get near the front row and has made a really good start. So Hevesi in the AM category, of course. That's why I'm getting confused here for Go Team Racing. So actually Hevesi is ahead of the majority of the pro field, which maybe suggests to me that Gabo Hevesi is maybe in the wrong class here, as we look at Pastorino again under attack from, is that Martinez behind? Martino, sorry, not Martinez. I invented a driver there. That's what you do when you join a new series.
Or I think you were still thinking about the World Cup, weren't you, with Emi Martinez's heroics for the Argentine squad?
No,
but
I genuinely couldn't remember. I'm not a football fan. I just genuinely couldn't remember Martinez's last name.
Okay. It's okay, you learn as you go because, you know, there's a lot of drivers to think of. It's almost a 50-plus car field.
43 at the moment.
Oh,
let's
wow.
hope they all make it to the end, as there's a little bit of 2 temps in the GT Pro field between Fabio Liuzzi and Erdem Akel in Simfreem versus Caspian. There's only about 3 tenths between the two, so very, very close fight there in the top of the GD field as well. But Martino, he's not given up yet. Nello Pastorino's having to drive on his wing mirrors in that hypercar, isn't he?
Yeah, the fact that Martino just had a bit of a sniff there after Pastorino just ran a bit wide coming out of turn 10. So pressure's on here for 3rd place, even though we're just starting out the 3rd lap, or officially 2nd lap, out of the 268 that we're going to do here, the 1,000 miles. It's 1,000 miles, bruvs. Don't really push it too hard initially. But, you know, these are racing
drivers. You always
drivers.
want to start near the front, don't you? And sort of, if you start near the front, it means you've set up the rest of your stint perfectly, because you can just manage the gap, pull away when you need to, and just worry about potential safety cars and yellow flags as and when they arrive. There's, oh, look how close they get to the wall on exit from Sunset Bend. It definitely feels like I was watching on board with Liam Rance earlier in the LMP2, and it's very easy in the final sector, especially through the Le Mans turns 15 and 16, to really just get caught on the curb and break track limits. They're only allowed to do that 5 times, remember, before the penalties start flowing in like water down a drain gully. So certainly Martino will be looking to pressure Pastorino into more mistakes, because that potentially means he'll get a little bit closer to getting on the podium. Behind Martino, of course, he's got to worry about, of course, Antonelli Miocci in the sister team, the Sebring number 42. So they won't have to worry about them too much, because obviously it's the sister car, so it's probably not going to challenge them. But certainly if Martino gets past Pastorino, then Miochelli, I think, is going to have a go as well.
Yeah, and it also conversely, going back to your point about pushing hard in that first initial part of the stint, you can also chuck it out into the barriers and compromise the entire race if you were to get it wrong. So Martino will try his best not to actually put that car into the barriers, considering the fact that there have been times where you chuck one race out of the way, it affects your entire championship. So the number 41 crew will probably want to conserve that car for the rest of the 1,000 miles.
Indeed, and we just see fastest lap being set by Fabio Liuzzi in the Series eSports JT, number 99, the class leader in GDE Pro, now starting to pull 7/10 on Erdem Akol in the Caspian, number 75. So that GDE Pro fight starting to space out a little bit, as actually the big fight is between the two HG eSports Blue Bolt cars battling over third, with just the 10th between Nicola Bioni and Gabriel Kosu.
Yes,
I'm pronouncing these drivers' names correctly, I hope.
I mean, either Mariano or Valerio will actually come back to us on that, because they have corrected our Italian pronunciations back in the past, so hopefully they could come and clarify.
Well, my excuse is that I'm ill today, so and people are going to notice over the next couple of hours or so.
Yeah. And hello to Mario Serafim, who is actually a driver. He is actually part of the number 111 squad, the Origin Racing team that's taking part in the LMP2, if I'm not mistaken. So hello to you, Mario. Welcome to the commentary. Welcome to the broadcast. And for the guys in Blue Ball Racing who's asking about the other classes, well, unfortunately, right now at the moment at least, the broadcast is being automated. We have a bit of a situation behind the scenes where we are now using automatic director showing us the action. So for the time being, at least, we have had some footages of the GT cars battling, but that's all we can say for now, as we are now. Oh, actually, incidentally, the auto director just goes back and forth between some of the close battles. So I think rFactor is listening to us in that regard.
Well, you never can tell with the auto director. What I often find is that it gets obsessed with one car, especially if it's being lapped or in the pit lane near the back, and you often miss a lot of the more interesting on-track battles. But thankfully for now, in this first stint, as we look at Nicola Bioni holding off his teammate for that third position in class, says, oh, not for long actually, because up the inside he goes into turn 2, and they swap around. That's Bioni down to 4th behind his teammate Gabriel Kosu.
The two HG eSports Blue Bolt cars often are in the wars, sometimes with other cars, and they oftentimes also they've had a bit of a
big train behind them now. There's that 10 Lure who's about to have a go at Bioni now into the points, number 47.
And that's pretty much a team that you know very well, isn't it?
Indeed, as he slices up the inside into the hairpin at the back end of the circuit, but Lure didn't quite complete the move, and Bioni really, is that Bioni barging him in the side, or is that Angelo Colavito for the Revito Racing team getting involved as well? I think Kosu is just held on, actually.
Also tries to look onto the inside there, but squirrely that coming out into turn 11. But really then, it's a close field in GT, albeit it's mostly Ferraris, isn't it?
Indeed, yeah, it seems to be the car of choice. The Ferrari pretty handy in a straight line, as it happens, which there are quite a few of here at Sebring, especially the back straight and the start-finish straight. But we might see typically in some of the other championships I've commented on, in terms of the GD3 class, specifically the McLaren 720 seems to be the 720S seems to be the car of choice. But you do see a bit of variety here. It depends how some of the teams like the cars set up, but often what you find is there's a preferred GD car of choice, and all the teams sort of converge onto that one, as we see Nick Mura in 5th. In which class is this then that we're looking at the moment then, Amir?
I think, yes, it's LMP2 Pro. So, yeah, it's LMP2 Pro right now as we jump back.
Rock on, right?
Yes, Michele Rocco for the Sim3M Esports Junior Team number 26 car, but we jump back to the battle for 7th in the GT Pro class. It's all happening, isn't it? The auto director can't even focus on what's going on next. It's absolutely manic in the first few laps of a 1,000-mile race, but it is what it is. Right now then, Lorenzo, that's Ferrari.
That's Nicola Bioni who's fighting those. So Colavito and Lure have got past Bioni's HG Esports Blue Bolt number 293. Or is it? No, it's Blue Bolt number 2. It's the second Blue Bolt car, but it's number 93. That's the thing that's confusing, because Gabriel Kosu's car says Blue Bolt 1, number 92.
Yeah, I just go for the car numbers easily, because you can differentiate it by the car numbers, not necessarily by teams, as we are now seeing the hypercars lapping the GTEs, so that's going to get quite fruity.
Yeah, and this is Martino, who's been patiently waiting behind the back of Pastorino, waiting for his chance, And now with the GDM cars being negotiated, it might be his opportunity.
Yes, indeed, as we go back to the battle for 4th place in the LMP2 Pro class, Michele Rocco, and then just still hasn't found a way past the car right in front of me, which is, I think, the MR Motorsports car of, well, there's so many cars that I actually look around here right now.
It's Nick Mura who's ahead, so Mura's got through, actually, while we were away.
Ah, yes. the LV1 eSports car. It looks just like one of the MR Motorsports cars from a couple of seasons back, but yeah, it's not easy to keep track of some of the battles here going right now, so apologies for that. We missed some of the important things that happen, especially with positions as we look back at the battle for GT Pro, and there's the hypercars coming through. That's going to get very dicey, isn't it, coming into Sunset Bend?
Indeed, and it actually looks like Colavito has got by Kosu, so it's really fallen apart for HG Esports Blue Bolt in this opening stint, where they're having to swap positions, and of course Bioni qualified better, but now it looks like Kosu and Bioni are both being swallowed up by the pack here, and I think Lua will be next to challenge Kosu, if they can avoid these hypercars, and of course then the prototype's not far behind either.
Yeah, and for Kosu, incidentally, he has not really lost a net position because he was 4th prior to the swap around. He's still 4th.
That's actually very true, but I'm sure he would much prefer to be in 3rd right now.
That's just a shame. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes as we look further behind. Lorenzo Montoro, who's coming up to the back of Nicola Bioni. Then Bioni's not really dropping like a stone, but he's lost a couple of positions there. And a moment with the hypercars as well coming through. Yeah,
we're ahead of him 1.5 seconds.
And also, incidentally, behind them is the GT AM leaders, which are the Blue Steel Racing car being driven by Noor Shazlizan at the moment. That's actually going to spice things up as well because it's the Pro and AMs battling together.
It's actually Andrea Gandosi in the ERT number 69 that's leading GTM at the moment, so he's just got by Noor Shazlizan.
So it was a pole at one point for both of the BSR cars, but now that particular party has been spoiled, at least in the first few laps. Gandosi, then a veteran of this championship in the Tomeli car, is right now challenging up to the back of Montoro. So Montoro incidentally as well, also fighting behind Bioni. So interesting then, the Pro and AMs are coming together quite nicely and closely, but the top two are just leading the way, isn't it? It's way up in front for the Sim Freem Esports Junior Team car and the Caspian car. They've actually checked out a bit.
Yeah, and I've just been watching Kosu in his battle with Colavito. I noticed Kosu is occasionally taking some very narrow convex lines into some of these corners to try and catch Colavito out. And Colavito is really held firm here, and it looks like a bit of a stalemate between the two at the moment.
Yep.
And again into Sunset Bend, Colavito takes a much wider line to try and carry more speed on the exit, which leaves Kosu a little nibble. He's able to get right up to the back. And can he position himself well into turn 1? He's going to nip to the inside, but he hasn't got the overlap to pull off the move there, so he'll have to wait his turn. Colavito just sticking to his guns at the moment.
Take a leaf out of James Baldwin's boot. Remember, he pulled that one off on Max Verstappen coming towards the closing stages. He'll try to do that. Oh, big slide there from both of them, but luckily they held it together.
Yeah, and you can tell Kosu trying to take a lot of risks here because he can hear those hypercars whirring behind him, ready to lap the pack. As we cut back to Bioni, the auto director really likes these HG Esports cars, doesn't he?
Not sure what affinity they have apart from the fact that they have that scarlet red color as the MP2s are not coming through. Oh, that's very close, isn't it? You do not want to have one car not budging while the other car trying to go through. It's Liam Rance, incidentally.
Yeah, here he goes. Desperately trying to negotiate without getting mixed up in these battles. And it's the same for all of these prototypes. They're really just having to wait for the gap to emerge. Usually you want to catch them on the straights and not through the corners, but sometimes you don't choose when you arrive, as we see Carlos Basto having a little go. Is this LMP2 AM we're watching, or is it LMP2 Pro in the battle for 6th?
Pro.
Pro, definitely. There we go. I should tell by the little blue stripe by his name. Here we go. Basto is denied, of course, by it's Dabrowski in the Hyperion Esports number 45, of course.
And that car got a little bit of a warning. I think one of the Hyperion cars at least got a warning during qualifying where they tried to cut the rest of the hypercar field, but they were told to just reverse back into the pit lane because backwards through the pit lane, incidentally, because they were in front of the hypercars. So that nearly caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but luckily both of the Hyperion cars are in the race right now. Though that Grow Racing car right behind them really is looking quite antsy, isn't it, Ed?
Yeah, Basto really was about to make a move up the inside, and Dabrowski just cut him off completely into Sunset Bend. And you saw on the straight in that shot just how busy it is of all these GT cars. You've got to desperately thread your way through them, and Basto's doing just that then. And he gets through up the inside into turn one. Oh my goodness me, but the HD eSports car holds up Dabrowski.
Oh, that was a brilliant move. That was very opportunistic. It's just using the back markers as a way to just come through, as we got a penalty there for Valkonia, incidentally. So Zoltan Valkonia.
That's the race leader. He's got by Hakimi in all of the carnage here in the back of the GT and prototype classes being lapped. And Valkonia now has got a penalty, I presume, for track limits, because he was 6 or 7 tenths ahead of Hakimi when that happened.
And we don't follow that other rule where, like in Virtual Le Mans, you have 12 points to accumulate to get a drive-through. This was literally, as you said, 5, you're gonna get a drive-through. So to get that early on in the race, it's nice to get out of the way, but it's just not helping in the stints, isn't it, Ed?
No, Valkonia, very, very aggressive, very, very good driver. We've seen him win lots of championships before for the likes of Mugen, and I think he's done pretty well for Sebring overall, but that's not ideal start to the race, because that effectively hands things to Mika Hakimi, who's drawn about 5-second gap in all the traffic to Pastorino. So the hypercars are starting to space out, apart from the leaders, sadly, and that's about to be broken up completely once Valkonia serves that penalty.
Indeed, and
look at Basso negotiating the traffic there.
Switch back and forth just to get through, and onto the back straight there. He's going to get the Hyperion car back onto the back of him, so it's going to be a bit of a reversal in fortunes, isn't it? Because he did the overtaking previously, now he's going to have to defend.
Absolutely, because Matthias Dabrowski is probably not going to be happy about having one done over on him, because, of course, from his perspective, he had a GD car in the way, so he couldn't exactly have held on round the outside of turn one. So Basto's really going to have to just watch himself here as he negotiates another GT car down the inside into turn one. And Dabrowski follows him through, a little bit further back than before, so it's definitely not going in their favour, is it? It's definitely looking like the Grow Racing team have got this under control at the moment.
And Hakimi also has gotten the penalties. So according to Mariano, this is for penalties accrued from the last race. So Mariano and Andrea Bettini has also clarified that one. Now that just spices things up, isn't it? Cars at the front will now drop a bit further back, and they'll have to sieve their way through the field to get up back to where they were.
I absolutely think Valkonia and Hakimi can do that in this stint, but it creates a golden opportunity for satellite racing number 12 with Pastorino, because him and Miacelli, who are about 5 seconds apart at the moment, are going to assume the lead essentially. And of course, let's not forget the team's championship, of course, in hypercar, the Arms Supra number 41, currently let's see, 5th in the race, with Martino having swapped positions with Miacelli. So it would be interesting to see if there's a bit of team orders there to get back up into second place and challenge Pastorino for the lead, or if they're going to be defending from Sebring and Hydrotech once they've served their penalties.
Yeah, there's 3 points in it between them, plus the fact that for this particular round, because it's 1,000 miles, there's more points on offer for the win. For example, there's 40 points for the win, 34 for second, so that's a 6-point advantage. If they were to win, and the BSR car right now we're looking at finishes second, that will be a swap around for the lead with a difference of just 1 point.
Absolutely, so that's very, very critical to get this right then, as we see Hakimi and Valkonia almost speeding up. Hakimi getting very close to the back of Valkonia, both knowing they've got those penalties to serve, and here comes another one.
Yep, for the GT AM class, Morovic, the Polish driver driving for, which one is this? It's a lot of drivers.
Red ISC number 9, isn't it? Piotr Murek.
Indeed it is.
His name there, the Polish driver. But yeah, he was about half a second behind Luke Fahey for Henwald Racing, so that's a big blow. But he is, I believe, second last in the race with Riccardo Di Marchi in the CR Black 88 GTM car, about a lap down on everyone else then.
Yep, and they are now...
I believe Murek has just gone in to serve that penalty because he's on the outlap at the moment.
Indeed, he has, and incidentally, further behind him on the road at least, the two hypercar leaders are into the pits, and there goes Nello Pastorino into the lead of the race. So handover quite quickly now as Valkonia actually stops in his box, so he's gone for not only a drive-through but also or maybe it's a stop and go penalty, and then he's going to get back out of the race because Mika is going through and he has served this penalty.
Could also be strategic, of course, maybe putting some fresh tyres on, but we are only 13 laps into this 268 lap race. So it does seem a little bit an interesting call there by Sebring.
It's weird to have a splash and dash this early in the race. Normally you'll do a splash and dash when it's late as in the race, as we have a bit of a yellow flag in sector 1.
But it probably makes sense when you look at the gap as the yellow flag clears between Varconi and Anthony Maris for flying out number 95, the last of the hypercars. There was 9 seconds in it, or 11 seconds between Varconi and Hakimi. So if Varconi thinks it's a big advantage of putting fresh tyres on at this phase, then it absolutely makes sense to switch. Hakimi currently got the fastest lap in the race and in class, 142.7, with Varconi 2 tenths behind that. So he's going to have to start making inroads on that 11-second gap he's given himself to close in now there, isn't he?
Indeed, but also the fact that he can just double stint these tires because the hypercars are somewhat gentler to their tires compared to, say, when you drive an LMP1 car. You just have to scrub them out to get the grip. This one, you can just throw them around, it's fine. You can still drive on for another stint on those. So yeah, I think, again, it just goes back to the point where you say it is strategic. They just want to have fresher tires so they can go back on the attack here. But at the expense of, he lost 10 needless seconds doing that to catch up to this particular stint. So he has an awful lot of work to do, isn't it?
Indeed, as we look at the GTE AM battle between Andrea Gandosi and Nur Shazilahan, the Tameli ERT and Dozov BSR, about a couple of tenths between the two, but they were getting very, very close there into turn 1 as the, of course, being the lowest class in the field. I say lowest class, there's still a lot of pride and honour at stake winning, and some money indeed, winning in GTE AM. So certainly Shazilahan will be looking for any little mistake from his rival here, the form of Gandosi. Do you know much about these drivers? Of course, GTE AM, they're probably some of the less experienced drivers in the field, but certainly doesn't mean they're any less quick than their pro counterparts at times.
Well, Gandosi has been competing in the ES Championship for the last few seasons as well. Shaz, this is his first... well, you're not wrong about Shaz, though. This is his first proper season in the championship, but he's no mean driver, of course. He has actually done well, especially in Singapore, in local sim races. Now he's doing an international one in some, what we can say is a good standard of field SOF, with drivers who have experience in major championships, including Le Mans Virtual. So he's no slouch. He's just a couple of tenths off here, trying to get up to the back of Gandosi, but nonetheless, he is showing that he could be one of the stars of the future in the championship for sure.
Yeah, certainly we'll see how he gets on in the future of this race, but certainly biding his time in the back of the class leader and looking to wait for his little opportunity to pop up, as we see Mattia Bossini for the Leon San Manco Racing eSports team. Fifth in the is this LMP2 AM?
Yes, LMP2, and for the Lion of San Marco. I just translate that because it literally means Lion of San Marco.
There we go, my Italian knowledge. I did Spanish at school, so that's my foreign language, so that's why I don't understand all this Italian as well as I should. But
¿Cómo estás?
Mi amo Edward. Anyway, there's no Spaniards here, to my knowledge. There's a couple of Portuguese drivers, though. You might appreciate that. I don't know. You're doing it wrong. Oh, and look at this. There's Nick Mura chasing down. Who's Mura battling with again at this phase? It's Saracino, of course, in the HE Sports Blue Bolt number 32. Was just held up there by the GT car, just a little bit, which has allowed Mura to close in the back of on that level 1 eSports LMP2. Saracino going into the pits there.
And I don't think he has a penalty, so that's a very early stop.
Yeah, lap 15 then.
That's quite interesting, as we can see the Giuseppe Saracino is in the pits. If he drives through the entire pit lane, that might have been a drive-through penalty being dished out. And well, incidentally, it is. It's an entire drive-through, so quite a lot of drivers crews getting penalties from the last race. That was a lot during the 6 hours of Istanbul.
There we go. So, yeah, sort of penalties that I didn't know about having to be applied from the previous race, which is not the easiest for me to follow, but all the loyal ECE Racing Series viewers, as we look at Bossini having a think about going up into turn 1, but he realised there if he went for that, then both of them are crashing out, I think. So Bossini lets Arkadiusz Ortega hold on in the Panica Racing number 76 to position in the LMP2 PAM, which is they've got a big gap in front of them. So these two are sort of in a battle on their own, aren't they? Nothing really else to bother them for the time being until the hypercars arrive again, I guess.
Yeah, that will take another at least half an hour because knowing how fast those hypercars be. Yeah.
Look at that looks like Traber was just going a little bit off track there, really trying to track extend to sort of defend position here.
And knowing how this particular team that has had a few name changes over the last couple of seasons, they're happy to be running up in the top 4 in their class and possibly challenging for podiums this season compared to where they were a couple of seasons back during the pandemic, where they had multiple crashes when they were in GTE, including some of those spectacular ones. They're just happy to run here and getting some good points, as we are now getting some shots of drivers battling throughout the field, including this one for Dabrowski, who's trying to regain 5th place, Ed.
Yeah, of course, we saw Dabrowski defending quite well earlier on and being undone by the traffic, and he's really kept Dabrowski, he's kept Carlos Basto very, very honest in his Hyperion eSports number 45. Saracino, who we saw going into the pits, has come out just behind Anti-Razzie, who he's just got past. And he's now got next in his sights is, of course, Tiago Montero for Origin Racing, number 111. He's about 6 seconds up the road from him. And in terms of tyre choice, by the way, Saracino didn't change tyres. It's still on the the orange tyres again? Are they the hards? Mediums, there we go. And I think the yellows would be the softs. And the... of course, different classes.
Yeah.
It is different between classes, which is slightly confusing, but I'm sure I'll figure it out.
Yeah, in due time. And say hi to eSim Racing as well, who has commented onto the chat. Further up, we saw Mariano says that Italian's easy. We just make our voices loud and wave our hands or do the hand gesture known as Che Voi.
I'll have to learn that one.
And also, confirmation for Mariano is a 10-second stop and go for car number 1, alongside the drive-through that Mika Hakimi had. So 2 of the perennial race challenges for the race win have had early penalties, and now they're going to have to really start having fire in their bellies to charge their way up through the field.
Yeah, getting an early penalty is always a bit of, or having been disconnected and to come back into the race. Those sorts of things really start you off on the back foot, and it can really make or break an endurance racing team, because either you get completely demoralized and it's right, we're just going to keep circulating and doing laps so we can get to the end, or it's right, we're going to recover from this and fight for the win. And you see some of the top teams, that mentality sort of seeps in and they just start pumping in the lap times consistently, as we see yellow in the second sector. Not sure who that's for, but it clears up. But yeah, other times you do see teams just sort of, those early setbacks that just they run into more setbacks and their morale just sort of tanks, and it sort of becomes an uphill battle to really recover from that. And sometimes it can't be helped, but other times you really see the teams that have been doing this for a long time usually and are very committed. They often find a way to regroup and come back into the fight.
And it's all up to the, of course, race engineers and whoever's the team principals of these teams to just keep drivers motivated, isn't it? They do not want to have that momentary feeling of, this is useless. They would just
out of the race. Sorry about that, Amir. Nick Mura has retired from the racing. DNF next to his name for the level 1 esports driver. We saw Mura fighting in the top 5, top 4 in the LMP2 Pro, and it looks like level 1 esports are in a lot of difficulties now, as we see Dabrowski, has he got past as a result of that? I know he's still right behind Master.
Because Mora was running up in front of them, so that's why they've been elevated a position. They've gotten 2 free positions in essence because Saracino also was in the pit lane earlier, so they've gotten 2 free positions without having to battle too hard. But they know full well it's still a long race, and those guys who are potentially faster might just nip back at their heels late in the race.
No such thing as a free position in endurance racing, my friend. You have to fight for each and every one, even the ones where they go in the pit lane, because you didn't go in the pit lane, you didn't have a penalty from the previous race or breach track limits or whatever infraction it may have been. So for me, as long as you keep staying out there, not being delayed, and you keep setting decent lap times, that in itself is an achievement across these 12-hour races. As we go back to this looks like a GTE AM with Shahadeen having to let the LMP2s through as he still trails the leader.
Oh, you can call him Shaz, by the way. He'll be happy to hear that one, because that's easy.
So we're on first name terms already, despite never having had a conversation before.
I give you his permission.
Anyway, the big
Also-
disappointment for Mura then is the big story there because he's dropped right to the back of the LMP2 Pro field.
And indeed, he's going to drop like a stone all the way to the end, unless, of course, he manages to reconnect. As we see Peter Morovic, who's coming onto the inside of one of the Corvettes there. I think that is for position, but could be is just fighting it out. Yes, in fact, he has actually gotten up position, isn't he?
Yeah, he's on the outside. He needs to be careful as the two hypercars squeeze in. Oh, was that one of the Mugen cars almost squeezed into the wall there in the hypercar class?
No, that's the BSR car. That's Hakimi coming through, in fact, and he's actually tailing the back of the one of the LMP2s coming through.
That's,
so
Martino, that's the two championship contenders, just 2 seconds apart now. But Hakimi was very lucky not to take damage from being squeezed into the wall there. Varconi's still about 7 seconds behind him, so he has closed the gap a little bit after his tire change.
like that stamp and send it, as what Daniel Ricciardo would say. And going back to the free positions argument, Toyota 2016 would say, no, don't remind us of that after failing on the final lap. Porsche takes the win.
Well, it's certainly. I remember I actually had an interview with Neil Yarni after that happened, and he said something that Jackie Ickx had told him. Of course, he was a close friend of his, another fellow Porsche driver. He said, "You cannot win Le Mans. Le Mans lets you win." And I think that can be applied to a lot of endurance races as well. That you're battling the circuit just as much as you're battling, especially in the first stint, you're more battling these other guys. But as the race goes on, as Gendosi is now really having to manage this very carefully indeed as he holds up one of the LMP2s there.
And that's the 4th and 5th battle that we were focusing on just now between those guys. So that's actually becoming really tasty as well between Basto and Dabrowski. They're coming through the battle for 1st and 2nd in GTM. It's getting really antsy, isn't it?
Yeah, and Basto really had to thread the needle there between Gendosi and the and the other GTs. Look, having to go really wide through the what's that section of corner called? It's called Fangio, I believe. Yes, on the approach to number 10. But yeah, Gendosi still holding on to that lead resolutely. And Shaz has not really had an opening to take advantage of. He's gotten a bit close, but you can tell he's sort of biding his time in this early phase of the race. It's more important not to slip up at this phase and get taken out by one of these faster prototypes than it is to necessarily hold on to the lead.
Indeed, and another thing to consider, you do not want to ruin your race and the other guys as well around you, especially the faster class when they come to laps. So it's a bit of a tightrope walk, isn't it? Look at that. More of the prototypes coming through to lap the GT cars. It's just, the cameras just get a focus. It's left, right, and center. Every single angle you look, it's just battles and overtakes.
Yeah, and full credit to Kosu, because he's regrouped a little bit and got his HG eSports Blue Bolt right back past Colavito, because he was behind Colavito for a while, taking a lot of narrow lines and getting very close, and he's finally found a way back through into a 3rd in class onto the podium. As here we go, there comes Basto getting through at turn 1, but unfortunately his rival Dabrowski, not quite as lucky, will have to wait a few more corners to get through, and indeed he does so. Now Colavito just leaves enough space, but he didn't have much else to go other than on the grass there.
Yeah. It's just a case of trying to be predictable, isn't it? Especially if you're a GT car, you just do not want to do any drastic maneuvers just like that under the bridge. That is quite hairy. We saw in the Le Mans virtual race here in Sebring that I think it was Roman Grosjean's team that hit the barriers there. Weird place to have an accident, but it does happen.
Yeah, we can see yellow in sector 3 that I think someone may have just spun and got going again as Shaz has to let one of the LMP2s through, and now is closed right into the back of the of Gandosi, the AM class leader. Who is that ahead of Gandosi? This is one of the HD Esports GTEs.
It's Bioni.
Bioni,
yeah, it's Bioni. Yeah.
Wow, he's dropped back that far back that he's now holding off the GTEM field, Nicola Bioni. So yeah, he's about 2 seconds behind Montoro for MR Motorsport Team, or Mr. Motorsport Team as I like to call him now.
Yes, Senior Motorsports Team if they're happy to be Spanish or Portuguese.
This is not ideal for that hypercar to get through, is it?
Oh, that's actually one of the ARM Serba cars, so that's actually also quite nip and tuck. In fact, no, it's the HG Esports Blue Bolt team, but they're running an LMP2, so it's a bit confusing sometimes to the fellas.
Mistook a hypercar for an LMP2 for a hypercar, or for a round maybe.
But either way, Yeah, that's quite awkward as well, because that's actually the sister team to that particular car, and now he's put the sister team in jeopardy of being overtaken for overall position.
Oh dear, so Bionis has not had a great start to this race. Is he 7th in class? He's not about to lose a class position, but he is under threat from the AM leader here, isn't he? And this is sort of not ideal for Gandosi, is it? Because Andre Gandosi would really like to just not be worrying about what's going on in front of him and just be able to control the gap to Shaz behind him, isn't he?
Yeah, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place, isn't he? He just wants to overtake the guy in front who happens to be in a class above him, but he just cannot, because he's in the same car, or rather, yeah, he's in the same car. They're all in the Ferrari, so he just has to force Bioni into a mistake to get through. For the time being, at least, he's just biding his time, but a time that he's running short on.
Indeed, and speaking of the AM class in LMP2, Gabor Hevesti still doing very well to keep Liam Rance in sight to the tune of 4.5 seconds. So sort of if you add all the LMP2 together, then he's second in class, but he's actually leading the Pro Am class by quite a long way over Thiago Montero.
Yep, Montero as well, who drives for the number 111 car. I think he will love to just finish it relatively unscathed, because I remember one of the races that I commentated on, he was involved in a big one, but luckily the car managed to pull itself together and get back into the race. And right now, are 11 points ahead in the Pro-Am Championship, so they will love to actually take some strong points here to just add their advantage even further. As we look further behind here, what's happening here, Ed?
Yeah, this is Milan Evers of the Finovon Motorsport team, who I know very, very well. The 445 in the Aston Martin, fighting over 3rd place in class, whilst also being negotiated by always a hypercar coming through around the outside. Indeed it is, it gets through very cleanly at the back end of the circuit, and now comes an LMP2, and Evers has got somebody behind him in the AM class challenging for that. It's a Sermet Ozturk in the Sunset Motorsport, as they just approach Sunset Bend, funnily enough, which is the next corner coming up. So that's a fortuitous timing. Can he make a move into Sunset Bend? Because Evers didn't get a great run out of Le Mans there.
Yeah, that's not going to be an ideal place to defend. He defends a bit too narrow. It's quite bumpy initially on the inside.
Also probably not got the ideal cut. I mean, the Aston Martin, I remember commentating on ERC, and the Team Imperium with their number 16, they were able to win the championship with the Aston Martin, win quite a few races. It was a very impressive drive, considering the Aston Martin was not really considered the car of choice compared to, say, the McLaren or the Ferrari. And so you can get good results out of that if you set it up well and you've got a good team behind you, as we go to Antonello Miocci in the of course, this is of course the car that's Miocci. It's 4th behind Martinez. So Hakimi has already dealt with the ARMS Cyber cars and is now about 13 seconds behind Pastorino in the lead.
Yep, and it's Miocchi, incidentally. Even though it says Miocci, but it's actually Miocchi. That's what Mariano told me before. Yeah, so I had to keep that in mind. Some of the names are not pronounced as Chi, but it's actually as Ki.
So my apologies to Antonello.
But either way, yeah, we learn as we go, because there's plenty of names to go about.
You know more than me. I think I'm the learner here. It looks like, is that Gabor Hevesi going into the pits then for the Go Team Racing number 17? Because it's showing a faded on the timing screen, which to me indicates going in the pits.
Yep, he is. In fact, the number on our timing screens has turned grey, so it is right about the time where you can say it is a scheduled stop. So we're about 1/3 of the way through in the race out of the 268 that we're going to do tonight, 1,000 miles of course, but it might just be for fuel, of course, because it's not so demanding on the tires, isn't it, on this circuit, because it's relatively, yes, it's bumpy, but it's not so abrasive, isn't it?
Yeah, Valconi, incidentally, who pit for new tires, just caught up. He's about 1.6 behind Miocci in that battle for 4th overall and in the hypercar class. Hakimi has taken another second out of Nello Pastorino. 1:42.7 was his last lap, I believe. Oh no, 1:43.9. So not, but he was about, let's see, that was a 1:45.4 for Pastorino, so over a second faster, certainly. So Pastorino certainly feeling the pressure as we go into lap 24.
Yep, and you have to remember the fact that Mika also came into the pits, so his tires went off the temperature slightly because it was trundling in about 60 kilometers per hour anyway. He's managed to regroup himself fast, as we see a bit of a battle here between Shaz. He's actually overtaken Gandosi and Bioni in one fell swoop. So that's actually a turn for the books. That's the GTM positions being swapped, and the fact that we have Nicola Bioni in the pro class being overtaken by the AM guys. So Shaz then showing that he has the pace. Lock up from Bioni, manages to get the corner somehow, but a lot of yellows being waved right now as Bioni then tries to defend for overall position away from Gandozi. Quite a few things changing here right now, but for the time being at least, the lead may be changing hands in about 20 minutes time as we see Bioni being pushed off slightly by the LMP2, and he has to defend again from Gandozi. Gandozi then tries to look through turn 10 and he gets him. So Nicola Bioni, as Ed has said earlier, not having had the best of starts to this race in his first stint, and he will probably just want to get off those tires right now. It's just been going through a lot of punishment for little return. As meanwhile, further up the field here in the hypercar class, that's Varconi attacking the armed Serba number 42 car, and that is actually being driven currently by Antonello Miocchi. So Miocchi then having to circumvent around the GTE coming out of the final quarter through Sunset Bend. He is under severe pressure now coming into turn 3. Varconi nearly loses the car coming into turn 3. That is so close, isn't it? They just do not want, turn 4 in fact, they do not want to have a collision, especially given the fact that Varconi also had to serve a 10-second stop and go penalty. We have multiple yellows coming into turn 1, so probably a major incident there. As Varconi coming up to turn number 7. No way through just yet. In fact, he has lost a bit of time there to Miocchi. Miocchi has managed to increase the gap slightly, so he relieves the pressure for the time being now in order to maintain 4th place. But he knows full well it might just be delaying the inevitable at the moment because Varconi then is on fire. He and Hakimi are the only 2 drivers who are lapping in the 142s at the moment. In fact, 143s at this point in time because the tires are starting to wear off slightly. Mika Hakimi a high 43, while Varconi close to 43 is a very low 44. So the pace is there from both of these guys. It's just that it's unfortunate from the last round in Istanbul. They just had post-race penalties that had to be applied at the start of this race, and now they're going to have to just scythe their way through the field coming up into the first 100 miles of this race, if we could safely say so ourselves. First 100 miles of this race done, and they are now still in the top 5 in their classes, but they would rather love to have been up in front with no penalties. Right then, so coming through this chat here, let's see. Oh, it's a big crash in turn 2 according to Andrea Bettini, so something happened there out of our camera, so unfortunately we cannot say who was it involved, but thanks for the updates here from a lot of drivers who are competing, as well as the team principals, team managers, you name it, they're all there. Now then, Paulo Viejas says there's a lot of Brazilian followers for that particular guy. 24-hour broadcaster. Oof. Stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a shame about that turn 2. It's a shame about that turn 2 crash in me. Sorry, I didn't realise I'd accidentally muted myself because I was coughing a bit and I forgot to unmute myself. But very professional. But anyway, Varconi's still being held up as we go back to Milan Evers for the Finaval Motorsport team, the Dutch team that I know has a lot of fans from EARC that hopefully are watching this because I made a tweet out just before the race mentioning that I was commentating on it. But yeah, a lot of the LMP2 Pro field pitted, and Liam Rance, I believe, has come back out in the lead, 5 seconds ahead of Patrick Swazakowski, who I believe hasn't pit yet, but still have Essie sort of second overall in that LMP2 squabble. And then Michele Rocon and Carlos Basto and Matthias Dabrowski, that's the rest of your order. So certainly it was something to do with the LMP2s emerging right into the path of potentially one of the GD cars, I think. That's what I understand happened in turn 2, as we see Evers fighting to keep the GTM third place car of FA Korkmazer in sight. He's about 6 tenths behind, and he's done well to keep Ozturk at bay in the Sunset Motorsport 83. And we cut back to Varconi, who's now released because into the pits comes Miocchi. Yep.
We learn as we go.
Well, my throat isn't letting me learn very well.
It's like Murray Walker, isn't it? He's got a lump in his throat.
Oh, well, permanently for 8 hours, yeah. not an emotional one, although I do know a couple of these people. It's Varconi. You saw there through turn 3 there, just letting the rear hang out just a little bit. Varconi now released is really going to start setting the lap times alive.
And he's actually been doing that the last few laps, even when he was behind Miyoki, because he really loves swinging that car around. And I remember seeing Mika Hakimi driving that during qualifying just now, because that's the one way to generate grip. You just have to completely drive sideways like Gilles Villeneuve to generate a lot of grip here. So really then, that's probably just the way to drive these hypercars, as he'll try to regain some time back after being stuck behind Miyoki for a few laps. He'll be happy to see that there's a clear road right in front of him. As meanwhile, we're watching Michele Roccon here in third place, battling for P2 in the LMP2 Pro class.
Yeah, certainly a couple of GD cars closing the LMP2 field back up a little bit, as his Ozturk challenging Milan Evers. And Evers, once again, sort of the cork, the fin of on, the sort of orange cork in the bottle here. As we see, there's a cone knocked over at the exit from the pit lane there into turn 1.
Hopefully it doesn't cause much problem, because I think the cones are easily penetrable, if we can put that into words on like that. Because it's unlike in other games, like for example in Gran Turismo Sport, where if you run over those curves, the cars in front of you visually would just jump up.
Yeah, they're not as lethal as on some other games. Certainly, they're a little bit less solid, I think is the word I would use, rather than making penetration comments. But but anyway, Ozturk has to let the LMP2 through, and indeed so does Milan Evers. Sorry, I get mixed up with, I think his brother is Milan Evers, who also drives for Finavon. As looks like the rest of the hypercar class has come in, and somebody has missed their box there. Who's that just ahead of Arconi?
I think that's actually a hypercar as well. It's Martino.
Oh, it's Martino, who he's fighting with, of course, trying to catch up with. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets out first. Pastorino is pit as well, so it's Hakimi who's continued on to retake the lead, but he's out of sync with the other hypercar.
Yeah, so in fact, look, Martino moved a bit there just now. I think he's, or probably because the car was on his jacks and they were just replacing the tires. But that's just crucial seconds lost in the pit lane in the grand scheme of things, especially when he's battling for third place here.
Yeah, and there goes Varconi.
Is he still stuck?
Is that Martino being stuck behind one of the GD cars there as well? So the GD car was exactly in his designated pit box. That's happened before at Sebring to certain teams, and it can be an absolute time sink, and it's just really through no fault of his own there for Martino, so you've got to feel for him there.
And it could also happen in Le Mans, especially with the tighter pit lane, knowing how old those complexes are.
Yeah, he's still having to reverse. He has to wait for the HG GT car to get out of the way, and finally he gets service, but that's crucial. That's at least 30-40 seconds lost for the ARMS Cyber car.
It will be one lap lost by the time that Hakimi comes around as well, so that is disastrous for the ARMS Turbo number 41 car, coming into this race just 3 points behind in the championship in the hypercar class. So wow, really unfortunate. He didn't really need that to happen, but unfortunately it has.
He's going to come out around about the position of Anthony Maris in the Flying Goat number 95. Hakimi now also comes in to be serviced, which means Pastorino is going to reassume the lead. 42 seconds is the gap between them.
Indeed, that's about a whole 2 sectors at least around Sebring. As now we look at some of the other battles around the track, the auto director really has its work cut out here, trying to pick out some of the best ones to look out for. But we're back here for the battle for P4 in GT between the Sunset Motorsport number 83 cars of Sermet Ozturk and the Aston Martin right in front of him for Finn Avon. I think it means good night in Dutch, and I was thinking if you could correct me on that one.
Good evening, I believe.
Good evening.
According to Google Translate, anyway, when I checked a few years back. Nick Mura, by the way, for Level 1 Esports, he's got going again 12 laps down. So we still have all 43 runners circulating on track at the moment.
Indeed. So every single one of the guys, all 43 guys, that's quite crazy considering the fact that we're going to have IMSA coming here in a couple of months' time. They have 61 cars for Daytona alone. Can you imagine that?
Well, in a sim racing context, I think it might be a bit... There's just literally not that much space for 61 cars at Sebring. 43 you can just about manage with a little bit of cooperation from the different classes. But look at the spark still flying. I love that little feature that they added to rFactor 2 middle of last year, wasn't it, with the update? And it really keeps you awake during the night stints when you see cars being showered in sparks from the guy in front. As one of the Finavons lets Anthony Maris through. So that's Maris, who I believe has come out in 5th. So where is that in relation to the number 41?
only by about over a lap because you remember Martino just now was just unfortunate to get stuck behind a Ferrari that was being serviced.
I was just trying to figure out where Martino had filtered out. He's about a second behind Michele Rocon, so he's got the LMP2s to clear. So yeah, he's about 101 seconds now behind the lead.
Oh dear me, that's again when it rains it pours for certain drivers, and for Martino that was a perfect encapsulation of coming to this race with hopes very high. It's just gone completely pear-shaped.
Yeah, really got to again. There's nothing really he could have done there, but still a long way to go in this race. Only 30 laps out of 268 completed, so still 230 left to go. And you've got to think there's every chance they can get at least on a couple of positions, potentially back onto the podium if others hit trouble as well. We never know. That might happen to someone else in the next pit stop phase in the hypercar class. But it certainly promotes Liam Rance to the overall top 5 in the LMP2 Pro League, because he's ahead of Anthony Maris now as well by about a second. Although I think Maris, with that extra, of course the hypercar's got all that kinetic energy recovery system in the brakes, and able to deploy that electrical power into the powertrain down the straight, so should be able to breeze back past Liam Rance at the next opportunity. But Liam Rance certainly impressing at the moment.
Well, quote-unquote energy recovery system, because of course rFactor 2 doesn't have that model just yet, but it has the extra ground.
I know, I was just playing along. Whoa! And speaking of Rocon, there he is, hitting one of the Corvettes there in the GD class, and just getting it collective third, but now down to, oh no, it's still third in the LMP2 Pro class. But that was a scary moment there for the Sim3 eSports driver.
Scary, man. Luckily for him, he actually didn't lose a position, I think, Ed.
No, he didn't. I thought that was just one of the hypercars lapping him. Oh no, actually taking him for overall position in the race, I think. So that's Martino getting back past Rocon.
Yeah, but he's got troubles behind as well, because there's immediately in his vicinity is another LMP2 Pro car. It's Carlos Basto. So Basto then is ready. He's ready to actually engage in
just keeps slowly crawling his way up the order, doesn't he, in LMP2 Pro?
Yeah, he's just
really had a great stint.
Yeah, he's fast, but he's doing his job rather inconspicuously. So that's a real good trait to have. You just don't create that much drama. You just do your stint quite well.
Yeah, well, Auto Director seems to enjoy watching Basto because it keeps cutting to him now and again. But I guess you could say that about a lot of the drivers here. As Ozturk, the Auto Director's new favourite, closes once again on the back of Milan Evers, and through goes the LMP2.
Oh, that's the blue ball car.
Oh dear, and it just coming through at the tower corner, I think.
Yep, up to turn 10. Well, luckily that the Finn Avon car has managed to not hit the side of him, because you do not want to have a collision here, especially given the fact that reports coming in from Blue Steel that Ayman Hazik, who's a teammate to Mika Hakimi, they got hit by a GT car coming to Sunset Bend, and it has damage for the car, so they had to pit for repairs there.
Oh dear, so that certainly feels like all of the front rows in Hypercar have had some kind of issue, apart from Nele Pastorino in the Satellite Racing number 12. 19 seconds ahead of Varconi now, that's the gap. So yeah, Hakimi's charge. He's going to have to do it all over again past Miocci and Varconi in this stint, potentially.
Yeah, that's really, again, it goes back to the point you made earlier about setback after setback. If the morale drops, that's it, you're going to be out of it. But knowing how Hakimi has been charging this entire season up to this point, I think he would not let 2 incidents hold himself back. He's definitely going to try to just nip back at the heels of some of the other front runners, and especially going head-to-head again with Varconi, who is gleefully up in second place. He'll be happy to see that BSR car not in his sights.
Yeah, exactly. So after that damage for them, but also we get another comment in the chat from Manzik R. It says a GTE caused us to spin last corner and got damaged for BSR hypercar. So that might have been the yellow in sector 3 that we were seeing.
See, by the way, he's the one that was giving the report about the GT car hitting Mika Hakimi coming to Sunset Bend. So the damage didn't look too substantial, but it was enough to put another setback into that particular crew, who were looking to just recover after receiving a penalty for the last race. Again, it's just typical in endurance racing, isn't it? You just have to work your way through some of the setbacks.
And is that a new best lap time in a GT Pro there? Or I'm trying to figure out who that is, actually.
I just watched the stream replays to see some of the things we missed. Actually,
I think it was Kosu who set the fast. Yeah, 158.424 at the very back of GT Pro. So they've just had their pit stop. They've been delayed 6 laps actually, Kosu. So HE eSports Blue Bolt in the GTE class have not had a great time, have they?
Yeah,
They might have been the ones that were held up in the pits as well, because it felt like we saw the hypercars being held up in not being able to get in the slots with the GT cars, and it feels like Ten Lure and Gabriel Kosu have had the same issue because they're now a couple of laps down more than they should be.
Yep, and in fact, according to Mariano, it's 60 individual pits for this particular track because it is an official track after all. So we can fit about 60 cars, but the plus one, unfortunately, is not going to be available, especially if you follow the Daytona 24 entry list. But nonetheless, even with 43 cars, it's quite an ask, isn't it, how to negotiate 5 different classes.
Indeed, yeah. I'm amazed we haven't had more incidents as Nicola Bioni enters the pit lane. So he's now running 4th in class, Bioni, with the misfortune for Lua and Kosu. So actually, even though Gandosi and Shazali Han were able to overcome him in the AM class, Bioni could still get some good points out of this. And I'm trying to figure out where they all are in the GT Pro class in terms of the championship. With Caspian 75, of course, leading that one by 20 points over Simfreen Junior Team number 99, and into the points 47 third. But I'm trying to figure out how that's working out in GDE Pro at the moment. With, of course, you've got the 99 leading from Caspian 75, so certainly it's looking good for the 99 to maybe snatch a lead from the 75 at the moment, but still a long way to go.
Indeed.
20 points between them.
And it's only a 6-point dent. Yeah, it's a 6-point dent after all, because different point structure for the longer races, especially for the 1,000 miles and the 24. But yeah, any position you can get above your rival crew is really good psychological blow, isn't it? They just want to be ahead of the other guy, especially when the championship is really this tight, coming up to the halfway point.
Indeed, any little psychological blow can really, really help. So I'm trying to figure out what the battle is that we're all the battles that we're looking at. This is Gary Monreal in 7th in GT AM class, I think. So near the tail of the field, but certainly 6th place up for grabs here in the form of James Walker, of course, with Wildfire Racing Blaze 263. And Walker certainly putting up a stern defense so far as we cut back to Ozturk in his never-ending battle. No, it's about to end, actually, because he doesn't follow Milan Evers into another lap. He goes into the pit.
Good strategy as well to just undercut him, because he just doesn't want to stay behind him for so long, then wasting time. He just wants to get some clear air out of the pits as we see Monreal following another car, and in fact, that's particular car
Walker going in.
Yep, Walker's into the pits, so he's also thinking of the exact same thing as Ozturk, but he was right in front of the other guy.
Yeah, so this is really this is where the strategy is really gonna start. People are gonna start committing to the strategies they're gonna be filtering through for the next few hours, aren't they? So it's all about making sure you can get the tyres in the field to last as long as they can, or if there's a safety car that can potentially really shake things up. I'm not sure if we have a safety car in this championship or not.
We have 280s.
Oh, that's true. Yes, we have those in ERC as well. This is Martino, though, right on the back of Anthony Maras. So these are 2 hypercars fighting for a position in class, and Maras struggling a bit. Martino should have him into Sunset Bend here down the inside.
Oh, here we go then. This is the first real overtake between class here, and especially in the fastest one overall, the hypercar class. Into the inside goes Martino, clean as you like, and the bumps didn't disrupt the car that time. He's through up to 5th place to recover after what was a disastrous pit stop.
Yeah, but Maris, look at his lap times 148, whereas Martino's been saying low 145s and high 144s. So it's no wonder he was able to breeze past there. And in fact, there's that Swergowski in the Hyperion who's right behind him now as well. So Maris really, I hate to say it, but definitely the weakest of the hypercar drivers at the present moment. But he's doing well just to hang on to the back at the moment.
Yeah, in fact, Swergowski's right behind him. So can you imagine a hypercar being one up by the LMP2 car? That would be something. But it will have to depend on how that will be done, because the hypercars literally can have the leg up on the LMP2s on the straight, so that'll be quite difficult. And in the midst of that, this is 5th and 6th after the pit stops for the GTE class between Noshaz Lizan and Andrea Gandosi. So the net lead of GTM has changed hands again. Gandosi's in front.
Yeah, after the pit stops, these two just inseparable completely, and this is the new leader then in GTM, which is Effie Korkmeiser. For the which team is this that Korkmeiser drives for? It's of course Sunset Motorsport number 84, of course, the sister car of the 83 that we were talking about earlier in the Pro class, I think.
Yep. No, in fact, they were both in the YAM class as well, because Osturk was the guy that we mentioned was really...
Yes, exactly, was fighting with Evers.
Yes.
Evers
and the darling
as well.
Yep. And the darling of the auto director, who seems to love to focus on the fact that he is in close battles.
To be fair, Shaz a bit of love here as well. There we go, the LMP2 just emerges from the side there. It can be quite a scary experience when you see one LMP2, then a hypercar, then another LMP just appear from nowhere.
Yes, especially coming into a corner this treacherous as Sunset Bend, where the unevenness of the surface really can catch even the best drivers out.
And is that another GT-EM car going into the pit lane there? There we go, because Shazleen gains a position. So that looks like... who's come in? Is it Colavito, potentially, that's come in here?
We got a couple of drivers, including Fabio Liuzzi and Erdem Akiol. So the Caspian car and the number 99 7-3M car. So the championship rivals are in the pit lane for this particular instance. But that's in the Pro class, of course. Let's see, the M class. Yeah, we got Pascal Egger.
We're seeing Colavito on screen at the moment. It was him who pit and has now come out in 5th position in class behind the two.
Oh, he's actually behind him overall as well. So, no, in fact, he's actually... Yeah,
it is a bit confusing. We've got the Pro and the AM class all mixed together as the pit stop cycle sort of filtering through here.
Yeah, it kind of shows the fact that the front runners in the GTM class are just that fast.
So let's have a little update on the very front of the field. Pastorino leading currently by just under 7 seconds from Zoltan Varconi. And Varconi is last lap 143. Pastorino's last lap 146, so nearly over 3 seconds faster for Zoltan Varconi. You've got to feel sooner or later that the satellite racing is going to have their mirrors full, aren't they?
Yeah. And given the fact that that particular lap, it was 3.2 seconds faster than Pastorino, so Pastorino was probably held up in traffic somewhat that compromised his lap, while Varconi...
I was going to say, yeah, traffic probably played a part there. And there's Liam Rance still leading for the other satellite racing team. This is going well for satellite so far.
Yep. Leading in hypercar, leading in LMP2, that's what they will have to see. But how long can they keep that ship running? Because remember, it's one thing to actually gain the lead right now, but can you hold it towards the end? And in endurance racing, anything can happen in the blink of an eye. And for sure, right now, we've seen a couple of instances where the leaders of each class have had some sort of drama.
You said ship as in maritime ship there, right? I didn't mishear you there.
Yes, I said ship. Indeed, I said ship. Keep the ship steady.
Exactly. So, was there a message there that I missed there? Was that a fastest lap? Oh! And that's when the hypercar is just lapping the yellow LMP2 there. And making a little bit of contact.
Looking back at the top of the stream replay just now, I don't think a message came out. It's because it was a yellow flag, I think.
Whoa! Liam Rance nearly loses it there and collects himself up. Whoa, the rear grip just disappeared there, and Liam Rance had a cat-like reflexes there into turn 10 to collect that one, but he'll be wanting a new pair of underpants after that.
A huge Cody Brown moment right there for the race leading LMP2 Pro class car, and luckily for Rance, that particular save doesn't really hurt the car that much, doesn't it?
No, it keeps the tyres in the right temperature window, I guess. It's not been that long since he hit, I guess, so a couple at least 5 or 6 laps or so. But it's still ahead of Anthony Maris by half a second in the hypercar. But like I said, Maris, I'm surprised he's not gotten past him yet. He was actually more under threat from Twaskowski, and he said to pull a gap to him before thinking about Liam.
And there was... Oh, Maris got overtaken there by the Panica car as well, so... Oh, that's actually, as you said, the weakest of the hypercars, and he has actually been overtaken again, but he's going to try to redo the favor and get back in front of that LP2, as meanwhile, Sermet Ostuk behind the Finn Avon car of who's that?
Milan Evers, I think. Again.
These two are quite inseparable, but they've gotten ahead of the other Sunset car, which is in 5th place right behind him there. So incidentally, this is a battle for the podium.
Indeed it is. So yeah, Korkmaz having just pit, but will be on fresher tyres, of course. 1.2 seconds down on Ozturk, who's Ozturk about half a second, less than half a second behind Milan Evers. Here we go back to the lead battle in GT Am between Shazla Hahin and Gandosi. He did briefly get ahead of Gandosi, didn't he? It was of course the 4th place man in the GT Pro, which of course was Bioni.
Yep.
Who's now actually in 3rd in class because Bioni's got now ahead of Colavito.
So all changed then, and they're actually still right behind the GTM guys, isn't it? Or are they in front now?
I believe they've gotten in front. Oh no, they haven't. Yeah, so it's Gandosi, Shazlahin, Bioni, Colavito. That's the order at the moment. But the first 2 in GT Am, the second 2 in GT Pro.
Indeed, and in fact, they're actually, if we're stacking up the GT classes together with pros and ams, they're actually 4th and 5th in that particular running order. So again, it's amazing how they've shown this amount of pace at early doors in this particular race. But at this moment in time, at least, Shaz and Gandosi are just completely inseparable. Shaz Lizan still hasn't gotten by.
Look at Gandosi flashing his lights there. He's really feeling a bit under pressure from Shaz Leahan, isn't he?
Yep, Shaz was 3/10 faster that time around, so he managed to get into the 159s despite the traffic, and he flashes that.
The traffic really desperate to get out. They can't get out of the way quick enough, can he?
Yeah, because they're in the same exact class, isn't it? Same type of car. Shaz nearly losing it completely there, coming up to...
Did a bit of a Liam Rance there.
Indeed, but in a much faster corner, you wouldn't want to do that, especially the limit of adhesion in fast corners is just that finite.
Yeah, not as much downforce on these GTE cars as well to save him out of that one, as Milan Evers really under pressure now from Ozturk. Ozturk looks a lot more confident now.
Yep, and look at that. Is that a Korkmaz? Yeah, Korkmaz is actually right behind as well. So it's a Sunset 2-for-1 against the Finn Avon car, and an MP2 Kanika coming onto the inside.
Oh, free wide then, but Ozturk has made it through finally past Evers. Can Evers get the cutback, position himself well for the exit here? No, he's actually held up a little bit by Ozturk, which allows Korkmaz to then close in. So the two Ferraris from the Sunset Motorsport into Sunset Bend doing a perfect job and putting Frinavon, they sort of outmaneuvered Milan Evers there.
And it was a good evening to them as well.
Good evening and good night, because I think Ozturk's about to check out here and run off into 3rd place unless Milan Evers can do anything about it in the Aston Martin.
Tell you what, Evers is actually not losing touch with Ozturk either, so he could actually just repay the favor at one of the hard braking zones, but he's got another Sunset car right behind of Korkmaz, and that will not make his job easy. He's pressuring him coming up to turn 7 now. Boy, oh boy. Hopefully the director doesn't change this one, because we might get a very tasty battle here.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of yellow flags on track at the moment. Also, battle for the lead in hypercars closing into 1.5 seconds. Varconi has just kept consistently reeling in Pastorino. Another nearly 3 seconds taken out of him there, and you've got to feel Pastorino is going to be... It's got a real tough job then to hold on to that lead in this stint, with Hakimi also catching Miocchi.
You get the former right.
Yeah, actually he was slower than Miocchi on that previous lap, although not this one. He was actually 2 seconds faster. As we see Ozturk now, as I predicted, starting to pull away from Milan Evers, and Evers in defensive mode once more from Korkmaz. Milan Evers, though, did very, very well to hold on to that 3rd place in GTM for as long as he did.
Through the pit stop cycle as well, he still managed to stay ahead of the Sunset cars, but now for how long? Because Ozturk seems as though he has actually managed to check out Korkmaz, then tries to look through into Sunset Bend. It might be 2 laps consecutively that a Sunset car has actually gotten through Sunset Bend, but no, it didn't happen just yet.
Korkmaz in the middle of the corner, and we switch to Nick Murray. I think still last in the race, having a pit stop, which is really unfortunate. But Korkmaz wasn't quite able to pull it off there. I thought he might have been setting himself up for the exit.
Wow, yeah. In fact, if he actually managed to get a switcheroo or the over and under,
and a little wide. Milan Evers leaves a little gap open, but Court Mesa realizes that was going to close rapidly into turn 1, and just thinks better of it. Into turn 2 they come, and again Milan Evers shuts the door.
Yeah, he didn't really take Senna's word as gospel, isn't it? He didn't go for the gap that didn't exist.
No, although Senna caused the crash deliberately when he said that, and that was him giving a very kind of somewhat unconvincing defense to Jackie Stewart. But here we go into the hairpin, and Court Mesa shuffling around, looking to make some kind of opportunity happen. Evers goes a little wide on exit, but cuts back in again, and Court Mesa has to go the long way around.
Indeed, but can he find his way up to turn 10? In fact, he might be able to just come through here as an LMP2 on the inside.
Oh, again free wide, and that's not good for Evers. He's been shuffled out there, and the LMP2 in fact goes onto the grass and gravel there in avoidance, but that's Court Mesa through. So brilliant job by Sunset Motorsport to take 3rd and 4th then in GTM.
Wow, they're on the charge, but they're still quite a ways behind this particular battle for 1st and 2nd in their class between Andrea Gandosi and Noshaz Lizan in the BSR car and the Tonelli car. They have been the class of the field. They even have matched the GTE Pro guys. So it's actually without a stretch of the imagination to say that they might even be in the top 3 among the GT cars by the end of the race if a GTE Pro car has a problem.
Indeed, but we've got to hope that Shaz Lihan isn't undone by his relative lack of experience to Gandosi, but he's really matched him beat blow for blow so far. It's a little bit like watching a boxing match that takes place over a really, really long period of rounds where Gandosi will get a blow in, but Shaz Lihan will just stay in and block the punches, and the two are going back and forth here. But certainly it's fascinating to watch them sort of lock together in this duel, because it really feels like they're very evenly matched, like you say, and on par with a lot of the GT Pro runners.
But hopefully they can go all the way to the 10 rounds in it if we're going for boxing analogies. But look at that.
Gandosi, like I say, feeling a little bit of pressure, and Shaz Lihan, he'll be loving this, not only because he gets lots of time on the stream, of course, but also because he's sort of, there's always this sort of element, especially when you're a less experienced driver and you're going up against the underdog for a lead in a class, or you're going up against someone like Gandosi who's very experienced, that you sort of feel like they don't know you that well, so they're trying to anticipate what you might do in terms of which corners you might attack them into, or into Tower Bend. Once again, Gandosi lets the rear hang out a little bit, and he's flashing his lights. He's done with him now. He's saying, move over, I want the lead again.
Well, he's driving like a pro, isn't he? He's literally trying to intimidate him using flash tactics and trying to look at it.
Chaz has made a fan out of me so far.
he's
I'm completely unbiased, of course. Gandosi, I'm sure, will be watching this back in annoyance that I'm not giving him more support as well. So, full credit to Gandosi for getting back in front and staying there so far.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Especially coming into the pit stops that he was behind, but he managed to just outfox him in terms of strategy right now to be in front and still stay there. But Shaz Lizan's just like creating a memory foam for him. Just remember that this is the guy that he has to battle with for the rest of the race.
Indeed. But the more pressure he puts him on, the more he will hope that Gandosi makes a mistake, won't he? But he's not made any big ones so far, it must be said. But certainly if they get mixed up with some of the other classes, the prototype classes, then that's really where we could see Gandosi under a lot of pressure, not even more pressure.
Hang on, there's an LMP2 right now. That's one of the Blue Bolt cars, I think, coming out to the back.
In the yellow flags, we missed Pastorino, has dropped wildly down the order. He's now 16.7 seconds behind Varconi in the hypercar class, and now Mioci's got through as well. So while we've been watching this, that's been happening.
I think it's not a stretch of the imagination to say that he might have been involved in a big one, and that has cost him a huge amount of time.
So all the hypercars, the fastest class, but having to negotiate all these slower cars creates so many issues for them. And Pastorino now pits, which lets Hakimi back into the top 3, only 3 seconds behind Miocic.
And that will just give us back to the running order prior to that, about 45 minutes ago, when first and second...
It's all worked itself out again, hasn't it? Except I think Hakimi was leading Varconi at the very, very start of the race until Varconi got ahead of him.
Yep, and then both of them just happened to be receiving penalties from the previous race, so they both get back.
I think it could go either way between Hakimi and Varconi. I don't quite see Miocic getting himself into this. His lap times just haven't quite been on par with either of them. But we'll have to see when the driver changes factor in, whether the second in command can really live up to what the qualifying drivers have done.
Well, in terms of that particular juncture, Roland Zux is pretty much the guy for the job, isn't it? He's about the same as Valkoyi in terms of pace. And you know both of them quite well, do you?
Yeah, because of course they were part of the winning lineup at Mugen for many years in ERC, and before moving on to Simframe. And you have to say Roland Zux, and he was also at DAC Hackers, I believe, as well, the Hungarian team, and it was very impressive there as well. Won a few races, but certainly Zux. There's always quite a lot of similarly named drivers, but Zux and Valkoni always stood at. They're the sort of iconic duo, really, for me in Hungarian sim racing, essentially.
Indeed, the dynamic duo. Even though they're in different teams now, they're still very much.
Oh, this looks a bit busy, isn't it? Ahead of Shazlian.
And incidentally, that was actually Valkoni going through. That was Valkoni coming through to just lap three different cars in a row and just manages to pull that one off.
Yeah, well, he's got to maintain that 18-second gap, and it's 20 seconds really to Hakimi, which is the big one. As we see Basto, that's Dabrowski who's finally got back past him. So full on to Matthias Dabrowski. He's kept the pressure on, and Basto has even made a mistake or been held up somewhere, and fourth place is no longer in his possession.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a good ding-dong battle, isn't it? It's just like some cars are paired together for this entire race, and we're seeing the same ones battling. This is no exception, but it's this particular time, Basto has just had to give up the position. But it looks as though he's not giving up without a fight.
Yeah. Pastorino, incidentally, has got going about 67 seconds behind Hakimi. So no threat from Martino behind in the Sebring 41. But it's certainly looking like, pardon me, whatever happened to Pastorino, it's potentially cost them a shot at the win, but maybe not the podium. He can still recover from that, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Especially given the fact that we saw Pastorino also in the lead quite a few times anyway, so he's got the pace. It's just that the force of nature in the form of Zoltan Valkoni and Mika Hakimi have really shown that those guys are the class of the field.
Exactly, and more news about Nick Mura. It looks like the Level 1 Esports number 28 has finally given up the ghost. It's gone back into the pits to retire, essentially, so we won't be seeing any more of Nick Mura or the Level 1 Esports team on track, which is a big shame for his teammates who don't get to do a single lap of the race in LMP2 Pro. But still, 42 cars remaining, which is a number Douglas Adams would very much approve of. Let's see if there's still 42 running at the end. Fastest lap, 1:42.7 by Mika Hakimi still.
It's just a question of life, universe, and everything, isn't it?
Oh, indeed, yes. Wow, I didn't know you wrote the books. or indeed. We'll listen to the many versions of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. They're all admittedly pretty similar. There's not like a drastically different version, apart from maybe the movie that no one likes. Well, actually, quite a few people like it. I speak a bit out of turn there as Saracino laps the Aston Martin. Is that Finabond he's just lapped there?
Yep, indeed, it's the 445. So that's
Evers still at the wheel, I think.
Yep, and Evers has actually dropped way behind from the Sunset guys.
Indeed, so starting to hit trouble near the end of his stint. The GD cars can go a little bit longer on their tyres, it seems. Also helps that they're a lot slower than the prototypes, but certainly Evers, we saw it in some of the other classes that they competed in the GD class. In ERC, for instance, they really were able to get the tyres to go a long time. They're only about 1.3 behind Korkmazer at the moment, but Gary Monreal in the Los Piratas Race F1 number 67, only 6 seconds behind, and Gary Monreal, who's been able to jump James Walker, essentially overcut him actually to the tune of 8.9 seconds. He'll be looking enviously at that fourth position in class from Eli Evers.
Yeah, and Evers will be likewise a bit disappointed that he didn't have the pace to catch up to the Sunset guys, but you know, we're only through for the first third of the race. There's still the other 2/3 left to go, especially given the fact that it's still 1,000 miles that needed to be covered. So really, then there's Evers. It's just a couple of seconds behind, isn't he, from the two Sunset cars? They've not completely checked out, but he would rather love to be much closer.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of when you get past, it can be very, very... When you're passed on track by another car, rather, it can be very demoralising. As here's Alexis Diaz fighting for 11th in the AM class with, that must be Piotr Morioric.
Yep.
I was just going to say, by the way, Liam Rance has dropped behind Patrick Swakowski, which is very surprising. The Hyperion eSports number 44 has taken the lead in LMP2 Pro, and Rance has actually dropped another second on that previous lap, but he's sort of got it under control now as Hevesi and Basto enter the pit lane.
Yep, as we have now the live timing on the right there, so...
Hooray!
Yes. So people can catch which of their favorite teams they want to support and see how they're progressing.
They're in the top 6 at least.
But of course we got plenty more cars in the other class as well, especially given the fact that LMP2 has a few, Pro and M cars combined. We got more than 10 cars, but there we go. In the LMP2 Pro class, Hyperion eSports then 4 seconds ahead of the Satellite Racing team. And we're watching Giuseppe Saracino. This is for position, isn't it?
Indeed it is. So this is Saracino fighting Michele Mole, who's got on board the VEM number 33, I think. And the HD Esports Blue Bolt number 32, looking to continue to gain ground into the LMP2 Pro class, into the top 5, I believe. But yep. Michele Mole, I'm not sure if it's Michelle or Michele. I'm going to go for Michele.
No, I remember Michele Alboreto.
Exactly, yes. The sort of more Italian interpretation of the name. But Mole, we've not talked about too much in the race. We've seen that bright green car coming in and out of frame a couple of times, but they've actually done a really quietly impressive job holding on to 5th so far. And Saracino, who's had a couple of issues and has been fighting back, now very much on the back of them.
Yep, and in fact Saracino was also, I think, was one of the guys that also had a early pit penalty, wasn't it? Because they had to go drive to the pit lane. So. Now recovering here, coming back up to the top 5 into Sunset.
He's going to go around the outside of Mole. Oh, didn't think so. That was a bit risky. Oh, Mole, they both go in the pits, and he's going to get squeezed in the wall there. Oh my goodness me, Mole sort of had to react at the last minute to make sure he left enough space.
He was still with Sebastian Vettel in 2016, wasn't he? He tried to jump before coming into the pit lane. As we get a replay now, because Mariano Carlo is back into the director's box. Full lock there. Now
he took out the the green pit lane bollard there. But Saracino, real heart and mouth moment there. There was just a cigarette paper between him and the wall. So here we go. Really? Mole leaves a little bit of space. Doesn't know Saracino's there. Saracino has to get out of it. And he did actually avoid the pit speed bollard. So good reactions there from Saracino.
He managed to keep it in under 80 kilometers per hour there. So miraculously.
That's the important thing too.
He doesn't want to get a drive-through because of that. That would be absolutely silly.
Would. Saracino, I think, looking good to still make ground in this race, as his Courtmazer and Ozturk have now begun to fight amongst themselves. And Courtmazer looking a bit stronger in this stint. Now the LMP2s are coming into play, and is that Evers not too far behind either?
Yep, in fact, Milan Evers is still kept in touch between these two Sunset cars, and they keep squabbling on each other. That will actually bring it back to a three-way battle, isn't it, Ed?
Indeed. I forgot to say, by the way, A.W said in the chat, compliment to the commentators, great job guys, and I'm flattered by that because my nose sounds absolutely dreadful from my point of view. Maybe the mic is too low quality to pick it up, I don't know. But anyway, this battle in the GTM class for 3rd overall, let's not forget, in GTM, rages on, and Sunset have got to make a big decision here. Do they want Ozturk or Courtmazer to lead the charge? How would you sort this sort of problem then, Amir?
Yeah, because it's not for the championship per se. If it was between the championship guys, you might have to hold them stationed. But at this point in time, I think you might just want to let the faster guy through, because you can tell he is ready to just sprint away here from the pursuer right behind.
And there's some of the front runners in LMP2 Pro, Liam Rance and Michele Rockon coming into the pit lane for Sim Freeman's Satellite. And Liam Rance, having just lost the lead, is sort of trying to filter it back through, because I think Swakowski is also pit in this phase, so Liam Rance is hoping to jump at least nearby to where Swakowski is on track.
Indeed, and
he's the Diaz panel, but that's the auto director's lost interest in that already and gone back to Evers versus Courtmazer. So Evers has really closed in with all this LMP2 traffic. He's been lifting off a little less than the Sunset cars, isn't he? And taking advantage.
Yep, he's got it up to the back of the Sunset cars, by virtue of the fact that also they've been compromised a bit by the prototype prototype guys coming through, so that has given him a bit of an incentive now to just get back at him. But for how long?
And that's when the prototype's going off there, and he's going to come out right in front of Evers. No, alongside, but he will have to let Evers will have to let him back through again because it's a faster car. But that's always a bit heart and mouth, and Evers has backed off a little bit, seeing that happen ahead of him.
Yeah, and it will actually just spook him a bit into not really wanting to get involved with that particular nonsense either. As we see Maximilian Pinter, who has been in the championship for a couple of seasons as well, he's right behind Michele Mole, so Mole's got company as well.
Yeah, certainly. We saw Mole having to pit, and I think Mole has lost position now to Saracino, and now Pinter is going to be the next to challenge. With Michael Nizio not too far behind either. Or Michael Nizio, sorry, not Michael. I tried to anglicize his name there.
Or Michel, I guess.
And is this Nizio coming out the pits, sorry?
Yep, for the Futura car. Another one of the cars that actually has had a good, strong start to the season. Has tailed off slightly, somewhat, in the last couple of rounds, but looking like they want to actually pick the pieces back up and mount a strong second half of the season.
Currently last, having just pit, of course, in the LMP2 Pro, but only about 11 seconds behind Pinter now. So on the fresher tyres, Nizio could still get his way back up the order. But here we go, there's Ozturk and Kortmazer. Kortmazer's made it through in all the chaos, but Evers, I think, is still behind the both of them. So this feels like Sunset have put their eggs in the Kortmazer basket, and now Ozturk, who was charging earlier on, now in defensive mode.
Yep. And again, once again, he and Evers just can't be separated, don't they? They're just inseparable at this particular point.
Yeah, conjoined like like twins. They're separated at birth, but only a little bit.
Now then, so about 4 tenths of a second between Ozturk and Evers as a couple of yellow flags come out again. I think you can also safely say this one. Evers looks like he's slightly stronger in this particular stint.
Oh, was that Evers being hit at the back there? I felt a little bit like he twitched into turn 10.
Yeah, like it. I think he might have actually just came in quite hard and the car just oversteered around the corner.
Evers, to me, looks very keen to get revenge on Ozturk, getting past him earlier.
Yeah, and likewise, Evers will try to get back at both of the Sunset cars because remember, I think it was Ozturk that made that move on Sunset Bend, and a couple laps later, it was just Kortmazer really, with the pace that he had coming prior to the pits, also overtaking him. So, yeah, ebbing and flowing between those three.
And Alexi Diaz finally getting past Peter Murek in that battle for 11th in GT-EM, as they all have to let both the LMP2s through, and indeed hold them up a little bit. But that was unavoidable, I think.
Yeah, and it was coming one of the slowest corners anyway, so they can just give the way onto the inside, compromise braking slightly, but just coming through. As we look at some of the comments just now, and we saw eSim Racing saying the name of the pilots can be a bit difficult, especially given that they have a few syllables in their names.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, my nose doesn't take well to multi-syllabic names, but I'll do my best. Also,
great job.
The LMP2 Pro battle, Liam Rance has come out 3.8 seconds behind Switkowski, so the gap pretty similar to what it was before, but Rance matching the lap times to Switkowski, but the Hyperion eSports driver has done very well to slot himself into the class lead, and now Boda has got on board the Go Team Racing number 17, 17 seconds behind them both, so that is the battle at the top in LMP2 Pro for those interested. Could get very interesting if Rance can close on the back of Patrick Skulowski.
Interestingly enough, Sultan Boda is part of the LMP2 Pro-Am team that's actually leading the Go Team number 17. So, can you imagine if a Pro-Am wins among the LMP2s?
Like that Le Mans one year where the LMP2s nearly won outright with the Jackie Chan Racing team.
17, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, narrowly being beaten by the factory Porsche LMP1 squad as it was then. But there's Varconi in the lead of the race, 20 seconds still ahead of, actually 18 seconds because Hakimi has closed another 2 seconds. And Hakimi's sort of in that phase where he just needs to keep taking big risks to take chunks out of Varconi's lead at this phase, doesn't he?
Yeah, and given the fact that he had a major collision with a GTE car prior to that, just, exacerbates the matter that he just knows he has the pace to lead this race. But unfortunate incidents have held him back slightly. So at this early phase in this race, he just wants to be as close as possible to Varconia to take any advantage of any sort of slip-ups.
Yeah, absolutely. Evers still challenging Ozturk, by the way. But Korkmazor is pulled 2.7 seconds ahead, so I wonder if Ozturk is starting to hold Evers up at this phase in that battle between the Sunset Motorsport cars. Here we are, there's Evers right on the back as they approach the middle of Sector 2 here into, having to let the hypercar through.
And that's the weak hypercar, as we said earlier, which is Anthony Maris. But incidentally, he's still in the top 6 overall and in class, so he ain't lost among the...
And Evers goes very, very wide there. He just got a little bit put off by having to let Maris through, I think. But yeah, I full credit to Maris. If he keeps in this race, there could be some decent points up for grabs for him.
Yeah, given the fact that there's been problems already for the guys in front as we look at the replay of what happened to Evers there. And tell you what...
a little bit, but all looking good so far. A little bit wide. And he has a little moment at the exit, effectively. And that was him just collecting it up there.
And he didn't overcorrect too much, otherwise the car would have actually speared into the barriers on the way up to turn 7.
Yeah, the Aston Martin is actually pretty decent in these sort of low traction zones. It's not necessarily the quickest in a straight line, though.
Yeah, probably the BOP, the way that it's set up at this point in time in rFactor 2 just favors the Ferrari somewhat, considering in fact it's the newest among the cars in rFactor 2 anyway.
Well, we see a driver change as well. Luca Fabro getting on board the Supra number 42, which was in 3rd, I think, so that allows Nello Pastorino back into the top 3 in the hypercar class.
Yep, Pastorino, who has been steadily and comfortably within the pace of the top 2 anyway, because his fastest lap was 42.9, just 2/10 off Mika Hakimi, so he's got the pace, but unfortunately hasn't had enough of the consistency to get up to the back of those two at this point in time.
Yeah, Martino has really been pushing, actually.
Montero!
Oh dear, Thiago Montero has a bit of a moment. 2nd in the AM LMP2 class. Let's see what happened there to him. It's the Portuguese driver, here he is. Approaching through turn 9 into turn 10. He looks to be on his own. That gets a big twitch on. It's almost like there was really unstable under braking. Slides right into the camera. Bounces off the wall there. Very lucky not to have any more major damage.
And it was only the front end of the car that got scraped on that one. It might be a bit scuffed, but I think the car would still be running fine. It's just that probably at that point in time, he just had the car turned into another direction a bit too soon. And that's it. That's all she wrote. The car just spun into the barriers.
Indeed, but Montero is still 2nd in the LMP2 AM class, I think. Of course, because there's that big gap to Boda, but ahead of him. But behind him, only 8 seconds behind him now, is Mikhail Nizio, who we were just talking about. He pit quite recently, so Nizio has made either the others ahead of pit, or he's made some really solid progress. Because potentially now he might be able to get to 2nd in class if he can keep Montero under pressure, making mistakes like that.
Yeah, but I think based on the timing screen, he's about a lap behind Montero anyway. So he's 8 seconds behind him on the road, but he's a lap behind overall in the race. So Montero probably just got away with that one.
Montero had a whole lap in the bank there.
Yeah, a complete get out of jail card.
It certainly takes the pressure off of Boda though.
Yeah, but he's been in the clear since the beginning of this race when he was in the lead and never looked back, and he's comfortably in the top 3 among the LMP2s.
Yeah, in fact, leading that LMP2 class, still Switkowski, 4 seconds ahead of Liam Rance. So Rance is really going to have to needs a bit of luck to get back ahead of Switkowski, I think, at this phase.
Yep, and
Switkowski getting very held up here by the
only just for a bit, and he is now in the clear. So again, where is Switkowski in relation to Liam Rance? 4.5 seconds, so might have cost him a bit of time, but Rance likewise is just within the same ballpark pace. In fact, he gained about 0.8 of a second that time around. So yeah, Switkowski might just want to be a bit cautious right now, collapsing traffic. If he makes a mistake, Rance would just take the opportunity with both hands.
Yeah, absolutely. So Liam Rance, very aggressive driver. I've actually had him drive for my team before as well, as he drops to 5 seconds now behind Switkowski. So Switkowski doing a pretty impressive job, it must be said. LMP2 Pro for Hyperion.
And they were one of the guys to watch out for towards the end of last season, because we had the LMP2 class as the top class. So Hyperion had a couple of guest appearances. They were on the pace from that point on. It's just that they had some bad luck along the side as well that prevented them from winning, as Marconi is in the pits and he's being pulled up. And that's a Ferrari in his box as well.
Oh, this is going to hand it to Hakimi then.
Oh boy, the ball is now back into the court of Mika Hakimi and the Blue Steel guys.
And that's Gary Monreal in the Los Piratas car, who's just in exactly the wrong place at exactly the wrong time for the erstwhile, well, former hypercar race leader. And for Seamframe number 1, that is going to be annoying, just like we saw for the Luca Martino in the 41, having to deal with this exact same problem. With just not enough pit boxes to go around, are there?
Yeah, and the Ferrari team are saying we are checking now, I guess.
Oh dear. Gary Monreal, this is absolutely not Gary Monreal's fault, of course. He didn't know that the hypercar would have to take the same spot, and there we go, he gets on his way, and they were doing a driver change as well, so that's extra painful for for Varconi.
And Antonio
might have to be one himself.
Yes. Oh god. And there we go, Roland Zooks just commented on that. He's echoing the sentiment that Max Verstappen had after Virtual Le Mans, of course. It's just unfortunate because it is quite realistic to have cars that are solid in the pit lane, so you cannot go right through them. But it's unfortunate as well, they also cause trouble to your race.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of interesting comments made by Max Verstappen, and I think they certainly came from a place of frustration, and it's problems that have been in the game for a couple of years, so it was definitely understandable. But yeah, I'm not sure Max Verstappen quitting the game is really going to be the proverbial kick up the backside that motorsport games really need to fix some of the issues. I feel like if anything, it's not really going to change anything, even though Max Verstappen, as big a name as he is, as you see Mir flashing the lights, and it looks like it's getting dark now. It's starting to get dark. It's been dark pretty much the whole race with the cloud cover, so understandable now the lights are coming on.
Yep, and in fact we had a bit of sunshine coming through the clouds just now at the start of the race, but unfortunately it has been overcast, but no reports of rain, as Mika Hakimi now makes his move into the pit lane. That will be his second stop and officially his first, no, actually in fact his official second stop in this race, because he did come into the pits before, but that was a drive-through. Now it's a proper scheduled pit stop, and it looks as though he might just have free reign in the lead, because Zoltan Verconi is back on track in 4th place, miles behind after that disastrous pit stop where he got held up by the Los Piratas car. That was not the setback that he wanted. He goes for the inside. He attacks the armed servo car of Luca Fabro. Fabro then holds firm, but for how long? Because Verconi then looks as though he is quite antsy. He is riled up. He just wants to get up to the back of the race leaders here. He doesn't want any more setbacks. Oh wow, wait, this race has been turned on its head quite a few times, and we are here to see that the strategies have played out as planned, but sometimes fate steps in and deals a different hand for some of these other crews. And for Verconi, not only does he have to go through a stop and go at the start of the race, he now has to recover from a disastrous pit stop because the Ferrari was in the way. He's coming his way up to the inside. Yep, he's in the inside.
Yeah, not much resistance there from Luca Fabro then, and that's Seamframe back into the top 3 then, but certainly driving angry is Zoltan Verconi, because he didn't really want to have to deal with any of that. The only saving grace is that it feels like most of the hypercars having to take their turns being held up by GT cars peaking at the same time. So I wonder if we might see Mika Hakimi and Hydrotech VSR having to have their turn being held up in the pits as well. It does put Pastorino, of course, back into the top 2, 25 seconds ahead, although that's a little bit illusory. There is only a 3.5 second gap to Hakimi, so Pastorino has done well to keep Hakimi in sight over the past couple of laps.
Yep. And speaking on behalf of Verconi, I know there's a couple of choice profanities that I know of in Hungarian, but I cannot say it on air, but he might have said it when he was stuck in the pit lane there. That was crucial seconds that he had in hand on Hakimi, lost because of something that pretty much wasn't in his control, and indeed something that was outside the organizer's control as well. It's just those things that happen to have happened.
Yeah, Matteo Bassini saying that his game crashed during the warm-up and he had to start in last position as well. And Tenor Bryce is saying this game needs a full revamp. Honestly, it's way over 10 years, and it's hard to disagree that maybe a lot of the issues in the game have been known about for a while, and when it's working well, it's a brilliant game, as we see Shaz having a go Oh, here we go, round the outside into turn 1. That's brave by Nur Shazlahin. Can he make it through? No, he runs out of road. And Gandosini holds on to the GTM class lead.
And guess what? Shazliza now has to actually hold that pace back because there's Mika Hakimi coming through. Sister cars coming through together, and luckily not much time is lost there. But wow, if he pulled that one off, that would be the move of the entire race.
Well, it was brave to even try it, to be honest, and it really shows that Shazlahin driving with a lot of confidence throughout this first few hours of the race. And Gandosi just having to sort of hold as firm as possible, like give no quarter, and hopefully that'll be enough to hold him off. But I think this is going to run and run.
It goes back to that boxing analogy that we mentioned earlier. If it goes the whole 10 rounds, this is going to be a barnstorming finish.
Yeah, but it's certainly been enjoyable so far. I just really hope it doesn't end with one of them being taken out by LMP2 here, because a couple of them have come very, very close as they come to lap them. Here we go.
Oh, there's a Hyperion car around the outside. Oh, that's
LMP2. Is that Patrick Suwalski in the 44?
Was it 44 or 45? Because yes, it is Suwalski. He is chasing after Anthony Maras by about half a minute. That was close, but luckily the resolution to that battle was clean.
Yeah, Liam Rant's 4.7 seconds in arrears then, so he didn't lose too much time. But Suwalski really needs to... It's a matter of negotiating the traffic as quickly as he can. Now he knows Liam Rantz has got to deal with that as we look at Davide Regani for the MR Motorsport team. Starting to challenge, and that's 444 Finabon, driven currently by Pascal Eggert, of course, one of the organisers at EERC.
That small will in it.
It is, yeah. So Pascal defends the inside into the hairpin. They've had a much quieter race than the 45. Breaks a little bit deep, and Regani fancies a run, and indeed gets through there. So what can Pascal do about this one? Not much, I don't think, because now they have to let the LMP2 through.
And that was the old switchback, but he's going to try to retaliate.
And Regani almost gets pushed out of the way there by Pascal. Oh my goodness, this is like touring car racing, and I've seen Pascal do touring car racing, and I've seen it not end well sometimes. Admittedly, not always due to Pascal's fault, but up the inside he goes into Tower Corner, and is that let one of the other GTMs get involved as well? Let's take us through the replay, Amir.
Yeah, there we go. Then Ragni actually had a switchback on the inside coming out to turn 7 there. He thought he had to move though. He needed to defend. Unfortunately, the LMP2 kind of compromised his defense a bit. And
that cut right across in front of him, basically.
Yep. And that's when Eggert just seized this moment and tried to retaliate. And guess what? He got the position back. So clean racing among both of them, but it was banging door to doors for quite a while there. Just almost like BTCC, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And Pascal Eggert really... using the strengths of the Aston Martin in these corners, really, in these sort of where the mechanical grip is really, really important to ease his way back ahead. And was there another move there with whoever it was that was behind? That must be Lorenzo Maggiolo. Oh no, he's about 8 seconds in arrears. That must be one of the pro runners lapping them.
In fact, he got both of them in the same span of that replay that we were watching. So that was pretty quick for him to dispose both of them, and they can resume that particular small battle. As meanwhile, up in front, No Shazliza still on the back of Andrea Gandosi.
Indeed, and Gandosi must be getting really sick of this at this point, of just having to constantly look in his mirrors rather than ahead of him. But at least he's still the class leader, and Shazlahin has been aching for a little opportunity, trying to make something happen. Here comes one of the hypercars. He tries to get a little bit of slipstream. That's very smart from Shazlahin, and we cut away to Nello Pastorino fighting for the lead. That's with Mika Hakimi, is it?
Because further up there, he's just siping his way through the LMP2 traffic. That's actually quite tight there. He's gone through a few cars, but is the lead change?
We missed it.
Shazliza's getting ahead. Wow.
So Shazlahin again makes a brilliant move that we miss on stream for various different reasons. But full credit to him. He can use the slipstream to go round the outside. Would love to see a replay of that if that's at all possible. But and indeed, there we go. Somebody was thinking along the same lines as me. So here we go. Gandosi has got Shazlahin going playing around the outside of him. He tried that move before, ran out of road. This time he sticks it out and is just able to get through. There was a little bit of overlap for Gandosini. And he tried again. He was not willing to give that one up without a fight, was he?
But credit to both of them. They drove cleanly, absolutely insanely well when they were battling that fast around the
Could have
outside.
gone a lot worse.
Absolutely. But credit to both. They kept it clean and fair. So on board again.
Them setting it up and getting the little last bit of slipstream there. And that's the kind of opportunism that you really need to use in these. Often we see the opportunism being the prototypes using the GD cars as sort of moving chicanes, but it's not often we see the GD cars using the LMP2s to make their moves. So some brilliant forward thinking from Chazlin, and now he's in the position that Gandosi was in for so long, of having to hold off the other guy from the front. So we'll see how Chazlin manages that. I have a feeling he will do quite well.
And again, shoes now on the other foot. How well can Chazlizan hold on to the lead in front of Gandosi? And Gandosi knows full well he would love to repay the favor after what we can safely say was a great move by Chazlizan to outfox him coming into the first three corners. Now, Chazlizan will try to see if he could increase that gap right up in front, as we can see a hypercar coming through right there. Wasn't phased, and he's still in the lead by about 0.2 of a second.
We're going to message that the reason Liam Rance has dropped off the back of Swakowski so much to the tune of 19 seconds is he had a screen freeze apparently. So that's really unfortunate for him. But Liam Rance, thankfully, still in the race at least, and able to continue. And Liam Rance, before the commentary side, he said, when I get blinded by the sun going down at the final corner and I make a mistake, please don't make fun of me too much. So it definitely seems like Liam Rance still doing a good job in second in class at the moment. But Gandosi, trying to shortcut the track there on the exit of the hairpin, just to get out of the see something other than the rear spoiler of his rival Shaz there.
He's trying to do a Dylan Hart, isn't he? Tried to maximize the exit of the corner and try to get up to the back of the other guy without really
turn the least, so he can stay on the throttle for longest.
Yes. Flat the loud pedal as wide as possible, as we can see now. Battle for P7. That's actually the Fein Avon car of
Egger versus Regani again. Yes.
And yeah, Ragni on the inside.
Yeah, Regani. Oh, he's just got to hold on here. Eggert goes really, really wide, tries to set up the exit, but Regani, I think, has done it here. That's him up into 7th place for the MR Motorsport squad.
Indeed, and again, Ragni probably feels that he deserved to get that position after being boxed out of the way by Egger in turn number 9. As we see a replay of what happened.
It was a little less aggressive on this occasion in terms of door banging, but the door looking much more intact this time, and they go side by side really for a long while down the straight. There was a little bit of a squeeze at the apex, but once Regani was through, I think Eggert was pretty neat and tidy there, but he certainly didn't make it as easy as he potentially could have there.
Indeed, and unfortunately Eggert has to concede that one. He has dropped about almost a second behind Ragni. Meanwhile, back up to the battle for GTE Pro, Chazlizan still 3/10 ahead of Gandosi.
It's
sorry,
AM.
It's AM, sorry. Yeah, I say pro because it was just...
They're driving like pros, though, it must be said. But, we haven't seen much of the GT Pro leader as Rance actually goes into the pit lane along with Boda, so the LMP2 Pro field are now taking their second set of pit stops.
And he had another screen freeze in the final corner, so you said that just now. Hopefully he doesn't have that sun blinding him in the final corner. He'll be hoping that he doesn't have another screen freeze that results in an accident.
Yeah, exactly. That could be quite dangerous. Not his fault, of course. I've seen Liam be undone by his internet connection before on occasion. But Fabio Liuzzi leading GT Pro class over Erdem Akol, which we've not seen much of, funny enough, to the tune of 13 seconds there. So it is pretty spaced out at the top in GT Pro. They're sort of essentially battle for 4th overall in the GD classes between Chazlin and Gandosi. And there's 2/10 between them still as we look at Liam Rance being serviced.
Yep,
definitely
and there's
unscheduled pit stop here. Although Boda has had to go in as well, so potentially go team in trouble here.
Look at Gandosi. Gandosi was looking on the inside there, coming up to the back straight. Chazlizan had to defend quite well, and luckily for both of them, there was no contact. But Gandosi looks really racy at the moment, Ed.
Oh, indeed he does. I feel like I'm getting really exhausted though. If I'm being completely honest, there's been too much going on. Gandosi gets well in the slipstream, doesn't use the LMP car for a slipstream. Tries to, has a little nibble. Is he going to dive in? Needs to commit harder than that if Andrea Gandosi wants to get back into the class lead. But Chazlin just holds his line, and now they've got another Sunset car, I think, trying to lap them.
In fact, that's the Hyperion car from...
Hyperion, sorry.
Yeah.
It's orange, so my brain said the wrong thing. And once again, now Chesleen having to defend and weave down the straight. Need to make sure you don't make too many multiple moves there. But the inside was held, and Gandosi could not find a way through.
This battle's going to go all the way, isn't it? It's been a great, intense battle for the GT.
Well, it's going to take quite something to split them up, I think.
Indeed. Be it some technical problems or, you know, something that happens on track. But I don't want this battle to end.
I wouldn't wish that on anyone, that's for sure.
Yeah, I really love this particular battle. It's been absolutely fascinating to see punch after punch coming from both drivers. And it looks as though Gandosi might want to line one up. No, not at this point. Gandosi still holds on to second place, and Chazlizan still holds on to the lead. As Herman Stocci, or is it Stocky? I'm really not sure, because after the Miyoki thing that we've been pronouncing, he said that they got collected by another LMP2 and 360 seconds worth of repairs. 6 minutes in the pit lane.
Oh, and that's if you don't get held up by a GD car as well.
That's really, really unfortunate, isn't it? It's just one of those things that happen in endurance races, and it just happened to that particular crew after leading for quite a while. Then now they're gonna have to recover all of that in the next phase of the race.
Indeed, but meanwhile Gandosi right in the wheel tracks of Chazlihan, and Chazlihan just having to I have a feeling almost that these two as there's a little bit of twitch through the Le Mans corners, that it feels like these two are toying with each other in a way, that Chazlihan gets in front and he's trying to just rather than rocketing off into the distance, he wants to play with Gandosi a little bit.
Yeah, it's just like a few rallies, isn't it? They just want to go through until they hit deuce. Hey, we're going for tennis analogies, of course.
Yeah, how many other sports that are not motorsport can we get into this broadcast, I wonder? But any analogies? Let's see the reality here, the reality of this virtual race in which Chazlihan is now really just got Gandosi under control at the moment. It's felt like for a long while that Chazlihan has just had the slight edge over Gandosi, and Gandosi's sort of been pushing. There's always that little bit of desperation when you know the car behind is that little bit quicker than you, and you sort of start taking risks to try and keep them behind. And unfortunately, it's not quite worked out so far for him. But he's still in contention, right in contention actually. And you never know, Gandosi could get back in front before too long.
Yeah, indeed. But likewise, we can also safely say Chazlizan will try his absolute fullest to keep Gandosi at bay to not get by him. It's fun to watch this kind of battle, isn't it? Especially given the fact that it's for the race win, but they can keep it so civil. It's just amazing how they've not had that much contact.
Yep. Meanwhile, battle for the hypercar lead, Hakimi has pulled about 2.4 seconds on Pastorino, so they've been able to... It was about 1 second when they were negotiating the traffic, but Hakimi now very much in control of this race.
It's actually Hakimi incidentally passing the sister car once again with Pastorino right behind, and Pastorino has about the space of one car to just go through.
That was well judged by Hakimi, although he actually goes really wide and almost loses it completely down the back straight there.
Pastorino nil. That was Pastorino. That was miraculous that he didn't lose it there.
Satellite having another lucky escape. I guess not so lucky for Liam Rance, but lucky escape for Nel Pastorino.
And that was for the overall win, of course, so that will mean a lot for that particular team. They could get one up.
Like Chazlihan got a bit held up on exit though, and that potentially allows Gandosi back into the slipstream.
And remember, because
behind.
We saw Pastorino just now split the both of them for quite a few seconds. That didn't make much of a difference, didn't it?
No, not really.
Oh, is that prototype? I saw a prototype actually coming out of Sunset Bend in the final corner. Might have spun, and there's a GT coming in. We have yellow flag sector 3, so that's confirmation there. We might have had a car spinning into the final corner. We'll wait and see who that was. But I think
not code 80.
And I think that was an LMP2, so I'm not sure which one was that. It had a black color with green stripes, so that might have been the Leone San Marco car into the barriers. Indeed, it is. It's Stefano Lanza.
Oh no, and he's only just gotten into that car as well, and it's crawling to a halt now on the exit.
Oh, bang on cue. As I said, that was the Leone San Marco, the Lion of San Marco car has come to complete halt, and it seems as though it's not moving at all, at least until for a few seconds later now. Oh, it's stuck there. This might just be a code 80, Ed.
I agree. We're going to see our first code 80 of the race, surprisingly, with quite a few hours, 2 hours elapsed, I think, at least. We haven't really been keeping track. But there's still 8 hours to go, of course, and about 200 laps.
And I think it might be a good time to get into a commercial break as we are trying to gather our thoughts again after what has been an exciting first 65 laps of this race, with Mika Hakimi leading Nello Pastorino and Zoltan Falcone. That's your top three in the hypercar class, but we'll be right back after this short word from our sponsors.
Buonasera amici telespettatori di Pitlane TV, ben ritrovati qui sul canale che trasmette il sim racing di dell'eSport Endurance Series. Siamo live dal circuito di Sebring, da un po' che non sono più con voi, saranno almeno un mese che non siamo live qui con le gare dell'eSport Endurance Series per via del rinvio dell'ultima gara, proprio la 1000 miglia del Sebring, che stiamo andando ad osservare quest'oggi live sugli schermi. Siamo al 67esimo dei 268 giri previsti. Io sono Mariano Calò e come al solito vi terrò compagnia per le prossime 2 ore circa della 1000 miglia del Sebring. Dovremmo arrivare più o meno alla metà dei 268 giri previsti delle 1000 miglia previste. C'è un ritiro ed è il secondo ritiro di questo pomeriggio insieme, è il ritiro della Satellite Racing numero 21, la P2 numero 21, che era guidata in questo momento da Herman Stocchi al suo rientro qui sulla eSport Endurance Series. Problemi tecnici per loro, due screen freeze nell'ultimo stint di Liam Reigns con 6 minuti di riparazioni, tentativo forse di andare a disconnettere la vettura, oppure un ritiro ritiro definitivo per loro. Avevano avuto un ottimo inizio di gara, fermato però da questi problemi tecnici. Abbiamo avuto fino ad ora quelle che sono state all'incirca le prime 2 ore di gara. Intanto vado effettivamente ad allontanare un po' il microfono, è da un po' che non commento, magari il mio volume è un po' troppo alto rispetto rispetto a quanto a quanto eravamo abituati a vedere. Ditemi ora se il volume è un po' meglio. Sono stato connesso fino a questo momento da un altro computer, pertanto ho avuto qualche problema da questo punto di vista. Vediamo se adesso il volume è leggermente migliore. Datemi conferma in live mentre stavamo andando a seguire quello che è il pit stop di Matteo Tonello con la sua Wildfire Racing Blaze numero 7, vettura numero 263, settimo posto della GTEIM class, con la sua Aston Martin. Dicevamo 2 ore di gara fino a qui, 2 ore corse fino a questo momento, 69 i giri, 68 i giri completati da quello che fino a questo momento è il leader della classe Hypercar, Mika Kimi della Hydratech Blue Steel Racing. Gara un po' sulle scale mobili per quanto riguarda l'Hypercar, che ha visto partire in pole position proprio l'inquadrato, se non mi sbaglio, Mika Kimi, o comunque c'era la coppia di comando Mika Kimi e Zoltan Barconi, entrambi falcidiati da quelle che sono state le penalità di quello che è un round ormai abbastanza indietro nel tempo, vale a dire la 6 ore di Istanbul, penalità che hanno portato un po' indietro la vettura di Mika Kimi e quella di Zoltan Barconi. Poi vettura di Zoltan Barconi che ha subito anche un problema nell'ultimo pit stop, l'abbiamo visto con la piazzola occupata. Sta accadendo, è accaduto a più vetture quest'oggi, ricordo la Hypercar di Luca Martino e poi quella di Zoltan Barconi. Davvero abbastanza fastidioso quando si vede questo ancora su rFactor 2 nel 2023, con ormai, come diceva qualcuno nella chat, quasi 10 anni sul groppone per il simulatore di casa Motorsport Game. Zoltan Barconi inquadrato terza posizione, Hypercar, che come dicevamo vede in prima posizione Mika Kimi con le sue spalle a circa 5 secondi di distacco Nello Pastorino con la sua Satellite Racing, ormai l'ultima Satellite Racing rimasta in pista, la vettura numero 12 che proprio in questo momento si sta recando al box per quello che è il suo pit stop. Vediamo che c'è anche un'altra vettura che dovrebbe essere una Hyperion, non so quale delle due vetture di classe LMP2, dovrebbe essere quella di Bartek Maciak, anzi no, Bartek Maciak che va a commettere un errore in fase di doppiaggio. Non so se fosse Nicola Beoni la vettura coinvolta, anzi credo che fosse la vettura di probabilmente la vettura di Nicola Musio, che stava guidando in quel momento, che durante il doppiaggio è stata toccata dalla Panizza Racing di Bartek Maciak andando a toccare il muro. Speriamo che i danni non siano troppo seri. Incidente abbastanza brutto, anche abbastanza inspiegabile, probabilmente non c'è stata abbastanza comprensione tra i due piloti, con il pilota LMP2 che stava provando a doppiare all'esterno quando ormai il pilota della GTE era già lì e non poteva fare più nulla a riguardo per poter andare ad evitare il contatto che però porta l'avvicinamento di Jean-Paul Van Aert della Level 1 eSport numero 27, rimasta superstite di questa gara. Level 1 eSport che sta andando a battagliare proprio con Bartek Maciak per quella che è la quarta posizione di classe LMP2 Pro AM, con uno dei con il gruppone delle vetture di classe Pro dell'LMP2, che sono tutte davanti alle vetture di classe Pro AM. Sarà sicuramente una classifica che farà particolarmente piacere agli ossessivo compulsivi come me, visto che sono tutte nell'ordine in cui dovrebbero essere. Contatto appunto tra le due vetture, ne stava parlando anche Edward Hunter nella chat. Contatto sicuramente non bello, contatto che non ha fatto piacere credo a nessuno nessuno dei due particolarmente al pilota della GT, che mi pare avesse avuto qualche sfortuna anche nelle prime fasi di gara, perché la vedo inspiegabilmente sul fondo della griglia GTI. Momento di pit massivo per quanto riguarda l'LMP2, quindi occhio alla pit lane, dove potrebbe effettivamente esserci un po' di traffico e, come abbiamo visto, un po' di problemi con le piazzole che vengono condivise da più di una vettura per via di quelle che sono le intenzioni ballerine del simulatore che ci ospita questo pomeriggio. Escono dal box vicini Maximilian Pinter della HG eSport Blue Bolt Prototype, alle spalle della vettura di Michele Molle. Mi pare che la vettura della Leoni San Marco, che prima aveva avuto qualche problema, era stata ferma un po' di tempo all'ultima curva, mi sembra che si sia brillantemente ripresa in questo momento, perché la vedo certo in ultima posizione di classe LMP2 Pro AM, però almeno in questo momento mi sembra essere tornata in pista. Ma attenzione alle battaglie che potrebbero andarsi a riaccendere in classe LMP2 Pro, mentre c'è un nuovo giro più veloce nella classe GTE Pro AM con Pagani che fa registrare un 1.58 938, davvero un bel giro. Andiamolo a confrontare con quello che è stato il best lap della classe GTE Pro, 1.58,7 per Fabio Liguzzi, un ottimo tempo da parte di Nicola Pagani, che sta provando ad andare a chiudere il gap nei confronti di Charles Lisan. Non sono assolutamente bravo come Amira Zik nell'andare a pronunciare il cognome di Nur, che si trova in questo momento in prima posizione di classe GTE AM, grande gara quella della Dozov Blue Steel Racing, lo ricorderete a Istanbul, lo dicevamo prima, è stato un po' di tempo fa, ma non è finita particolarmente bene la gara della Dozov Blue Steel Racing numero 31, con un incidente in quel di Istanbul che poi è costato il ritiro proprio alla vettura e la penalità che avete visto nelle prime fasi di gara per la vettura numero 1, che come dire è dovuta partire con la zavorra di una penalità, zavorra che sta provando ad essere eliminata proprio da Zoltan Varcogni, che con la sua Toyota sta provando a risalire la china. Si trova in questo momento a 25 secondi di distacco dalla vettura di Mika Kimi, ultimo giro praticamente in fotocopia con un 42,7 per entrambe le vetture giapponesi, che si stanno ben difendendo quest'oggi. Come diceva anche Valerio in quello che è stato l'articolo di presentazione della gara di oggi, vettura che ha subito anche un importante aggiornamento un mesetto prima della gara, con la modifica a quello che è stato l'impianto delle sospensioni della vettura, vero punto dolente della classe da inizio del campionato, che questa particolare caratteristica della vettura viene discussa. Si è intervenuti andando a modificare le sospensioni della stessa, con un comportamento che vedremo oggi quale sarà, quando ormai abbiamo alle spalle circa 2 ore e spiccioli di gara. Sono stati completati 73 dei 268 giri previsti. Ci stiamo avvicinando al primo terzo di gara a grandi passi, terzo di gara che dovrebbe trovarsi essenzialmente in maniera anche abbastanza precisa intorno ai 90 giri. Siamo davvero vicini al raggiungimento del primo terzo di gara lunghissima, gara anche importantissima, come dicevano gli amici Amira Zik e Edward Hunter, gara che va a regalare un bottino di punti sicuramente più interessante rispetto ad una 6 ore, e questa la seconda gara più lunga del campionato, dopo ovviamente la 24 ore di Le Mans, ed è per questo che anche il peso specifico della stessa in questa fase sia più interessante. Mateusz Guzowski della Hyperion Sport numero 45, che sta provando a andare ad impensierire la vettura guidata da Mattia Grigolon, la Sinfrim con il numero 26, Mattia Grigolon, che sta provando a tenere alle sue spalle Mateusz Guzowski. Attenzione, perché prova a farsi vedere all'interno, ma Mattia Grigolon aveva ormai impostato la sua frenata e non mi sembra essersi lasciato scomporre da quello che è stato solo un tentativo di attacco da parte del suo avversario, solo quella che nel gergo viene definita come una manovra di disturbo. Sta arrivando alla sua destra, la vedete passare, la Sinfrim numero 1 di Zoltan Varcogni, che sta andando a doppiare proprio la vettura gemella, cambio di nome non vecchissimo, anzi molto recente, sarebbe dovuto esordire nel corso della precedente tentativo di gara della 1000 miglia del Sebring, quella che fino alla gara, alla 6 ore di Istanbul, è stata la Mugen Sim Racing numero 1, dalla gara odierna diventa la Simfrim numero 1 con la coppia che resta sostanzialmente invariata, piloti che restano sostanzialmente invariati, quindi semplicemente un cambio di denominazione. Mateusz Guzowski che prova a seguire da molto vicino Mattia Grigolon, mentre intanto si stanno andando a allungare le ombre in quel del Sebring, con Mateusz Guzowski che prova a farsi vedere all'interno, ma non c'è spazio, non c'è modo lì di poter passare. Vetture che sono tutte molto vicine, queste due vetture che sono molto vicine le une alle altre e che potrebbero effettivamente andarci a regalare un po' di spettacolo nei prossimi minuti. Non abbiamo visto tantissimi sorpassi, abbiamo visto tantissime battaglie principalmente nella classe GTI, sia essa AM o Pro, dove abbiamo visto davvero tanto spettacolo. GT Pro che viene guidata fino a questo momento da un credo mai inquadrato Christopher Kianek a bordo della sua Simfrim Sport Junior Team, vettura che anche questa è esordiente dalla 6 ore di Istanbul, vettura numero 99 con Christopher Kianek che sta volando in questo momento con 15 secondi di vantaggio nei confronti della Caspian Motorsport di Ahmet Demirsan, mentre continuano quella che è stata un evento abbastanza comune nelle prime fasi di gara, questa bandiera gialla nel primo settore, anche se poi non sono mai riuscito a trovare la ragione delle stesse. Jérôme Priolo rientra a bordo della Flying Goat in sesta posizione, settima generale. In questo momento si trova anche alle spalle di Patrick Swiatkowski. Speriamo che il suo non sia un pit stop per cercare di andare a riparare dei danni, ma semplicemente un pit stop che potremmo definire strategico e programmato. Mi sembra di sì, visto che la vettura è comunque lì ferma da non tantissimo, stiamo comunque in linea con i pit stop delle altre classi. Nello Pastorino che è sceso in quarta posizione, mentre dobbiamo andarci a dividere tra quelle che sono due battaglie molto interessanti, con Nello Pastorino che si sta portando alle spalle di Luca Fabbro per la terza posizione di classe Hypercar, e Mateusz Guzowski che invece sta battagliando per la seconda posizione di classe l'MP2 Pro. Attenzione alla bandiera gialla nel terzo settore, che potrebbe andare a frustrare quelli che sono i tentativi di battaglia delle varie vetture. Nello Pastorino che deve andare a doppiare la Future Racing numero 5 all'interno dell'ultima curva, fortunatamente senza particolari problemi, doppiaggio che vede anche un po' di complicazioni per la vettura numero 5, che riesce però senza particolari problemi a prendersi la posizione. Allora noi torniamo proprio su Mateusz Guzowski, che forse ha avuto qualche problema nel corso del tentativo di sorpasso, probabilmente un eccesso in frenata. Vettura come sempre la Oreca di classe LMP2, che continua a essere sempre una discreta belva in frenata. Forse qui si è reso conto di essere un po' in ritardo, è andato a premere con molta decisione sul freno nel tentativo di non andare a colpire la vettura di Mattia Grigolon. Non so, e magari la chat in questo potrebbe venirci sicuramente in supporto, non so se le due vetture si siano poi effettivamente scusate, toccate oppure se si sia evitato il peggio, anche se anche qualora vi fosse stato un contatto, non credo che il contatto fosse così serio da andare a causare dei danni alle due vetture, con il duo che continua a viaggiare a circa 7 decimi di ritardo. Quel errore ha fatto perdere un pochino di tempo alla Hyperion Sport numero 45, come è anche comprensibile che sia, tenendo in considerazione che lì ha rischiato di poterne perdere davvero molto di più. 76 giri completati, o meglio 75 giri completati da Mika Hakimi, l'ultimo in 1:44 358, ritmo che si sta tenendo molto veloce. Quello delle Hypercar, devo dire che contrariamente a quello che avevamo visto negli scorsi round, sembra che ci sia una forbice un po' più ampia tra le vetture di classe Hypercar e le vetture di classe LMP2. Ad esempio nell'ultimo giro con l'1:44,3 la vettura ha girato addirittura 4 secondi più veloce veloce della LMP2. In prima posizione saluto Andrea Terzi che si è appena collegato allo streaming. Andrea Terzi, sempre un piacere vederlo qui con noi, ospite sempre gradito di Pittonei TV e dell'eSport Endurance Series, con Mika Kimi che continua la sua marcia e Mateusz Guzowski che sta provando ancora una volta ad andare a battagliare con Mattia Grigolon. Dicevamo, vettura che nel complesso, forse non nella prestazione singola e fissa, non nel giro veloce, ma che sul ritmo sembra forse aver guadagnato qualcosina dall'ultimo update, dall'ultimo aggiornamento che c'è stato negli ultimi giorni. Sembra poter andare un po' più sciolta e anche andare un po' più safe nei confronti dell'MP2. Non abbiamo mai visto un gap così tra queste due classi, segno che forse i piloti riescono più che sul giro singolo, sul ritmo, ad avere un po' più confidenza con una vettura che si è dimostrata molto complicata da guidare fin dalle prime fasi del suo rilascio. Mateusz Guzowski all'esterno dell'ultima curva del circuito del Sebring, lì è particolarmente difficile, ci vuole particolare fiducia in se stessi per provare ad andare a tentare un sorpasso all'esterno. Mateusz Guzowski infatti ci ripensa, e attenzione perché quello che era esterno nell'ultima curva potrebbe diventare interno nella prima, con la staccata molto decisa del pilota della Hyperion eSport, che senza saper né leggere né scrivere, ma sicuramente sapendo frenare molto bene, si va a prendere la prima posizione con una mossa particolarmente interessante che noi ci andiamo a gustare anche grazie al replay di rFactor 2. Mateusz Guzowski che ha approfittato probabilmente di una uscita un po' così dall'ultima curva del pilota della Simfrim e si va a prendere la prima posizione con una bella mossa, un bel movimento che non lascia particolari chance di risposta al suo avversario. Seconda posizione meritata, seconda posizione anche legittimata da un bel sprint non appena superata la vettura di Mattia Grigolon. Infatti si trova adesso già ad aver guadagnato circa un secondo sulla vettura in terza posizione Andrea Terzi, che ci chiede se l'update è stato effettivamente caricato, e così la vettura risulta essere aggiornata da circa un mesetto. Vedo che come dicevo prima, se non sul velocità secca della vettura, quantomeno sul ritmo mi sembra che un netto miglioramento ci sia stato, tenendo in considerazione che Zoltan Barcogni con l'ultimo giro ha fatto registrare un 1.43.7, giro molto veloce, girando oltre i 4 secondi più veloce delle altre delle LMP2, quindi dimostrando che la vettura è diventata probabilmente un po' più competitiva sul passo, che poi è anche il cuore di una gara di questo tipo. Nello pastorino, mentre c'è una bandiera gialla nel terzo settore, attenzione perché il traffico potrebbe giocare qui la sua sporca parte, con Nello Pastorino che deve andare a doppiare la Tomelli Racing Team prima dell'ingresso dell'ultima curva. Attenzione ai dossi che potrebbero andare a destabilizzare nella percorrenza proprio la Satellite, che potrebbe andare a sfruttare quello che il traffico ha a proprio favore. Attenzione perché riesce con una manovra assolutamente intelligente e furba Nello Pastorino ad andare a commettere un remake in salsa endurance di quello che è stato il celeberrimo sorpasso di Mika Häkkinen nei confronti di Mika Schumacher a Spa con Zonta in mezzo. Nello Pastorino ci ha messo probabilmente qualche macchina in più e con anche qualche classe in più, perché vediamo che a un certo punto c'erano 2 GT in mezzo, poi la staccata, a quel punto Nello Pastorino aveva l'interno. Bella la mossa da parte di Nello Pastorino, con Luca Fabbro che poi, accortosi di avere l'esterno in una curva non proprio semplicissima, ha probabilmente sapientemente deciso di non andare a calare giù troppo il piede sul freno, è andato a cedere senza colpo ferire la posizione, ma davvero coraggiosa la mossa lì di Nello Pastorino. Si è buttato letteralmente sulla sinistra nel rettilineo, sfruttando quella che era la traiettoria esterna di Luca Fabbro, andando a compiere un po' meno strada e poi andando anche a sorprendere Luca Fabbro e prendendosi la posizione. Nello Pastorino che ora va a doppiare la vettura VEM numero 33, che si trova in questo momento in quinta posizione di classe LMP2 a circa 82 2 secondi dal leader della classe Patrick Svaikowski e a circa 5 dalla vettura immediatamente davanti. La Grow Racing Team, esordiente quest'oggi, è condotta sapientemente da Pedro Ramada, che si trova a compiere l'ultima curva, quarta posizione a circa 3 secondi da Mattia Grigolon. C'è da dire che dalla seconda alla quinta posizione le vetture sono tutte vicine le une alle altre, e quindi potrebbe essere un interessante proseguo di gara per la classe, che si è dimostrata fino a questo momento molto movimentata, anche se non troppo movimentata in senso di battaglie, ma con tanti cambi di posizione, uno per tutti purtroppo quello che è stato poi il ritiro per la vettura di Herman Stocchi, la Satellite Racing numero 21, che era partita con una pole position assolutamente sensazionale, poi una condotta di gara mostruosa con una prima posizione mantenuta e legittimata per tanto tempo, salvo poi avere tanto tempo, aver avuto per ben 2 volte bisogno di andare al box per via di 2 screen freeze, che sono ormai un'abitudine per chi ha come me a che fare con questo gioco da un po' di tempo. 2 ore e mezza sul cronometro, 80 giri su 268 completati dal leader Mika Kimi, che vede il suo gap scendere a 33 secondi nei confronti di Zoltan Varcogni, 1.44.3, gap che è stato creato anche e soprattutto per quello che è stato un pit stop assolutamente drammatico per la hypercar di Zoltan Varcogni, con la piazzola occupata ed impegnata, davvero uno degli eventi che personalmente mi causa più dolore fisico quando si è su rFactor 2, considerando che è un simulatore che ormai ha anche la sua storia ed esperienza, davvero abbastanza antipatico. Pedro Ramada, che prova a sua volta a fare un solboccone della vettura di Mattia Grigolon, attenzione perché qui c'è un tentativo abbastanza disperato ma efficace da parte di Pedro Ramada, che si va a prendere la posizione, probabilmente andando a cogliere anche un po' di sorpresa il pilota della Sinfrim eSport Junior Team numero 26. Avete visto quanto non sembrava vicino e non sembrava in controllo della situazione, non sembrava con la possibilità di potersi andare effettivamente a prendere la posizione, invece ha visto lo spiraglio leggermente aperto da parte del pilota della Sinfrim, si è andato a lanciare dentro senza pensarci nemmeno troppe volte, si va a portare in terza posizione, adesso a 7 secondi da Mateusz Guzowski, che ha iniziato la sua personale manovra di rimonta nei confronti di Patrick Svaikowski. 1.48.9 l'ultimo giro di Pedro Ramada, 1.49.0 di Mateusz Guzowski contro il 49.9 di Patrick Svaikowski, che forse un po' in gestione della situazione, tenendo in considerazione che stiamo comunque con 70 secondi di ritardo tra queste due vetture. Non so e non credo che ci siano particolari strategie pit in corso, particolari situazioni in corso, perché mi sembra che le due gare siano andate piuttosto linearmente dall'inizio. Attenzione perché c'è Davide Ragni in battaglia con Antonio Mir, entrambi vanno a sorpassare e credo doppiare quella che è una Fine Avond numero 444 guidata da Joop Larroven, che probabilmente stava facendo di tutto per andarsi a far doppiare senza particolari problemi. Ci è riuscito, devo dire la verità, sono passati in maniera pressoché indolore le due vetture. Davide Ragni che prova a farsi vedere all'interno nei confronti del pilota della Los Piratas Race. Esce un po' di sole sul circuito del Sebring, vediamo illuminarsi fino ad ora cielo che era stato pressoché grigio dall'inizio della gara. Doppiaggio che arriva da parte della Origin Racing e la vettura di Antonio Mir, che probabilmente va a malinterpretare il rampino in ingresso del rettilineo opposto a quello del box, e Davide Ragni che con questa mossa pressoché regalata dal suo avversario si va a prendere la posizione. Davvero un errore probabilmente da parte di Antonio Mir, che forse è rimasto un attimino come dire disorientato dal tentativo di doppiaggio da parte della vettura della Origin, che era alle sue spalle, ed è quindi andato a farsi superare dal suo avversario Davide Ragni, che però ringrazia, passa e va via, e prende già un discreto vantaggio nei confronti del suo avversario. Si sta muovendo davvero bene Davide Ragni. Io direi che a questo punto possiamo andare un po' on board live con lui. Alziamo il volo. Ferrari 488 che, come dicevano Edward Hunter e Amir Aziz, risulta essere una delle vetture, probabilmente anzi la vettura più scelta del gruppone di vetture della eSport Endurance Series. Nur della Dozov Blue Steel Racing, che si reca al box, era stato appena sorpassato da Nicola Pagani della Tomelli Racing Team. Non so se effettivamente c'è stato un contatto tra le due vetture oppure se è un pit stop abbastanza programmato, considerando che siamo intorno alle 2 ore e 30 di gara, quindi non esattamente la foresta, la finestra di pit delle GT. Fatto sta che comunque si reca al box la vettura di Nur Shazlizan, che appunto stava comunque battagliando con la Tomelli eSport Team da praticamente inizio gara, una battaglia che ci ha visto anche restituire vari sorpassi. C'è stato forse un pit, c'è stato forse un cambio di strategia con Luca Martino, che si sta recando e sta uscendo in questo momento dal box, con l'ingresso di Marco Vinciullo a bordo della Toyota, che sta uscendo adesso dal pit. Attenzione al traffico, Nello Pastorino che si è portato in seconda posizione, 1.46.2 il suo ultimo giro. Credo che ci sia stato un pit stop anche per la Sinfrim eSport numero 1, con Roland Zux che si è andato a prendere la terza posizione e si è andato a prendere anche il volante dalle sapienti mani di Zoltan Barcogni. Vedremo che tempi andrà a mettere adesso in cascina Roland Zux, mentre c'è una bandiera gialla nel primo settore. Due ritirati dopo 2 ore e 30 di gara sono la LMP2 numero 28 di Nick Mura e l'LMP2 numero 21 di Herman Stocchi. Dobbiamo anche andare ad appuntare quelle che sono state 2 vetture che non sono nemmeno riuscite a partire quest'oggi per via di problemi tecnici con il simulatore, vale a dire la vettura della Satellite Racing numero 11 e poi quella che dovrebbe essere la vettura di Sinclair Hugh, 2 hypercar che quindi sono andate un po' a tagliare le ali a questa classe, che con 8 partenti si è ritrovata con soli 6 partenti ed effettivi fino a questo momento, con appunto la gara che viene condotta da Mika Kimi davanti a Nello Pastorino e poi Roland Zux, Luca Fabro, Marco Vinciullo, e poi in ottava posizione generale ma sesta di classe c'era un Priolo della sua Flying Goat, che sta comunque provando ad andarsi a rimettere quantomeno davanti alle vetture di classe LMP2. Salutiamo Luca Sarassi che si è appena unito al gruppone. Zoltan Boda, Goteam Racing, esordio fantastico per lui nella classe LMP2 Pro AM, prima posizione per il pilota della Goteam Racing, sosta box per lui, dovrebbe fare in tempo ad arrivare Mario Serafim. Deve essere successo qualcosa in ogni caso nei confronti di questa vettura, che era prima fino a un po' di tempo fa con un mare di vantaggio sulle altre vetture, probabilmente un incidente, probabilmente un pit non proprio perfetto che li ha costretti a perdere del tempo, e adesso andranno addirittura a perdere la prima posizione proprio nei confronti della Origin Racing, con una bandiera gialla nel terzo settore. Si va a muovere in questo momento dal pit con Zoltan Boda che esce dal box in seconda posizione di classe, ma non lontano dal suo avversario. Pertanto Goteam Racing che perde la leadership della gara, ma ha comunque la possibilità di andarsela a riprendere senza particolari problemi, senza particolari difficoltà. Di sicuro qualcosa è successo a questa vettura. Chiedo il classico e proverbiale aiuto del pubblico. Magari mi sono perso qualcosa, devo dire che la prima ora di gara, diviso a metà tra lo streaming e la direzione gara, non mi ha aiutato particolarmente a rimanere molto concentrato su quello che accadeva in pista. Volevo andare ad approfittare di quello che in questo momento ci consente la sosta ai box della vettura di Mattia Panci. Non so se stanno effettuando entrambe la sosta, oppure se siamo di nuovo di fronte al caso di 2 vetture ferme al box. Mi pare che ci sia forse anche qui un pit stop che viene una pit stall che viene condivisa. Purtroppo quando rFactor 2 inizia a, come dire, far condividere le piazzole, non c'è più tanta possibilità di vederlo come dire, vederlo sbloccarsi da questo punto di vista dovrebbe essere la vettura, se non vado errato, di Kemal Kurtoglu, ferma al box, che a questo punto sta pazientemente, e nemmeno tanto pazientemente, visto che stava sfanalando in maniera piuttosto importante la vettura davanti a sé, la stava sfanalando nel tentativo di andare a perdere meno tempo possibile, ma come potete vedere c'è già più di qualche secondo perso. Devo dire che forse ci avviciniamo al minuto perso. È davvero abbastanza disarmante da questo punto di vista quando accade questo. 44,6 ultimo giro di Nello Pastorino contro il 44 contro il 43,7 di Mika Kimi, che sta adesso girando davvero molto veloce. Sta provando probabilmente a legittimare la sua prima posizione, tenendo però in considerazione che sta girando come dire, sta girando altrettanto bene Roland Zux, anche se l'ultimo giro 1.44,8 non è stato particolarmente positivo. È riuscito a rientrare al pit Kemal Kurtoglu, che quindi può finalmente effettuare il suo pit stop. Mika Kimi ultimo giro 1.45.726, quello che è stato l'85esimo giro di gara dei 268 previsti. Ci siamo avvicinati ormai ai 90 giri, che rappresentano, come abbiamo detto più volte, il primo terzo di gara. Elias Poli, che sta andando a battagliare con Joep Larvonen con la sua Finavond Motorsport numero 444, battaglia molto interessante in questo momento, battaglia che però è in questa fase per la 11ª posizione di classe GTA AM. Arriva un prototipo di classe Hypercar a liberarsi di entrambe, doppiaggio non particolarmente complicato, non particolarmente difficile, considerando anche la differenza di velocità tra le due classi. Dovrebbe essere quello di Jérôme Priolo, che sta provando ad andarsi a riprendere la posizione su Patrick Ziakowski, quella che è la sesta posizione generale, e poi rimarrebbe la sesta posizione di classe, mentre Michele Molle, che a sua volta sta girando molto veloce, che sta provando a chiudere il gap nei confronti di un Mattia Grigolon che almeno fino a questa fase ci sembra essere un po' in difficoltà in questo particolare stint di gara. Non mi sembra particolarmente in forma, non mi sembra in particolare feeling con la sua vettura. Si è ferma ai box anche Piotr Zmigelski della Sweet Force. A dire il vero abbiamo beccato probabilmente un po' in ritardo il suo pit, ma io a questo punto vorrei andarmi a fare un altro on-board e scelgo un altro leader di classe. Andiamo con Mario Serafim, Origin Racing, classe LMP2 Pro AM. Su col volume e sentiamoci il canto della sua oreca. Ombre che si iniziano ad allungare qui sul circuito del Sebring. Siamo ancora lontani dal classico e proverbiale momento nel quale il sole andrà a fare capolino sulla Sunset Blend, l'ultima curva del circuito del Sebring. Mario Serafim, che si trova in prima posizione, ha perso qualcosina nel corso dell'ultimo giro nei confronti di Zoltan Boda, che ha fatto registrare un 1.51. A dire il vero probabilmente ha perso qualcosina nel corso del primo settore, complici i doppiaggi che ci siamo gustati in live proprio con con il pilota della vettura numero 111. Attenzione a Michele Molle, che l'ultimo giro invece ha guadagnato un secondo secco sulla vettura di Mattia Grigolon, che continua la sua difficoltà, continua il suo particolare momento di adattamento al circuito, non particolarmente efficace il suo stint fino a questo momento con Michele Molle, che sta facendo la voce grossa, sta provando ad andare a chiudere il gap nei confronti del suo avversario, è complice anche il doppiaggio non proprio semplicissimo della Tomelli, potrebbe andare ad accogliere nella prima curva, nella prima staccata, la possibilità di andare a portare a casa il sorpasso, ma poi Michele Molle, che è pilota esperto, è pilota saggio, non va ad affondare il colpo, anche perché era ormai troppo tardi e probabilmente sarebbe stato troppo rischioso andare a provare a portarsi a casa la posizione proprio lì, in un punto comunque pericoloso, in un punto stretto, con anche l'avvicinarsi di qualche GT in fase di doppiaggio. Dovrebbe essere una vettura Carloni sicuramente, con una vettura MR, la MR Motorsport, che di classe Pro, se non vado errato, sì, la vettura di classe Pro dovrebbe essere la vettura di Marco Mazzetti, che si trova fino a questo momento in un'ottima terza posizione, mentre intanto c'è stata una bandiera gialla molto veloce nel primo settore. Non so se per via di un'uscita dal pit non particolarmente felice, oppure se per qualche altra difficoltà. Wildfire Racing Blades, orfana della vettura di classe Hypercar guidata da Sinclair Hugh, con Matteo Tonello che in questo momento sta provando a mettere il sale sulla coda della vettura di Antonio Mir. Noi facciamo un po' di spola tra la classe LMP2 Pro e la classe GT AM, dove c'era la battaglia che stiamo guardando tra Antonio Mir e Matteo Tonello, con le due vetture che sono a 2 decimi di distacco, ma attenzione perché c'è anche la battaglia tra Mattia Grigolon e Michele Molle, così come c'è Pedro Ramada, che in classe LMP2 Pro si sta andando ad avvicinare a Mateusz Guzowski, quindi battaglie che stanno iniziando a fioccare un po' dovunque in questa fase centrale della gara. Stiamo entrando nel secondo terzo di gara, si è un po' allontanato Tonello da Antonio Mir, ragion per cui noi rimaniamo su Michele Molle, diamo un'occhiata anche a quello che può fare Pedro Ramada. Intanto si ferma al box proprio Los Piratas, che stavamo seguendo prima nella battaglia con Michele Molle, che prova a farsi vedere all'interno. Si ferma anche Stefano Lanza e Antonio Mir, il pilota che si è fermato proprio davanti alle nostre telecamere al box. Michele Molle che inizia quelle che sono le classiche e proverbiali manovre di disturbo nei confronti dei suoi avversari, ha provato a farsi vedere all'interno, non c'è stato né tempo né modo né spazio per andarsi a prendere la posizione. Adesso devono anche andare a doppiare la vettura numero 84, se non ho visto male, la Sunset Motorsport di classe GT AM, vettura che è esordito in quel di Istanbul e che sta ben figurando anche quest'oggi in Florida, con Michele Molle che adesso va a sollevare un po' di sabbia in faccia alla GTI. Non credo che gli abbia causato particolari problemi in quella fase, con adesso battaglia che continua ad andare avanti, 90 i giri completati, siamo ufficialmente nel secondo terzo di gara. Michele Molle che prova a farsi vedere, si muove alle spalle del suo avversario anche per cercare di andare a minare le sue certezze, andare anche a minare un po' la sua concentrazione, nel tentativo di farsi aprire uno spiraglio, di farsi aprire una porta che poi possa essere sfondata a calci dal pilota della VEM numero 33. Attenzione adesso perché c'è il rettilineo opposto a quello dei box, dove Michele Molle potrebbe andare a impostare un tentativo di sorpasso. Si fa vedere ancora all'interno. Strano questo modo di approcciare la battaglia da parte di Michele Molle, che lì sul rettilineo è andato ad abbandonare la scia della vettura davanti a sé, andando ad abbandonare probabilmente anche qualche prezioso millesimo. Non so se magari c'è qualche pit da andare ad effettuare. Effettivamente è così. Michele Molle che deve andare a mettere la freccia a destra, deve andarsi a recare al box. Pit stop per la VEM numero 33. Era strano il fatto che non si fosse tuffato nella scia del suo avversario, ma ora diventa tutto molto più comprensibile, tenendo anche in considerazione che forse in quella particolare fase di gara non c'era poi bisogno di andare a forzare più di tanto. Si è preso la posizione intanto Zoltan Boda nei confronti di Mario Serafin, una buona posizione, una buona prima posizione da parte del pilota del Go Team Racing, che forse approfittando di un suo avversario si si è come dire andato a prendere la prima posizione Carlo Ivaldi e Luca Sarassi vanno a riaprire quello che è stato un capitolo che avevamo affrontato già a Istanbul, vale a dire quello della scia, anche se forse questo non so quanto potrebbe essere effettivamente valido, visto che comunque entrambi hanno avuto modo di guidare anche il prototipo di classe LMP2. Forse sull'LMP2 è un po' più pronunciata, però effettivamente diciamo che è stata di molto ridimensionata ed è comprensibilissimo lo scetticismo da parte dei due amici della HG eSport Blue Bolt, che magari potrebbero aiutarmi a spiegare questa settima posizione della HG eSport Blue Bolt 1. Credo che sia assolutamente matematico un incidente, nel senso che questa posizione si spiega solo con un incidente alla vettura, altrimenti non mi spiegherei come possiamo essere così e come possa essere così indietro l'HG eSport Blue Bolt numero 92 di Nicola Musio in questo momento. Pedro Ramada che si è riavvicinato al suo avversario, c'è una bandiera gialla nel secondo settore, bandiera gialla che dura un po' di più, ci dovremmo avvicinare in questo momento proprio al secondo settore, bandiera gialla che va via e che quindi non ci dà modo di andare a capire che cosa è successo, poi ritorna, quindi adesso probabilmente avremo modo di andarlo a capire, viene rimossa di nuovo. Non vedo andare ad agire sulla velocità da parte dei piloti, quindi non so se ci saranno come dire, requisiti per un full corsiello. È una vettura, la vettura della Leoni San Marco, che sta avendo qualche problema, la vettura che si sta tenendo all'interno ha causato un attimo di incertezza da parte della vettura, che dovrebbe essere quella di Marcello Bellinghieri, entrato in pista, e intanto Leoni San Marco Racing Team che si trova in settima posizione. Un po' di difficoltà lì, poi vettura che mi sembra essere ritornata in ritmo. Solito contatto per la vettura numero 92 che davvero da 2 anni a questa parte è una calamita per le vetture in pista, in quella che credo possa essere, almeno sin qui non voglio assolutamente andare a portare sfiga su quello che è il prosieguo di una gara così importante, quella che fino a questo momento è stata una gara assolutamente pulita e tranquilla, con 2 ritiri, entrambi non per incidente, o meglio non per incidenti di pista, definiamoli così. Il primo quello di Nick Mura della Level 1 Sport numero 28, connection lost per loro, e poi la vettura l'IAM Rens, la vettura di Herman Stocchi e l'IAM Rens, la Satellite Sport numero 21, che per via di vari screen freeze si è dovuta andare a ritirare, davvero sfortunati oltre misura gli amici della vettura numero 92. Mateusz Guzowski, che adesso potrebbe andare ad approfittare del pit stop della vettura di Patryk Zwajkowski, la Hyperion Sport numero 44. Vedremo se Guzowski riuscirà con la sua Hyperion Sport numero 45, quindi altra doppietta che sta maturando in quello che è, a dire il vero, un momento molto prematuro della gara. Stiamo parlando solamente del primo terzo appena completato. Potrebbe andarsi ad avvicinare alla testa della gara, fatto sta che il vantaggio accumulato fino a questo momento da Zwajkowski è molto interessante e molto importante. Siamo nell'ottica del minuto, che verrà per forza di cose ovviamente adesso ridotto dalla sosta proprio della vettura in prima posizione, mentre vediamo che ci sono ancora vetture che non hanno acceso i fari, sta iniziando a calare la luce e quindi potrebbe essere una buona idea per i piloti in pista andare ad accendere i fari, onde evitare quelli che sono gli straight DQ da parte di rFactor 2, che sono sempre molto rapidi, quasi mai consentono ai piloti di potersi come dire accorgere di avere i fari spenti, anche se il nuovo sistema di controlli con la possibilità di settarli in maniera automatica rende questa eventualità un po' più complicata da andarsi a verificare. Andiamo a vedere che cosa sta succedendo prima nella classe regina del campionato, la Hypercar, dove Mika Hakimi continua a rimanere in prima posizione, ad essere in controllo della situazione, con Michele Molle che ha rischiato il contatto con la Fine Avond, che in staccata gli è arrivata davvero molto vicina. 45,9 l'ultimo giro di Mika Hakimi contro il 47,1 di Nello Pastorino e il 47,2 di Roland Zux. Probabilmente in questa fase sta intervenendo anche un po' di strategia e gestione di una gara che fino a questo momento non è stata particolarmente semplice per la Series Sport, complice uno stop and go proveniente dalla gara di Istanbul, e poi un problema al pit. Ne abbiamo visti già diversi di problemi al pit in questo pomeriggio, ragion per cui gara che fino a questo momento non è stata molto generosa. Allora noi ci andiamo a regalare un onboard, sperando che il sound dell'Hypercar sia finalmente fissato in uno degli ultimi aggiornamenti del Factor 2. Dovrebbe essersi aggiustato. Allora andiamo on board proprio con Roland Zux, seriamo col volume e andiamo con lui. Vorrei avere metà della confidenza che ha Roland Zux con il mezzo. Davvero incredibile vedere quel controsterzo in curva 1 proprio all'inizio del nostro onboard. È andato a girare il volante completamente nell'altra direzione rispetto a quella che era la direzione della curva. È riuscito a tenere il controllo della situazione con anche delle vetture al suo esterno. Davvero un grande feeling, che poi per poco non viene rovinato. Credo che qui si fosse forse quasi dimenticato di doversi fermare al box. Andiamo a rivedere quello che è successo. Rischio davvero gigantesco per la vettura Series eSport, probabilmente, anzi c'è stato forse un errore, un contatto con il muro e forse una sosta non proprio preventivata. Andiamo a rivedere subito di nuovo quello che è successo. Non sono riuscito a capire se Roland Zux sia andato a colpire il muro e per questo abbia deciso immediatamente di andare a effettuare il pit. Non mi sembrava così, no, forse semplicemente si è ricordato forse troppo tardi di dover rientrare al box. Direi che è una delle soste sicuramente più particolari che abbiamo visto quest'oggi e probabilmente anche nel corso del campionato. Fortunatamente questa volta la piazzola è libera. No, invece non si era dimenticato di andare ad effettuare il pit. Ci siamo in regime di code 80, quindi era per quello che si è fermato immediatamente il pilota. Volevo dire che mi ero perso qualcosa, non sento purtroppo per via di problemi tecnici la voce di Valerio Ferraris, ragion per cui mi ero perso il code 80, il full corsiello chiamato dal direttore di gara, ragion per cui probabilmente è stato lesto nell'andare a reagire il pilota della Sinfrim eSport, ed è andato quindi anche ad approfittare di quello che sarà un momento, un attimo di respiro, un momento di attesa, un momento in cui può andare effettivamente a respirare un po' tutto il gruppone di 41 macchine attualmente in pista. Vorrei capire la vettura interessata dal incidente, Fulcorsiello che sta andando un po' anche a dare la possibilità ai piloti di poter andare a allungare un po' la propria strategia, poter andare a risparmiare un po' di benzina, anche se con una gara di distanza questo discorso è leggermente diverso, considerando che la distanza non cambia come invece succede in una gara a tempo, in cui i Fulcorsiello non vanno ad interessare minimamente, come dire, i piloti, non vanno a creare nessun tipo di problema, ma appunto qui vanno ad allungare effettivamente la gara, e ciò che si risparmia in quel giro non ha nessun peso specifico in questo senso. Si è fermata anche la vettura di Mika Hakimi, vettura che sta uscendo adesso dal box. Ci sono, come ovvio e come è successo sempre fino a questo momento, tante vetture ferme al box, con Mika Hakimi, attenzione, che forse è stato effettivamente tolto il Fulcorsiello. Così è, io purtroppo non sento le comunicazioni di Valerio Ferraris. Ho visto la vettura di Mika Hakimi ritornare in pista senza limitatore, ragion per cui ho dato per scontato effettivamente che fosse stato rimosso il Fulcorsiello. Così è, mentre c'è una penalità per Nicola Musio, probabilmente per tagli, e continua a esserci la battaglia tra Peter Schoenemann e Davide Ragni, anche se mi pare che ci sia stato un errore in curva 1 per l'inquadrato pilota della vettura numero 445, che quindi ha come dire un po' annullato quella battaglia che si stava andando ad infiammare. Andiamo a dare un'occhiata alle vetture che sono ferme al box, vedere se riusciamo in un certo senso con postumo a capire qual era la vettura che ha causato il problema. Non la vettura di Gabor Evessi, non quella, era quella di Antirassi della Future Racing numero 5, la vediamo senza alettone posteriore. Era questa probabilmente la vettura che ha causato il danno. Vediamo se riusciamo a recuperare che cosa è successo, quello che è quello che è stato il problema. Vettura che comunque in questo momento sta tornando al box, sta tornando in pista, ragion per cui probabilmente il danno non è stato neanche troppo importante, neanche troppo serio da questo punto di vista, visto che il pit stop non è durato troppo. Fari che vengono accesi proprio non appena la vettura esce dal box. Arriva in maniera anche piuttosto aggressiva, passa la vettura di Giuseppe Saracino, HG eSport Blue Bolt Prototype, con Giuseppe Saracino che ha alle spalle proprio di un'altra vettura HG eSport Blue Bolt, vettura anche questa segnata abbastanza dai contatti e dai graffi sulla carrozzeria. Giuseppe Saracino che comunque riesce nel doppiaggio senza particolari problemi. C'è stato anche il doppiaggio da parte della vettura, che credo fosse quella di Mika Hakimi. Si è ricomposto il duo di testa composto da Mika Hakimi e Roland Zux, 57 i secondi di distanza tra le due vetture, mentre ci stiamo avvicinando al 100° dei 268 giri previsti. Mika Hakimi che è andato a doppiare adesso proprio Giuseppe Saracino in quella che è una fase abbastanza di controllo della gara, fase anche abbastanza interlocutoria, in attesa che poi arrivi la pioggia, o meglio, non mi sembrava che portasse pioggia quest'oggi, ma arrivi la notte un po' a rimescolare le carte, a cambiare anche qualcosa in pista. Michele Molle che è adesso, non so se complice il Fulcorsiello o complice la strategia, si ritrova in seconda posizione con 10 secondi di vantaggio su Andrea Bettini Bettini che torna in pista sulla Sinfrim Sport Junior Team, Maciej Sandak che è in quarta posizione con la sua Hyperion Sport numero 45, in prima c'è sempre Thomas Walk con la Hyperion numero 44. C'è da dire che la Future Racing, che aveva iniziato il campionato in classe Pro AM, la vettura numero 5 che aveva dominato in lungo e in largo la classe Pro AM nelle prime due gare, non ha avuto un ambientamento particolarmente positivo in classe Pro. Non so nello specifico in questo particolare episodio che cosa sia capitato, se c'è stato un errore oppure un contatto con una vettura di un'altra classe. Fatto sta che la vettura si trova adesso in settima posizione di classe, si trova anche nel gruppone delle classi delle vetture di classe P2 Pro AM, quindi ha perso un bel po' di tempo, mentre Mika Kimi continua a girare davvero molto forte, 44,4 l'ultimo giro contro il 46,5 di Roland Zux. C'è stato il cambio a bordo della Satellite Racing che si trova in terza posizione con il subentro di RC Dick. Andrea Gorsetti, che risponde subito alla nostra domanda, quello che potremmo definire in questo particolare momento inviato dal box. Andrea Gorsetti che ci va a specificare che non ha per niente aiutato Michele Molle. È difficile con tutte queste vetture in pista capire quelle che sono effettivamente le evoluzioni strategiche, però c'è da dire che l'esperienza di Michele come sempre sta facendo la sua differenza. 98 giri, si trova in seconda posizione, si trova in un ottimo e tranquillo podio fino a questo momento, con 8 secondi su Andrea Bettini, che però l'ultimo giro ha girato addirittura 1 secondo e 3 più veloce del suo avversario Michele Moll, che adesso andiamo a seguire con un onboard a bordo della sua Oreca di colore verde radioattivo, ma sempre molto molto interessante. Corsiello, che come diceva Andrea Corsetti ha aiutato semplicemente solo il primo e il terzo in classifica, Thomas Walk con la vettura numero 44 e Andrea Bettini con la vettura numero 26 della Sinfrim eSport. Andiamo a dare un'occhiata anche alle altre classi con Christopher Kianek, che si trova sempre in prima posizione di classe GTI Pro con la sua Ferrari numero 99 davanti a Marco Mazzetti, autore fino a questo momento di una gara mostruosa insieme a tutto l'equipaggio della MR Motorsport Team numero 71. Chiude il podio la Caspian Motorsport di Erdem Archiol con la sua vettura numero 75. Gara molto interessante da parte della Caspian Motorsport, che c'è da dire dall'inizio del campionato è sempre lì davanti, è sempre nelle prime posizioni. Pit per Marco Mazzetti, che quindi va a regalare la seconda posizione proprio alla Caspian Motorsport. Prima curva molto ben interpretata dal pilota della vettura numero 75. Alle sue spalle sta arrivando una vettura molto simile, che dovrebbe essere, se non vado errato, quella di no, non è quella di Riccardo Garzao, che forse ha avuto qualche problema. Attenzione, perché forse abbiamo preso live il pilota reduce da un incidente. Grow Racing Team, esordio anche per questo team che schiera due vetture, una in classe LMP2 e una in classe GTI. Bandiera gialla anche nel secondo settore, bandiera gialla che viene rimossa immediatamente da quelli che sono i commissari virtuali di gara. Non so se è qualcosa di serio Riccardo Garzao, che mi sembra poter andare in maniera pressoché tranquilla. Non credo avesse grossi problemi, forse un errore ma non un contatto con le barriere che possano aver rovinato la sua vettura, mentre c'è una bandiera gialla anche nel terzo settore, bandiera gialla che dura davvero poco, quindi forse un lungo o qualcosa di simile. 44-1 l'ultimo giro di Mika Kimi contro il 45-1 da parte di Roland Zux. Non so se ci sono strategie diverse tra le due vetture, tra le due classi, tra i due team, ma di sicuro in questo momento sta facendo un gran lavoro Mika Kimi, che nell'ultimo giro fa registrare 1.44.7, autore fino a questo momento anche del giro più veloce della gara, 1.42.710, solo 44 millesimi di vantaggio nei confronti del giro più veloce di Roland Zux. Mika Kimi, che è stato anche autore del giro più veloce nel corso della Virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans, sicuramente un vanto per un pilota che sta crescendo tanto e che anche nei confronti dell'anno passato abbiamo visto migliorare tantissimo, con la prima posizione nel campionato, che fino a questo momento viene abbastanza legittimata dalla vettura numero 10, che quest'oggi aveva a sua volta una penalità, un drive-thru che però non ha particolarmente inciso sulle prestazioni della stessa. Sosta per la Flying Goat di Jérôme Préolot, vettura numero 95 che chiude il novero delle vetture di classe Hypercar, probabilmente arriverà a sorpassarla nuovamente la Hyperion Sport numero 44, andando a far perdere una posizione generale alla vettura. Ho visto quella che era una LMP2, probabilmente la Go Team Racing di Gabor Ravessi, che forse ha avuto qualche problema con il tentativo di sorpasso da parte un attimo di ritorno in cuffia con l'audio del gioco, con Gabor Ravassi, che adesso deve andare a doppiare la Leoni Racing Team, che è andato a essere doppiato da Gabor Ravassi, con 102 giri completati. Gabor Ravassi che si trova in prima posizione di classe LMP2 Pro AM, con 28 secondi di vantaggio nei confronti di Mario Serafi. Macio Sandak un secondo e 7 con secondo e 7 di vantaggio nei confronti di di ritardo nei confronti di Andrea Bettini, ma che sta girando sostanzialmente sugli stessi tempi, 8 secondi e 8 il ritardo di Andrea Bettini nei confronti di Michele Molle. Ma ci Sandak 1 secondo e 7 di ritardo nei confronti di Andrea Bettini che sta navigando un po' in questa posizione tranquilla, con Michele Molle che ha adesso 57 secondi di ritardo, 1 minuto di ritardo nei confronti di Thomas Walk. Situazione abbastanza sotto controllo nelle prime posizioni di classe LMP2 Pro, situazione un po' più movimentata in classe P2 Pro AM, con Mario Serafim 29 secondi di ritardo nei confronti di Gabor Ravessi e 9 secondi di vantaggio nei confronti di Mateusz Rekas. Qui stanno girando su tempi importanti e c'è forse anche qualche problema per i piloti interessati, con Mario Serafim della Origin Racing che ha girato molto piano nel corso dell'ultimo giro, con 2.003 e 3, forse un problema per lui, forse un errore. Ha perso tantissimo nei confronti di Gabor Ravessi, pensate che l'ultimo giro ha girato 1.47 e 4, probabilmente giro di rientro dal pit per il pilota della Origin Racing, altrimenti non si spiega. Vediamo il tempo che farà registrare in questo momento, giro più veloce della classe, che si attesta sul 46,8. Mario Serafim che conferma di non essere in un momento particolarmente brillante, con questo traversone in fondo all'ultima curva che non avrà fatto sicuramente piacere alle gomme che monta in questo momento. Non sarà stato sicuramente piacevole per le coperture che di sicuro hanno accusato questo traversone abbastanza spettacolare, ma non sicuramente utile per la causa della sua vettura, ma che comunque non ha causato particolari conseguenze. Ma Chase Duck, Iperone Sport 45, che vuole tornare a podio, vuole andare a iniziare a pressare il suo avversario Andrea Bettini, mentre abbiamo una bandiera gialla in curva 1 nel primo settore, non in curva 1, bandiera gialla che dura pochissimo e che potrebbe essere legata anche all'uscita dal pit da parte di qualche vettura. Andrea Bettini, che nel corso dell'ultima curva va a perdere qualcosina nei confronti del suo avversario. C'è forse qui un po' di disturbo della scia anche per il pilota in quarta posizione, che però mi sembra affrontare in maniera piuttosto tranquilla sia l'ultima curva che la prima. Attenzione adesso al doppiaggio di quella che dovrebbe essere una Tomelli e-Racing Team, con il sole che sta iniziando a tramontare sul circuito di Sebring. Attenzione a questo doppiaggio che potrebbe in un certo qual modo andare ad approfittare, potrebbe andare a favorire proprio il pilota della vettura numero 45 si è andato ad avvicinare tantissimo Chase Duck, approfittando di questo doppiaggio non proprio allegro, non proprio felice da parte di Andrea Bettini, che però è andato con particolare tranquillità e particolare sicurezza a doppiare alcune vetture di classe GTE. Marco Vinciullo che si va a prendere la quarta posizione andando a doppiare la vettura sorella, la vettura guidata da Luca Fabbro in questo momento, classe che sulla quale non riesco a capire adesso quale sia effettivamente la situazione attuale, anche perché con l'ultimo full corsiello, quello che poi è stato anche il primo full corsiello di questa 1000 miglia, si è in un certo qual modo andata a sparigliare la griglia delle vetture, con Marco Vinciullo che in quarta posizione, addirittura un giro di ritardo nei confronti del leader, e 55 nei confronti di Harry Sinic, che sta girando sul passo dell'1.44,9 contro il 43,8 di Roland Zux e il 43,4 di Mika Kimi. Stanno tenendo comunque un passo molto interessante queste due vetture, ma Chase Duck molto vicino al suo avversario, contro doppiaggio della vettura numero 47, che dovrebbe essere quella di Arda Ersan, la vettura che si trova attualmente in quinta posizione di classe GTI Pro. Doppiaggio che non causa problemi Andrea Bettini, che però riesce a mantenere abbastanza tranquillo il suo avversario, riesce a tenerlo a distanza di sicurezza, e fino a questo momento non ci sono stati tentativi di sorpasso, anche perché sono ancora piuttosto lontane le due vetture, non c'è la possibilità di assistere a una battaglia tra i due. Ma Chase Duck nel corso del giro 1.49,4 il suo ultimo tempo contro l'1.49,5 di Andrea Bettini. Thomas Walk, per darvi una misura della differenza che sta facendo la Hyperion Racing, lì in prima posizione di classe P2, però sta girando sul passo del 47 nell'ultimo giro, anche se ha appena tagliato il traguardo di quello che è stato un 1.48 e 683, non un tempo clamoroso, però sicuramente i doppiaggi con 41 vetture in pista, ricordiamolo, non sono particolarmente comodi e facili, quindi ritmo che potrebbe essere anche scandito dal sorpassi delle vetture di classe più lenti. Bandiera gialla molto rapida nel terzo settore, con le vetture inquadrate che proprio in questa fase ci si stanno avvicinando. Doppiaggio di quella che dovrebbe essere la Carloni numero 82, che viene doppiata senza particolari difficoltà sia da Andrea Bettini che dalla Hyperion Sport numero 45. Sulla destra, molto lontana dal gruppo, passa anche la vettura di Harry Sinic, che vuole andare a completare anche il doppiaggio di tutte e due le P2 prima della staccata. Ci riesce senza particolari difficoltà, segno che proprio anche in percorrenza di curva questa Hypercar, che va, mamma mia quanto è andata vicina al muro, sembra poter regalare adesso un po' più di fiducia e un po' più di confidenza ai piloti che la vanno a portare in pista in questa fase. 105 i giri sui 268 previsti, ci stiamo avvicinando verso metà gara che dovrebbe arrivare al 134esimo giro, se la matematica non è un'opinione. Andiamo a vedere quanto tempo è passato, perché ricordiamolo, questa è una gara che prevede due limiti che agiscono contestualmente. Sostanzialmente quello che arriva prima andrà a decretare la bandiera a scacchi, minuti, 6 ore e 47 al termine, quindi vuol dire che abbiamo avuto fino a questo momento 3 ore all'incirca e 23 di gara, ragion per cui siamo pressoché in linea. Avevamo preventivato all'incirca 8 ore e spiccioli di gara. Il full corsiello in questo senso sicuramente non aiuterà, visto che va a tutti gli effetti ad allungare la gara, ma ovviamente non a livelli così importanti. Parliamo di davvero pochi minuti, almeno fino a questo momento. Quello che mentre ci appropinquiamo a metà gara è stato un unico full corsiello fino a questo momento, con Antirassi che è vicino alla Red Speedy Goal numero 24, battaglia che è per la posizione generale, perché le due vetture sono una di classe Pro e una di classe Pro AM. Con Antirasi possiamo anche andare a vedere quello che è la sua posizione di classe generale, la sua posizione in classifica generale, 16esimo, quindi battaglia per la 15esima posizione sostanzialmente in questo momento, con nuovamente tutte le vetture di classe P2 Pro che sono davanti a tutte le vetture di classe P2 AM, ad eccezione proprio di Antirasi, che è stato il protagonista dell'ultimo full corsiello, mentre un piccolo errore proprio da parte di Mateusz Rekas va a regalare la 15esima posizione al pilota della Future. Nullo il guadagno in termini di punti, ma è sicuramente un importante passo nel tentativo di dover risalire. Sono vetture che vanno comunque a tutti gli effetti sorpassate, è un sorpasso così senza colpo ferire, sostanzialmente praticamente gratuito e forzato, e non forzato sostanzialmente, va a mettere un pochino più in discesa rispetto a prima la gara. Macese Andac sempre con Andrea Bettini. Allora noi andiamo on board con il pilota della Hyperion Sport, alziamo il volume e andiamo con l'Oreca. Macese Andac, contatto con un'altra vettura che non sono riuscito a vedere mentre eravamo on board proprio con l'Oreca, non sono riuscito a riconoscere. Vediamo se con il replay riusciamo a recuperarla. Doppiaggio forse un po' troppo ottimista da parte della Hyperion Sport, vettura che aveva già subito il doppiaggio da parte della Sinfrim. Poi lì contatto abbastanza pesante anche per quella che dovrebbe essere la Sunset Motorsport, non so se la 83 o la 84, se è quella di Kemal Kurtoglu o di la numero 83 oppure la 84 che dovrebbe essere quella di Oguz Onsel, no, è quella di Kemal Kurtoglu, che però mi sembra in condizioni di poter continuare, non la vedo procedere in condizioni di particolare difficoltà. Contatto non proprio bellissimo da vedere, non proprio interessante, mentre è intervenuto il sorpasso di Macese Andac su Andrea Bettini, nonostante quindi il contatto che c'è stato poco tempo fa. Noi ce lo andiamo a rivedere con il replay. Fortunatamente abbiamo la possibilità di recuperarlo, probabilmente figlio di un errore proprio di Andrea Bettini o di un altro contatto di Andrea Bettini. Vediamo che cosa è successo. Errore di staccata da parte del pilota della Sinfrim Sport Junior Team. Ne approfitta così Macese Andac, che ha avuto anche un bel coraggio, devo dire la verità, nell'andare a tenere giù lì all'esterno, prendendosi la posizione, prendendosi il podio. Un bel sorpasso considerando l'errore ovviamente di Andrea Bettini, che adesso sta provando in ogni caso a lottare e a mantenere la posizione, a riprendersi la posizione, quantomeno. Attenzione al contatto in curva 1, secondo me le due vetture si sono sfiorate, forse anche un po' baciate in quella particolare fase di gara, perché sono state davvero vicinissime. Intanto arrivano molto vicine al contatto della vettura in settima posizione, che dovrebbe essere sempre quella di tanto per cambiare, di Nicola Musio. Credo che qui il pizzico sia stato pressoché minimo. Lorenzo Maggiolo della sua Carloni Racing Red numero 82 si va a prendere la posizione, devo dire molto bene, molto convintamente nei confronti di Kevin Galvin. Ottava posizione per Lorenzo Maggiolo con Kevin Galvin che prova a farsi vedere all'interno e non ci sta. Bello il tentativo di risposta di Kevin Galvin, con anche un come dire, un bacino tanto per gradire, con le due vetture che sono arrivate al contatto non violento, non violento ma pericolosissimo in curva 1. Andiamocelo a rivedere il tentativo da parte di Kevin Galvin in curva 1, con il contatto tra le due vetture che fortunatamente non stavano viaggiando ad una velocità folle e sono riuscite a tenersi in contatto, a tenersi comunque in pista. Bandiera gialla nel terzo settore, bandiera gialla che viene eliminata in questo momento, mentre si fa sempre più importante la penombra sul circuito della Florida. Avremo sostanzialmente metà gara di giorno e metà gara di notte praticamente, considerando che mancano ancora una ventina di giri prima di poterci appropinquare a metà gara, ragion per cui ci siamo sostanzialmente come tempi, considerando che almeno un'altra quarantina di minuti di luce ci sono a nostra disposizione in questa fase. Momento di numerose bandiere gialle, gare che dall'inizio dell'anno si stanno rivelando sempre essere piuttosto episodiche, con questi momenti in cui un po' la concentrazione dei piloti inizia a venire meno, e questo anche il momento in cui si ha molta meno visibilità. Questo va assolutamente detto, magari se riusciamo in qualche maniera a beccare un on-board in questa fase. Vedete come sia praticamente nulla la visuale in questa particolare parte di pista, con una staccata che è poi quella più difficile, quella più complicata e quella più importante del tracciato, dove si ha sostanzialmente visibilità, se non pari a zero, molto vicina. Kevin Galvin, che quindi è andato anche a mettersi un po' di vantaggio nei confronti del suo avversario, arriva anche la vettura HG eSport Blue Bolt. Vedete come sta andando effettivamente a calare un po' la concentrazione dei piloti, con il contatto con la vettura di Ivan Erron, che forse non era proprio sveglissima e attentissima in questa fase. Lorenzo Maggiolo che ringrazia e si rimette alle spalle del suo avversario. Adesso andrà probabilmente a provare il sorpasso. Vedete anche qui come il tramonto del sole sia particolarmente fastidioso in termini di visibilità. Ci ha provato a farsi vedere all'interno, non ci è riuscito. Lorenzo Maggiolo che sta comunque provando in qualche maniera a riprendersi la posizione persa proprio qualche minuto fa con il tentativo in curva 1. Addirittura adesso ancora un tentativo all'esterno con quello che poi diventerà interno. Lorenzo Maggiolo che così facendo si è andato a prendere la posizione. Alle loro spalle sta arrivando quella che credo essere la Caspian Motorsport, che potrebbe avere qualcosa da ridire su questa battaglia. Ma bella la mossa di Lorenzo Maggiolo della Carloni Racing Red in ottava posizione, era scesa per qualche istante in nona, si è rimessa in ottava, mentre alle sue spalle sta arrivando un prototipo di gran carriera, e credo che non vorrà perdere molto tempo alle spalle di queste due vetture. È stata sicuramente una bella battaglia, con un bello scambio di posizioni, ma attenzione perché credo che lì sia intervenuto un contatto tra la vettura di Kevin Galvin e il prototipo, che vediamo procedere anche abbastanza lentamente. Kevin Galvin che riesce a riprendere il tracciato, non credo che poi lì ci siano stati particolari problemi per il prototipo, che mi sembra aver ripreso sostanzialmente la sua marcia. Credo che forse ci sia stato come dire, un tentativo forse un po' troppo allegro da parte del pilota dell'P2 di andare a doppiare in un punto non proprio semplicissimo. Ma andiamoci a rivedere il sorpasso di Lorenzo Maggiolo con l'attacco qui all'esterno. Forse non è stato particolarmente efficiente poi in fase di trazione con la sua Aston Martin Kevin Galvin, anche perché vedete come poi l'uscita di curva sia stata proverbiale e mostruosa da parte di Lorenzo Maggiolo, che poi qui all'esterno, approfittando anche di quello che è il mood della pista e quello che è il disegno della pista, è riuscito ad avere all'interno e a prendersi la posizione con Kevin Galvin, che poi decide di andare al box. Tornando live dovremmo vedere la sua vettura ferma sulla piazzola di sosta. Non mi pare che avesse particolari danni, che avesse particolari difficoltà, però tant'è che il pilota si trova adesso a doversi fermare al box. Non so se è una sosta voluta oppure obbligata da quel contatto. Andiamo su Nicola Pagani, classe GTI AM, prima posizione, alziamo il volume e andiamo con lui. Tramonto sempre oltremodo pittoresco in quel di Sebring, quando siamo nel 113° giro da parte del leader, sempre più indiscusso della gara, Mika Hakimi, con la sua Hydratec Blue SR Blue Steel Racing, con Roland Zux che nel corso dell'ultimo giro ha fermato il cronometro sull'1.56 e 895. Salutiamo Luca Martino che si è unito allo streaming, per lui un primo stint come dire condizionato da quello che è stato il problema del giorno, che continua ad ossessionare noi purtroppo utenti di rFactor 2, vale a dire il pit occupato. Attenzione alla bandiera gialla nel secondo settore, che dura pochissimo, credo solamente un lungo, però le immagini che ci regala in questa particolare condizione di luce sono sempre oltremodo spettacolari, con Roland Zux che adesso deve provare a mettere giù un ritmo diverso per cercare di fare qualcosa in quello che sembra in questa fase un dominio abbastanza irrefrenabile da parte della vettura in prima posizione, mentre ci stiamo avvicinando a non grandissimi passi verso metà gara, ma ci stiamo avvicinando a quella che sarà la notte. Sarà sicuramente una prova particolarmente complicata per i piloti in pista, che dovranno svolgere sostanzialmente metà della distanza di gara senza le luci, in quello che è un circuito che sì viene molto come dire illuminato da quelli che sono i fari delle vetture, ma che poi nelle altre parti resta sostanzialmente come dire buio nelle altre parti. Roland Zux che adesso sta provando in un certo senso a rimettere un po' di ritmo nelle sue gomme, un po' di ritmo nella sua vettura, con le difficoltà del giorno che sono davvero tante, a partire anche per loro un molto tempo perso al pit. Credo forse, non so se in questo senso ci potrà essere d'aiuto il box della Simfrim Esports, credo che forse ci avviciniamo, credo che buona parte del gap che c'è in questo momento tra la vettura numero 1 e la vettura numero 10 sia pressoché dovuto a quella sosta molto più lunga del preventivato e molto più lunga anche di quanto sia umanamente come dire, auspicabile. Maciej Sandak della Ipilion Sport, che poco tempo fa si era liberato di Andrea Bettini ma che ha riperso la posizione, non so che cosa sia effettivamente accaduto, probabilmente un pit stop oppure qualche errore, anche qui gara che si sta un po' sfibrando e sfilacciando nel corso di questa seconda parte di gara. Avviene il doppiaggio da parte di quella che credo essere la Flying Goat e poi da parte dell'altra Arms Sim Racing, dovrebbe essere la numero 41, guidata in questo momento da Marco Vinciullo, 2 giri di ritardo nei confronti della Blue Steel Racing in prima posizione, con Luca Martino che cita effettivamente il passo fuori di testa da parte della vettura in prima posizione. Mika Kimi, che non lo stiamo scoprendo in questo momento, ne parlavano anche i miei colleghi nella fase di commento non in italiano, autore anche del giro veloce nella 24 Hours of Le Mans virtuale, quindi non proprio l'ultimo arrivato, che quest'oggi sta mettendo in pista un ritmo clamoroso. C'è da augurarsi per gli altri piloti della classe Hypercar che il suo compagno di scuderia Ayman Azik non sia del pari così veloce. Attenzione perché c'è la Go Team Racing, la vettura numero 17 di Gabor Evesti, che vuole andarsi addirittura a sdoppiare nei confronti della vettura di Maciej Sandak, con la Go Team Racing che è in classe Pro M, in prima posizione di classe Pro M, ma che adesso sta mettendo in pista un ritmo molto interessante, si è andato a sdoppiare nei confronti di Maciej Sandak, quindi forse il suo intento è quello di risalire anche in classifica generale, mentre i fari vanno a fare sempre la loro bella figura, devo dire, lo diciamo sempre quando ci troviamo in questa situazione di gara. rFactor 2 fa sempre la sua figura in queste particolari condizioni di luce, sono molto belle da vedere, è molto bello da vedere in questa particolare fase rFactor 2, con il crepuscolo, l'alba e il tramonto tendenzialmente che sono sempre molto più spettacolari delle fasi di luce, passatemi il termine, normale. Non ci sono tantissime battaglie in pista, c'è però c'è una bandiera gialla nel secondo settore, bandiera gialla che viene poi rimossa. Sono sempre 41 le vetture in pista, con Herman Stocchi e Nick Mura che sono le uniche due vetture ferme al box anzitempo, che hanno terminato la loro gara anzitempo, ritiri entrambi per motivi tecnici, con la numero 28 che ha avuto una disconnessione nelle primissime fasi di gara e la vettura numero 21, la Satellite Racing numero 21, che invece dopo due screen freeze e un danno molto lungo ha optato per il ritiro dalla gara, con Gabor Evesti che adesso sembra avere effettivamente un altro ritmo nei confronti delle vetture che gli stanno intorno. Daniele Vella, che forse complice anche qualche doppiaggio non proprio semplicissimo, non proprio felicissimo, è riuscito a far registrare un 1.51.0 con 1.57.1 di Daniele Vella, che è la vettura più fisicamente vicina a quella di Gabor Evesti. È una vettura di classe diversa, una vettura di classe Pro, ma comunque con il pilota della P2 Prime, della vettura leader della classe P2 Prime, che si sta comportando davvero bene e sta legittimando la sua posizione. Ma andiamo a fare un giro nelle vetture di classe GT, andiamo sulla classe GTE Pro con Christopher Kianek, che si trova in prima posizione con la sua vettura numero 99, con 78 secondi di vantaggio nei confronti di Erdem Archiol della Caspian Motorsport, vantaggio piuttosto importante in questa fase. Chiude il podio poi Luca Sarassi con l'HG eSport Blue Bolt numero 2, lo sentivamo prima proprio in chat raccontarci di una febbre che potrebbe effettivamente andare un po' a zavorrare questo suo stint nel quale almeno fino a questo momento sta occupando il podio in terza posizione davanti ad un redivio arrivo Giampaolo Folegati della MR Motorsport numero 71, vettura che si sta tenendo nelle posizioni che contano dalla prima parte di gara. Quinta posizione scusate, per la Into the Point Racing con Arda Ersan che sta mantenendo questa posizione, vettura che si trova ad un giro dal leader e a circa 43 secondi da Giampaolo Folegati. Poi sesta posizione per Mattia Panci della Rivetto Racing Team e settima posizione per Nicola Musio della HG eSport Blue Bolt numero 1, che chiude il novero delle vetture di classe GTE Pro con l'ennesima prestazione molto sfortunata da parte di questa vettura. Classe GTE AM, che invece è quella più numerosa quest'oggi in pista, addirittura 14 vetture di classe AM, con Nicola Pagani in testa, che si trova adesso a sfanalare con frenesia e decisione nei confronti della Los Piratas Race Formula 1, che si trova poi, dovrebbe essere la vettura in 34esima posizione generale. Poi vedremo in quale posizione di classe è. Seconda posizione, che è quella occupata da Peter Schoenemann della Fine Abond Motorsport numero 445, chiude il podio di classe GTI AM Oguz Onsel della Sunset Motorsport numero 84. Quarta posizione per Massimiliano Martin della MR Motorsport numero 66, classe GTAM, doppiaggio non proprio semplicissimo quello che poi ha dovuto subire proprio da Nicola Pagani, con Arthur Zicula in quinta posizione della Red Speed Eagles Racing numero 9. Sesta posizione per Sharik Zulkarnain, non so minimamente come andare a pronunciare questo cognome. Contatto, poi fortunatamente riesce ad evitare il contatto con il muro, ha rischiato tantissimo qui la vettura numero 71, che però secondo me, la vettura numero 31, che però secondo me qui ha qualche problema tecnico, perché la vedo non procedere molto normalmente, ha forse una sospensione rotta, quindi credo che ci sia un problema tecnico, anche se vedo che non va a ridurre la propria velocità il pilota della Dozov Blue Steel Racing. Attenzione ai prototipi che stanno arrivando, vedremo se ci sarà un fulcorsiello per cercare di andare a neutralizzare questa situazione, anche se in questo particolare momento non ha particolari avversari vicino, però vedete come il controllo della vettura sia particolarmente difficile. Credo che al termine di questo giro dovrà andarsi a fermare al box, o quantomeno andarci a pensare, mentre c'è un ritiro in questo momento. Dobbiamo andare a segnalare un ritiro per la vettura di Luis Barbosa per la Grow Racing Team. Andiamo a vedere che cosa è successo al pilota, vediamo se riusciamo a recuperare quello che è successo al pilota, vediamo se riusciamo a recuperarlo, se riusciamo a vedere che cosa è successo. Ma probabilmente un connection lost, andando a giudicare da quello che da quello che vedevamo dalle telecamere. Vedremo se per la Grow Racing Team di classe LMP2 ci sarà tempo e modo di poter tornare in pista. Peccato, perché stavano facendo comunque una buona gara. Torniamo su Sharik, andiamo a vedere se si recherà al box. La traiettoria che ha scelto mi pare che lo vada a suggerire. Alle sue spalle stava arrivando anche un Hyperion che ha dovuto frenare in maniera piuttosto importante, piuttosto decisa, per evitare qualsiasi tipo di tamponamento. Vedremo se ci sarà il ritiro per la vettura per la vettura numero 31, che aveva controllato molto bene la situazione fino a questo momento. Era stata anche nelle prime posizioni di classe GT AM, poi forse una seconda parte di gara non proprio all'altezza della prima. Il fatto sta che adesso è al box. Dato statistico abbastanza interessante: delle tre vetture ritirate, tutte e tre sono di classe P2 Pro, che è la classe che continua a essere falcidiata dai ritiri. Vedremo se ci sarà un tentativo di rientro da parte della Grow Racing Team, considerando che manca ancora più di metà gara, e quindi ci sarebbe tutto il tempo del mondo per cercare di andare a rimettere rimettere un attimino a posto una gara che sicuramente fino a questo momento aveva detto cose positive, oltre che questo momento di grande difficoltà. Vedremo che cosa accadrà. Io andrei questa volta on board non con una Ferrari, perché ne abbiamo sentite abbastanza fino a questo momento di Ferrari. Andiamo sulla Porsche di Arthur Sicula, alziamo il volume, torniamo on board con lui. Arthur Sicula on track, come direbbero i nostri colleghi del commento in inglese, a cui tra un poco andremo a cedere lo scettro del comando. Mi pare, se non vado errato, che Luis Barbosa sia rientrato sul server. Vedremo se sarà anche il suo un rientro in pista, oppure se sarà solo un tentativo di riprendere la vettura che comunque mi risulta ancora ferma al box, non ancora accesa, quindi sicuramente c'è un tentativo di rientro che però non è ancora effettivo e preciso fino a questa fase. Eccola qui la vettura che si accende proprio in questo momento, mentre c'è una bandiera gialla nel terzo settore. Vedremo se ci sarà il modo di tornare in pista per il pilota inquadrato. Andiamo un po' lì davanti a capire che cosa sta succedendo. Mika Kimi che riceve lo sfanalamento da parte della vettura che aveva appena doppiato, forse non particolarmente contenta del trattamento ricevuto. Fatto sta che passa comunque la vettura in questione senza particolari problemi. Mika Kimi che ha girato, ha fatto registrare un ultimo giro in 45,6, ultimo giro da parte di Roland Zux 1,54,1. non so se c'è stato qualche problema grosso, credo un ultimo settore non proprio a regola d'arte da parte del pilota della Simfrim eSport numero 1, perché il tempo, specialmente nell'ultimo settore, è stato davvero molto lento, quindi credo che non sia stato proprio inattaccabile come giro. Siamo ormai completamente al buio, forse non ancora proprio al 100%, ma siamo comunque in una situazione in cui la visuale è sicuramente poca. Luis Barbosa continua a essere fermo al box con i fari accesi, non so se stiano provando qualcosa di particolare oppure se abbiano qualche altro particolare problema tecnico a noi ignoto in questa fase. 122 giri su 168, ci stiamo avvicinando, mancano 12 giri a quello che è il giro di boa della gara, quello che è il raggiungimento delle 500 miglia, della 1000 miglia del Sebring. Sicuramente una gara fino a questo momento molto interessante, mentre mi pare che sia definitivo il ritiro da parte della Grow Team Racing di Luis Barbosa, che quindi ha provato a tornare in pista ma non ci è riuscito. Grow Team Racing numero LMP2 che andiamo a segnare come terzo ritiro, e vetture in pista che scendono a 40. Vedremo se ci sarà un ulteriore tentativo di tornare in pista, ma a questo punto credo che sia ben poco probabile, considerando il tempo che hanno già perso. Roland Zux fermo al box, questa volta pit che non è occupato, sosta che può avvenire senza particolari problemi, o almeno rispetto a quello che abbiamo visto fino a questo momento può avvenire senza troppi problemi. problemi, bandiera gialla nel terzo settore, bandiera gialla che sta durando un po' di secondi in più rispetto al solito, ma che viene rimossa esattamente in questo momento, segno che non è un problema particolarmente serio. Speriamo che non sia un danno sulla vettura numero 1, altrimenti andremo a vedere un ulteriore colpo importante allo spettacolo della gara. Intanto si va a fermare anche Mikakimi, che ha rischiato davvero per poco di andare a doppiare i suoi avversari, andare a doppiare la vettura seconda in classifica. Le due vetture sono distanti qualche metro in pit lane. Roland Zux che si muove dal box proprio in questo momento, quindi non credo che ci siano grossi problemi. Henry Sinic, che invece è ancora in pista, andrà a ridurre un po' il suo svantaggio nei confronti di Mikakimi. Vedremo se interverrà il cambio pilota, oppure se, come tutte le altre gare di questa stagione, andremo ad assistere ad uno stint di gara davvero molto lungo da parte del pilota che possiamo definire leader della vettura numero 10. Insieme a lui c'è Ayman Azik, che prende invece il controllo della vettura. C'è il cambio pilota in questo momento. Uno stint fuori di testa quello di Mikakimi, credo che possiamo tranquillamente archiviarlo come il miglior stint fatto da questo pilota in questa stagione, in questo campionato. Davvero uno stint clamoroso che gli ha permesso di guadagnare un minuto di vantaggio sulla vettura in seconda posizione, anche se vero è che c'è una zavorra molto pesante su quel tempo che vede in questo momento la vettura di Roland Zux, perché hanno perso quasi un minuto al box. Contro ogni aspettativa vedo tornare al box la vettura di Luis Barbosa, vettura che però è ancora ferma lì, quindi davvero credo che ci sia più di qualche problema tecnico qui da risolvere. Vettura che non riesce ad uscire dal box, vedo fari accesi, forse c'è qualche problema in termini di hardware, in termini di qualcosa, perché vedo accelerare ma vettura che poi non va avanti. Non so se c'è forse un problema tecnico alla vettura, se c'è un danno alla vettura o qualcosa di non spiegabile, perché la vettura è in prima, vedo accelerare ma poi non la vedo ripartire. Peccato, perché aveva un giro veloce davvero molto interessante, 46.992. Inspiegabile fino a questo momento quello che sta accadendo. Henry Sinic, che è molto vicino a Roland Zux, 1 secondo e 5, mentre c'è una bandiera gialla nel primo settore. Henry Sinic che quindi ha approfittato di questa sosta per riavvicinarsi ai suoi avversari, anche se continua ad essere a 1 secondo e 6 dal suo avversario, quindi sicuramente non nulla che possa far gridare al miracolo. Ancora ferma al box la vettura di Luis Barbosa, e non so effettivamente cosa possa essere con vettura che poi non riesce a ripartire. A questo punto credo che ci sia un problema hardware con il quale andare a fare i conti in questa fase. Allora noi andiamo proprio con Henry Sinic, alziamo il volume, andiamo on board con lui. Racing che prova a rimettere un po' di ritmo in cancina per la Satellite Racing numero 12 con Roland Zux che attualmente sta provando ad andare a ridurre il gap nei confronti di Ayman Azik. 1.44.9, uno dei primi giri cronometrati da parte della vettura numero 10 contro l'1.44.8 di Roland Zux, un decimo che non è in questo momento in grado di fare la differenza che necessiterebbe per cercare di portare avanti la propria candidatura a voler impensierire la prima posizione di Ayman Azik, vettura di Luis Barbosa che purtroppo continua a essere ferma lì al box, prima che continua a essere innestata, ma che non riesce a dar del movimento alla vettura che si trova adesso ferma e che è ferma ormai da più di qualche giro a questa parte. Javier Cavero che prende il volante della Los Piratas Race Formula 1. Non ci sono tantissime battaglie in pista in questo momento. 45.9 il secondo giro cronometrato da parte di Ayman Azik. Vediamo se adesso riesce effettivamente a mettere un po' di ritmo dalla sua la vettura in seconda posizione, con anche Racing che ha fatto registrare un 1.45.8, Marco Vinciullo 44.6. Vediamo se si riesce a rimovimentare un po' un discorso che sembrava essere particolarmente chiuso in questi ultimi minuti. Sono sempre 40 le vetture in pista, al netto della 41esima che è quella di Luis Barbosa, ancora ferma al pit per non meglio specificati problemi tecnici. Prima posizione della classe Hypercar, in cui vediamo come al solito e come dall'inizio della gara Ayman Azik, seconda posizione per Roland Zux, terza posizione per Racing che è a 3 secondi e 4, sta perdendo effettivamente qualcosina nei confronti di Roland Zux e sta perdendo anche qualcosina, anche se il gap è molto importante nei confronti di Marco Vinciullo, con Salvatore Zitiello che fa registrare anche lui un buon 44, poi però non bissato con 1.47 immediatamente successivo. 45.9 adesso, ancora un giro non proprio ottimale da parte della vettura in prima posizione. Vediamo se ci sarà la possibilità per vedere un movimento, per vedere qualcosa di diverso in questa seconda parte di gara, mentre ormai ci stiamo avvicinando a grandi passi verso la metà matematica ed effettiva della gara. Andiamo a rivedere anche un attimo la situazione in classe LMP2 Pro, dove la Hyperion Sport numero 44 è in prima posizione con 1 minuto e 40 secondi, che poi non sono altro che quasi 100 secondi secchi di vantaggio nei confronti di Maciej Sandak. In seconda posizione quindi 1-2 abbastanza proverbiale e intenso da parte della Hyperion Sport, che mette la 44 e la 45 in prima e seconda posizione. Chiude il podio una Simfrim che, nonostante le difficoltà di ritmo, le difficoltà che ha avuto in occasione di qualche doppiaggio e di qualche battaglia, che comunque riesce a rimanere saldamente in terza posizione. Alle sue spalle sta arrivando di gran carriera Daniele Vella che con l'1.48.3 ha mangiato un secondo secco nel corso dell'ultimo giro nei confronti del suo avversario. Si è ripreso la grande Ayman Azik, 1.44.4 il giro fatto registrare dal pilota della vettura numero 10, che sembra voler confermare il ritmo assolutamente irraggiungibile di Mika Kimi nel primo stint di gara, con Giuseppe Saracino che poi è a 17 secondi da Daniele Vella in classe LMP2 Pro, con un podio abbastanza statico in questa fase. Ci sono 99 secondi come dicevamo prima, 100 secondi tra il primo e il secondo. Poi la battaglia per la terza posizione, a dire il vero, è molto intensa, perché ci sono in 20 secondi addirittura 4 vetture, quindi tutto assolutamente ancora passibile di discussione e passibile di battaglia. Daniele Vella che fa registrare un altro giro abbastanza più veloce di quello di Andrea Bettini, 1.48.1 il giro di Daniele Vella contro l'1.48.8 di Andrea Bettini. Salutiamo Michele Molle che è sceso non molto tempo fa dalla vettura numero 33, adesso sapientemente condotta verso porti sicuri da Daniele Vella, che va a doppiare una vettura HG eSport Blue Bolt. Dovrebbe essere la 92 in settima posizione di classe, ultima posizione di classe GTE Pro con Daniele Vella, che adesso deve anche qui affrontare un paio di doppiaggi non proprio simpaticissimi e semplicissimi, che però si concludono senza particolari difficoltà. Occhio, perché anche Andrea Bettini ha avuto davanti a sé dei doppiaggi non proprio comodi, non proprio semplici e non proprio facili, e quindi ha visto ancora una volta scendere il suo vantaggio nei confronti di Daniele Vella. 2 secondi adesso tra le due vetture, non semplice adesso andare a battagliare, andare a doppiare, considerando anche la visibilità che inizia ad essere un po' più bassa rispetto a prima. C'è anche un po' più di, come dire, calo di concentrazione rispetto a prima, tenendo in considerazione che inizia a essere tardi, oddio, inizia a essere anche serata qui in Italia. I piloti da questa parte del mondo potrebbero avere qualche problema di concentrazione con l'orario che inizia ad andare oltre. Non oso immaginare i tanti piloti che abbiamo dall'altra parte del mondo. Sto pensando ad esempio a Daimana Zic e Damira Zic, che guidano sostanzialmente sempre e solo a notte fonda. Bandiera gialla nel primo settore, Andrea Bettini che va a tagliare un altro giro, va a chiudere un altro giro, adesso doppiaggio nei confronti di una MR Motorsport molto stretto in curva 1, forse anche un po' troppo, va a pizzicare il cordolo in uscita. Non so se lì effettivamente ci sia stato un contatto con il muro, mi sembrava che quasi fosse andato a sfiorare il muro alla sua sinistra Andrea Bettini, rischiando oltre un bel graffio sulla sua scocca anche un danno abbastanza serio quando siamo ancora a metà gara, e quindi c'è ancora tantissimo tempo da dover affrontare in pista. Andrea Bettini che però adesso vede farsi sempre più grande nei suoi specchietti la Verdona di classe LMP2, la Oreca 07 di Daniele Vella, che adesso mette nel mirino il podio e vuole ovviamente fare tutto ciò in suo potere per andarselo a prendere. Andiamo a vedere i tempi lì davanti: 44,5 per Ayman Zik, 43,9 per Roland Zux, quindi non proprio sono 6 decimi di distacco tra le due vetture, con 6 decimi guadagnati proprio dal pilota della Simfrim Esports numero 1, che quindi sta provando effettivamente a mettere qualcosina in più, provando a scendere, abbassare un po' l'asticella e vedere che cosa può regalare di buono questa gara da qui alla fine. Bandiera gialla nel terzo settore, che continua a essere una costante pressoché continua del tracciato. Sono molto comuni le bandiere gialle nel primo e nel terzo settore, dove ci sono anche le curve più complicate, mi verrebbe da dire, del tracciato. Quindi andiamo un po' on board proprio con Daniele Vella, alziamo il volume, andiamo on board con lui. Rieccoci live, Daniele Vella che sta provando in questo momento a chiudere il gap nei confronti di Andrea Bettini. Mi pare che ci fosse una vettura GTE ferma in quel momento, ci fosse una vettura ferma proprio in curva 1. Intanto volge al termine il mio stint in italiano, tra qualche secondo partiremo live con il commento in questo momento. Tra un po' andremo appunto a prendere il controllo andremo a passare la parola ai ragazzi del commento in inglese, con Daniele Vella che è davvero molto vicino in questo momento ad Andrea Bettini, con il tentativo di Daniele Vella di andarsi a prendere il podio, tentativo davvero molto che va molto indietro nel tempo. Sono più di qualche giro che stanno provando ad avvicinarsi, sta provando ad avvicinarsi l'equipaggio della vettura numero 33, con Daniele Vella e Andrea Bettini che adesso sono davvero molto vicini. Attenzione, perché potrebbe essere questo il momento nel quale Daniele Vella potrebbe andare a provare ad affondare il colpo. Ci prova adesso all'interno dell'ultima curva. Mi sembra che Andrea Bettini non abbia opposto particolare e severa resistenza al con il tentativo di sorpasso, non abbia opposto nemmeno particolare resistenza. Daniele Vella che si prende il podio con questa bella mossa. Andiamoci a vedere il replay con in questo momento Daniele Vella che quindi si va a prendere il sorpasso in maniera molto decisa, in maniera molto bella, con un ottimo movimento, una bella mossa da parte del pilota della VEM numero 33. A questo punto noi ci andiamo a prendere una piccola pausa, tra un paio di minuti saremo live ancora con l'eSport Endurance Race, mentre Daniele Vella va a avere qualche problema in uscita, si sta avvicinando anche Andrea Bettini. Torneremo live tra un paio di minuti, non cambiate canale perché sta per tornare il commento in inglese.
Welcome back to the 1,000 miles of Sebring at the Sebring International Raceway in Florida, United States. My name is Edward Hunter, and streaming alongside me for the ERS, the e-racing series, is of course Amir Haziq. Amir, it's been 2 hours since we were last on. A lot has changed, but although the circuit is now shrouded in darkness, the order is very, very clear.
Indeed, Ed, it has been a bit chopping and changing, especially in the GT AM class, where we saw a really close battle between the Tomelli and BSR car, but unfortunately the BSR car had a bit of a mare in the couple of minutes that they had to recover from a crash, and then a really botched pit stop. They're now just chasing shadows to be up to chase up back to the lead. But apart from that, it's been plain sailing for the guys in front, especially the sister BSR number 10 car, which has been leading since trouble befell the Sim 3M number 1 car.
Indeed, and here we go. Is this the battle for second in LMP2 Pro? Daniel Vella going up the inside at Sunset Bend. No sun to speak of course, but that's VEM, back into the runners-up spot in LMP2 Pro, and they'll be very, very happy with that, as Andrea Bettini has to give way, and I think Sandak is about Messier Sandak in the Hyperion 45 is about 6 seconds behind them, so that could very well, this battle very much not over. But also back in LMP2 Pro Am, we've got Peter Smigeli, who's about 3/10 behind Arcadia's Otreba for the Panica Racing number 76. So Sweet Force and Panica Racing having a great battle for. I'm trying to figure out what that is in class. I think that's fourth in class. Yeah.
Yep, Smigielski.
There we are.
Yep. Smigielski then on the back of Otreba. So these are fellow Polish drivers. Not for pole position per se in first place, but still no love lost between the both of them, as Smigielski gets a good run out of turn 3 there.
He's going to be forced to the outside though for the hairpin, unless he has anything to do about that. Somebody's crashed in the background under the bridge.
Hyperion, that's the Hyperion car.
Oh dear, and let's see where that was at the that Sandak in the 45. I thought they'd hit trouble, but they've dropped behind Saracino.
Yeah, and I hazard to guess he might have actually hit the bridge on the way there as we go 3 wide.
Oh, that's a horrible crash there into turn 10 then, and 3 cars going across. That's chaotic.
That's one of the it's the Arm Serba number 41 car involved in that one as well. And did I tell you? Car, yeah. And did I tell you off the air that something normally happens when we take over this? And there we go, case in point.
Yeah, we've seen so many 3 wide moments that just about everyone came out unscathed. But here we go, Marco Vinsulio in the 41 that's already had so much misfortune, trying to go all the way to the left past I think 2 other LMP2s. He's forced into the middle, he gets squeezed in, and he's basically a passenger at that point. Look how much that looks like the satellite car that got squeezed in the walls. That was the car they were fighting with for position then.
No, actually, it's one of the LMP2s from HG Esports Blue Bolt. That's the one that came off the worst in that particular incident. It's Saracino. Yeah. So Saracino then, after getting a drive-through at the start of the race, now has to recover the car all the way back. It may not cause a code 80, but that car is seriously compromised.
Yeah, and I think there was an incident for Sandak just before that. That's sort of, as we see, let's see, the order in LMP2 Pro is all over the place now. I do think it was getting a bit too close, too good to be true for it to stay clean. But it's now Bash for Hyperion, Vella for VEM. He's just gotten up to second. Bettini for Sim 3M Esports JT, junior team, about 3 seconds down on him. Then Saracino now 52 seconds and again and losing more time to Bettini. Ivesi 3 seconds down on Saracino and closing, I believe. And then Sandak, who's also losing a lot of time. But Saracino now makes it to the pits.
Yeah, but luckily for him, his car was actually moving fast enough to get there.
Yeah, he was the one who hit the wall, and a big impact there that spun the car around about 270 degrees there.
Yeah, he really
That's
had
a rough
big
estimate.
Yeah, he had a big old whack there.
My trigonometry probably needs a bit of work there.
But that front of the car took a big old whack. I think he might be in the pits for a long period.
Yeah, and I think Sandak as well. It's just come in too.
And there's the Hyperion car.
Yeah, that really helps Ivesi then, Go Team Racing the AM car up into the top 4 in the LMP2 order overall. And I think Recas is also and potentially Nizio and Recas could get through here as well. About 99 seconds behind. They are about a lap down as Vella also comes into the pits. I think, for a scheduled stop. Because I think Vela was ahead of all of that.
Yep, and Sandak is into this as well because he was the guy that in that chain of events was the very first car to come a cropper. We didn't see what happened to him, but again, I think he
saw
might have
him
hit...
under the bridge, facing the wrong way. Oh!
Yep.
And that's Massimiliano Martin. He thought there was a gap on the inside in that GT car, but the prototype, I think it was the yellow prototype, just didn't let him through, and he finds himself spun around down in 6th position in the MR Motorsport team.
Yeah, the Panica car, in fact, that's the second of the 2 Panica cars that are in that particular scrap. The first one went through unscathed in that 3-way kerfuffle. The second one just barely made it out, getting hit by a GT car. So we just took over for a few minutes, and a lot has happened.
So was that Ortreba that hit him there in the 76?
No, I think he was trying to overtake one of the... no, he was being overtaken by LMP2. It's just that Ortreba happens to be in that particular situation. Luckily, he didn't get taken out as collateral. But yeah, again, it's coming into the night. The grip is sort of there, but it's getting very cold. So really then the cars are becoming a bit twitchy at the moment.
That's very true. We are sort of approaching what they call them on the midnight hour, essentially, but where the track is sort of at its coolest and the tyres are sort of working at their best. But also, there's this sense of, especially drivers doing very, very long stints. There are a couple of 2-driver teams in this, quite a few actually, but most of them have at least a couple of reserve drivers in as well. But fatigue can be a real factor at this time of the night, that sort of you have drivers that really just start to get completely exhausted, and that's where the mistakes start to creep in, where it's almost like destructive to leave a driver out that long at certain points. But thankfully there is a rule, I believe, about how much you're allowed to drive. As we see the little lights lining either side of the circuit as Martin passes them, that sort of is very good at nighttime for showing you where the track limits are.
Yeah, and also the fact that it is actually an airport runway anyway, so it kind of fits the theme that there is at least lights on the road to tell you where you're going.
Indeed, as looks like one of the satellite hypercars just switching behind Martin there as he looks to put another lap on him.
Yep, and
of course that would be the only one left then. That would be Henry Cynic. Not cynical, of course, but his name is Cynic. Satellite Racing number 12, because of course the Satellite Racing number 21 that was leading LMP2 in the hands of Liam Rance, as unfortunately Herman Stoichi had to retire the car quite early on, just after we left to go on break essentially. So that is a big misfortune. So there's effectively I believe 4 retirements at the moment, although Luke Fahey has got back into the race in GTM, I believe, and is still running 32 laps down.
And we did discuss this off air as well, that the attrition rate in this league is really not as high compared to some other leagues. In fact, even in the real world, where cars normally fall off like flies after a few hours. But credit to everybody where it's due that they're still running.
Indeed, it is a real testament to the quality of the championship, how many are still running 140 laps in. Although we just had a refresh and it said need lap 0 out of 268, which gave me a little bit of a heart attack, but that's all good. We are definitely on lap 140 of 268, with 5 hours 46 minutes left to go.
Oh, that was a big one. We just cut away from that one. That was a prototype completely going sideways there, as we see Maciek Sandak in the pit lane. Not sure whose one is that. It was an all-red prototype. That was a big moment there, Ed.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that either, but maybe I can go back on stream and get a better look at it.
And there it is. It's Smigelski.
Oh yeah, there we go. Peter Smigelski for Sweet Force, that was actually catching up, and he just corrects himself before the other LMP2 comes along. That's a 4th in class in LMP2 AM, I believe.
Indeed it was. And miraculously, he did not get collected by a second LMP2 that came into shot there.
And Freak Verkolen, who's gone aboard the Love One Esports number 27. Was that the car that had a load of issues? No, that's the 28, the Nick Mura, that's already out. But the sister car, the 27, has been chugging along quite nicely. It's now only about 7 seconds off of getting into the top 4. With Sandak, I remind you, still in the pit lane. So Hinter, Wozniak, or Traber, they've all made it through as a result.
Indeed. So again, you say there's
and
no.
That's a big blow for Hyperion. Of course, the 44 is the one in contention for the championship, isn't it? But the 45 was 4th, only 21 points down. So this potentially could be a deciding race and sort of how things turn out in the championship for the 45 if they can't recover that ground, because it really hands the ball in the court of their teammates, future number 5 and Team 3 eSports junior team number 26.
Yeah, winning up to at one point as well in LMP2 Pro. So really, that's just a blow to the team that they could have had a nice family portrait across the line there, but it's not to be at this point in time.
It's the 44 Hyperion and Sim 3 eSports running in the top 2 in LMP2 Pro at the moment, with Future 05 running 4th behind VEM number 33. They're 6th, I think, in the standings, about 26 points down. So the 33 could work their way back in. They're probably the outside of the dark horses for the title at the moment, I would say, in LMP2 Pro.
Indeed, and the fact that it's quite close at the top, even 15, 20, 21, in fact 21 points separate the first 4, and all the way to even P8, 30 points, and it's sometimes 30 points for a win. So any one of these guys retire, they could land themselves close up to the top 5. So really then, every single point counts, as we now officially are in the halfway point of the season.
Oh, there we go. So 5 hours 44 minutes left to go, and we are on lap 141 out of 268. I believe lap 134 was half distance officially in the race, but 141, let's call it halfway through the season.
Because we were on break on that one, so we just had to call it there. So just to let everyone know that, yes, we're now coming into the squeaky bum point of the season.
Indeed, so here's 10 Lure circulating at the moment, 5th in the, is that the Pro GT class?
Indeed it is, and in fact the link for 4th of the
It's Evan right in front of him, yes.
Yes, it is.
On the same lap, I believe, as well. So we're seeing Into the Points versus Finnavon, the battle we've seen many times in ERC that I've commentated on. So we get to see another one again, Evers versus Lure. And Lure has actually also driven for me and won most recently in a British Drone Car race at Rockingham.
And incidentally, I've also drew with Teon as well when we were in the same Apex team. So
the 47 just got on the curb there at Le Mans and had to sort of wrestle back under control. So 10 really pushing to keep the Finnavon in sight, like Aston Martin handling a little bit better through the more technical sections as we switch to Salvatore Zitiello.
Yep.
In the Cyber, it's
Turbo, yes. It is the Turbo, yeah.
So I was calling it Cyber, trying to make it sound more cool and techy. But
he's not like a Decepticon, if I'm honest.
Yeah, but he was about 14 seconds behind his teammate Vin Ciulo.
Yep.
So the 41 and the 42 are really kind of finding each other in Hypercar. It's sort of the 41 are the favourites in the championship at the moment, but 42 is on 48 points. The Cyber is only about 3 points down on Hydrotech BSR, who are currently leading the race as well. It's looking like Hydrotech are really going to extend their lead at the moment, unless something very, very bizarre happens. Yeah, but it could.
Yeah, and also the fact that it might be damage limitation. They do not want that number 42 to be in front of the 41, so they're going to have to hold station here to help the number 41 in the championship grand scheme of things.
Exactly, so Zitiello, he might be a little bit put out by that. He's 2 laps ahead of Anthony Maris. There's no real threat from behind. So, you've got to say, they're sort of kind of in no man's land at the moment, where they're only kind of racing each other. Because Vinciello, it's a 2-lap gap to Henry Sinnet?
It is indeed. It's quite a huge gap back up to the front.
Yes, it's not really quite gone Arms Serber's way, has it?
Actually, no, he's only about 86 seconds behind Ayman Hazik, so...
okay. It's 2 laps behind the overall lead of Ayman Hazik.
Yeah. So, wait, we're talking about Cynic? Yeah, Cynic is 86 seconds behind, so yeah, 2 laps behind. All is not lost yet. Still, anything can happen in regards to accidents and, full course cautions, but at this point in time, they just have to keep slogging at it.
And here is Lorenzo Maggiolo chasing down Alexi Diaz for the Grow Racing team. And they're using the Corvette, which is one of the more unusual GD3 entries here. Although it is the AM class, there tends to be a little bit more variety in the AM class, whereas in the Pro class they all pretty much use the Ferrari, with a couple of exceptions like the Aston Martin.
Yeah. but the vet has served some teams quite well, especially in seasons past, notably like, for example, the Wave 3M eSports team that ran number 99 last season. They dominated all the races and won the championship in Pro outright, but then they moved on to other things, including the fact that they're now running the number 1 hypercar. So it's a car that can be, in the right hands, really fast.
Indeed it can, and Maggio about to be lapped by some LMPs and hypercars, and he lets them through without incident, which is merciful for him.
And of course, going back to that whole Teon Lua thing, incidentally, I've also raced with him as well. So, yeah, for some weird 6 degrees of separation, we've all actually had some contact with some of these drivers at one point, even raced with them.
Well, I had them race for us in the case of my own team, Hunter Birch Simulation, which I co-own with Joshua Birch, who I also commentate with. So that makes it interesting. It leads to slightly biased commentary, admittedly, when we do our own races. But Lua 1.2 behind Milan Evers, and continuing to keep him very honest indeed as Maggiolo and the rest of the GD field as well, going as wide as they can through Sunset Bend to try and get maximum speed onto the start-finish straight.
We haven't seen any accident through Sunset Bend on the exit, at least, because that wall does close up all the way to the start-finish line. Imagine if someone whacks that, then we're going to have a major blockage.
I did see, and I forget which car it was, it might have been the 76, the Panica Racing, one of the yellow cars that just squeezed one of the GD cars into the wall on the outside, on the inside. It wasn't the pit wall, it was the other wall, essentially, and I thought, that's genuinely not a good idea. I think it happened just after we left. I was watching it on the stream.
Indeed, you commented on that, and, well, that was a lucky one. We didn't have a situation where the driver, one of the cars just basically squared the wall, you know, head on.
We had a little look there. Oh, was somebody going off track? And just rejoining there on the GDs.
Yeah, I think it's the Tomelli car. It's the Ferrari Tomelli that's leading in GTM.
Ah, okay. What I was going to say was in GT Pro, Fabio Liuzzi and Erdem Akel, 55 seconds between them. They've really dominated and had a very, very clean run. We've not really talked about them very much in this race, but Simfreem eSports 99, Caspian 75, of course, kind of locked in their own battle in GT Pro, aren't they? 20 points apart, and at the moment it's Simfreem looking to take advantage. So you have to say full marks to both of those teams. They're really nailing it at the moment. Although Pagani in the ERT only another 53 seconds down, keeping them very honest in the AM entry, of course leading that class as well.
Yep, and Pagani, which is incidentally in a Ferrari, no less. So some relationship there. Yep, or Huayra for that matter.
Oh, and there's Pagani just letting the LMP2 field through.
Incidentally, he was the one that had that big moment we saw just now when Roland Zooks came through the camera. So amazingly, he just went onto the grass, didn't collect anybody. That might have been a good wake-up call for him to keep the car on the right.
That is probably a good way for GT cars to sort of, when they see a bunch of like 5 or 6 prototypes coming up to lap them, sometimes you just sort of think, right, it's a tight corner here, I'll just go off track. And we see now the top 6, which is all of the hypercar field, led by Ayman Hazik for Hydrotech BSR, championship leaders. Then you've got Roland Zooks for Simfreem eSports in second. Then it's Henry Sinek for Satellite Racing that rounds out the podium, followed by Marco Vinciulo for Arms Supra number 41, ahead of his teammate Salvatore Zitiello in the number 42. And then finally, Anthony Maris back in the Flying Goat number 95. A couple of laps down, but still in. To get some decent points in the number 95. Although they're not really title contenders, I think it's fair to say.
So in the LMP2 class,
it's LMP2.
So Peter Zwagowski leads the way by about a lap in front of Daniel Vella in the VM car. They're also incidentally on the same line as Michele Rocon, so watch out for those two in case they come together in front of Mikel Nizio in the future car that caused the most recent sort of kerfuffle with the Code 80. He's 2 laps further behind, 3 laps even behind Zwakowski. And then the rest of the field, we have Pinter in the Heiji Esports Blue Bolt car, and Mashik Sandak, who caused that particular incident just now when he was under the bridge. The retirees include Luis Barbosa in the Grow Racing Team car, which also kind of compromised the BSR GT number 31 car for the day when they ran into them in the pit lane. Different story altogether, but we'll get into that maybe at another time. Then the other satellite team, which is the Indy LMP2 car, had to retire due to all sorts of issues, but Herman Stocky had to just stop the car, and that's it. They call it a night.
And here we go. Here's LMP2 AM, currently led by Zoltan Boda for Go Team Racing, number 17, who is 10th overall and 4th in the overall LMP2 field, of course. And he's ahead of course, the lap ahead of Karel Wozniak for the Speed Eagles, of course, in the number 24. Then it's Arcadia's Otreba in Panica Racing, rounding out the podium in LMP2 AM, ahead of Freak Verkolen, Level 1 Esports, on the same lap as them, so watch out for that battle developing. Thiago Monteiro for Origin Racing, not the Thiago Monteiro you're thinking of, it's just another Portuguese guy who happens to have the same name. A lap down on Verkolen. Then it is Chris Kazmarkiewicz for Kazmarkiewicz. There we go. A lap down on Monteiro. Finally bring up the rear in LMP2 AM. It's Marcelo Bellingeri for the Leon San Marco Racing Esports team. Same lap as Kazmarkiewicz, so look out for Sweet Force and that team, the San Marco team, fighting one up.
So these names are really quite a mouthful, isn't it, with these multiple syllables? Meanwhile, this is GTE Pro, and they're all Ferraris, incidentally, in the top 7, with the team leading the way is the Sim3M Esports Junior team car of Fabio Liuzzi, in front of Erdem Akyol, the Caspian Motorsport Turkish team, in second place, a lap behind, sharing the same lap with Luca Sarasi in the HG Esports Blue Bolt car. And then outside the podium, it's Guido Seredani. So they're on the same lap. So second, third, and fourth may be watching each other's mirrors after this, and windshields too, even if you're in Seredani's case. Behind them is Tion Loa, a lap behind into the Points Racing team car. Quite nice English there. Mattia Panci in the what's that? It's Rivito Racing team car, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Rivetto
Racing. Yeah. And then Stefano Zanrosso in the second of the HG Esports Blue Bolt car, rounding out the top 7.
There we go. And finally, I think we've got the AM GTE AM class, headed by Nicola Pagiani in the Tomelli ERT. A lap ahead of Milan Evers for Finavon Motorsport 445. Then rounding out the podium in AM, it is Oguz Onchel for Sunset Motorsport number 84 in the Ferrari. So it's Ferrari, Aston Martin, Ferrari at the podium. Then Porsche, Peter Moric in the Speed Eagles number 9. Then Massimio Martin in the MR Motorsport team. We did see Martin having a few issues. In fact, we see him on stream at the moment, I believe, in the background, just circulating. But he's got 5th under control at the moment, trying to catch back up to Moriarich. Then it is Alexi Diaz in the Grow Racing team in 6th, also on the same lap. James Walker, also on the same lap for Wildfire Racing Blaze in the Aston Martin. Lorenzo Maggiolo, I believe, is actually just retired and is dropping down the order for CR Red number 82, because that's why the Wildfire, the Los Piratas and the Tinello. Looks like Maggiolo has actually gotten back into the race, but down in 36th position overall, just ahead of Pascal Eggert, of course. Then is Sermet Ozturk, Sharik Zulkrianen, and I believe Luke Fahey, who is sort of in and out of the race, but I believe retired at the moment for Henwild Racing. So it's actually Zulkrianen in the Dozov BSR for number 31, which was fighting for the lead in the hands of his teammate. But at the moment, they are about 2 seconds behind Sunset Motorsport 83 in the battle not to finish last in the race.
Yes. And also, incidentally, Sermet Ozturk was one of those guys that we were highlighting earlier that was battling on the podium so hard with his fellow sister car and the Fine Avolt car. He's now actually running the almost dead last year, so he's also had some problems along the way.
Indeed, so it's not been the easiest race for Ozturk, but he's still in it and they're still battling on to try and catch up to Pascal Eggert.
Yeah, it's just again, we did say that there wasn't much change at the front of the field, especially in hypercar, but in GT M especially, it's been all changes ever since the pit stops happened, and by the halfway mark, we saw a couple of them falling off at the top 5. So it's a shame to see, isn't it?
It is a bit. The closest battle on track I can see is Lua, who's about half a second behind Milan Evers. Of course, it's Pro versus Am, but those two teams do have a bit of history. As O'Treba in the Panic Racing number 76 enters the pit lane, which lets Verkolen through into basically the top 4 in LMP2 Pro-Am.
And any other battles across the field, it looks as though, apart from Sharik and Oster coming in as well.
Don't squeeze them in the wall! Oh my goodness me! They rub wheels. That's not ideal.
Indeed.
It's not really a good way to treat the hypercars, is it?
And it's conversely not a great place to be, especially if you're in a GT car. If you actually squeeze them any more than that, you're going to end up the worst.
Exactly, yeah. So actually it's Pagani, sorry, not Martin. Apologies for that. So it's actually the class leader, isn't it?
Indeed, it's the leader that has been unchallenged ever since the BSR car had problems.
Yeah, Roland Zux has also gotten on board the number 1 Sim3 eSports that was running second, so they've had to relinquish second place to Henry Sinek and the Satellite Racing number 12, which is only 14 seconds off the lead now. So you have to say top 3 in Hypercar have done incredibly well in this race to sort of keep each other incredibly honest at this late phase, or midway phase, sorry.
Indeed, and the fact that in endurance racing terms, that's still pretty much at arm's length because it's so close, even after the halfway point, about 4 hours in, that anything can happen between them. And apparently, I know of the fact that coming from information from Blue Steel Racing, Ayman Hazik is having some steering problems. He is actually having rotational problems, so the car may be a bit skittish.
Oh, is this Sinek you're talking about? Or
I'm Hazik. So that's why he's actually only 14 seconds ahead.
Yeah, his last lap for Hazik was 152 too. That's very slow. Although Zux set having pit, of course, set a 151.5. And last lap for Hazik, 2 minutes 50.
Yeah, so something.
So he's definitely lost a lot of time because he did have a much bigger lead up until recently. As into the pits comes Sinek, which is a sigh of relief for Hazik then.
Yep, no relation, of course, just the same name. But
of course, yeah.
But yeah, it actually was a bit of a heart and mouth moment when he was the car was handed over to him. He just had a much faster steering. Apparently, the car's really not in sync in terms of wheel rotation, so he's gonna have to nurse that car until the next pit stop where he could finally change the rotation.
I have seen endurance races where a driver hands over to their teammate and their teammate's just not used to the setup at all and instantly bends it, and it is the most crushing feeling for the team. You can see they worked so hard to get into the lead across your stint against such amazing competition, and then to hand over to someone and you sort of had to trust them with your car essentially, and they immediately find, oh, I don't know how to drive this thing anymore. It's all set up for you to drive, not me. It does happen more often than you'd think, especially the teams that maybe have drivers that are new to the team, or they've not worked together as often as perhaps in other teams. Maybe they're more of a single-seater team, so they're not used to endurance racing. But you'd be surprised how often it happens.
AKA those who are not used to camaraderie.
There's an element of teamwork, yeah, where the setup ends up having to be somewhat of a compromise between all the drivers that are going to be in the car across 12 hours or so.
Yep. It's just trying to find a middle ground, isn't it, that everybody can be satisfied with, but for the common goal, isn't it, for the car to be as fast as it could be.
Exactly. But you don't want to end up having too much of a especially when it comes to qualifying. When you want to start off the race as high up the grid, you don't want to end up with a setup that qualifies you at the very back of the grid and gives you so much work to do throughout the races. Oh, look at that! Is that Hazik being held up there?
By
Carloni. Back at the other cars. So Carloni gets out of the way. Now one of the GT cars, and now just the prototype, the LMP2, hogging the inside line, so I have to go around the outside of him, and Hazik negotiates the traffic, and the Hydrotech BSR is able to continue unimpeded. But 54 seconds to Roland Zux in their championship rivals, the Sim3 eSports car. Or one of their championship rivals, anyway.
Yep. And the fact that for Ayman as well, he's actually quite used to driving around these guys because the Carloni, the HG Esports Blue Bolt, and to a certain extent the Leone San Marco car, he's raced against them before, so he knew that they were being a bit predictable, but that was just very nip and tuck.
Yeah, especially with low visibility in the darkness, you don't want to be having to negotiate 3 cars at once like that in different classes. But I tell a lie actually, because Sebring are nowhere in the points in the top 9 of Le Mans Hypercar in this series. It's literally just Serba number 41, Serba number 42, and the 2 satellite racing teams of number 12 still in it, of course, and in fact running third at the moment, having just pit, I think.
We'll try to work out the permutations and another race, but it does seem as though that if things are going as planned currently for Blue Steel Racing, the 100 type BSR car, they would just extend their lead, because the number 41 car has had nightmare after nightmare in terms of how their race has gone.
Yeah, and it's not really gone satellite number 12's. It's not really gone satellite's way in general, really, because they were leading both classes, the prototype classes at one point. But Zux has been matching, and in fact exceeding the lap times of Haziq at the moment. The last lap for Haziq was 146.5, last lap for Zux 144.8. So that 53-second gap, it's not done and dusted. Like you say, they're all within arm's reach of each other. And the slightest little blip up, and any one of them could take advantage and take the overall win here.
And case in point, the BSR car has already been in the wars as well, especially the fact that they were hit by, I think it was one of the Carloni GTE cars, and they had to come into the pits. They lost more than about a minute and a half there, almost a lap. Then they're going to have to regroup back together here to get back into the lead. So, again, that sort of thing is sort of asinine, but it does happen.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but there's nothing you can really do about it. You've got to sort of regroup and press on in the darkness, as it were. But in the literal darkness, not just the darkness of the mood of the driver, I guess. As this is the battle for third in GT Pro, I believe, between Guido Seradani, 7 seconds behind Luca Ceresi in HD Esports Blue Bolt. So it's MR Motorsports versus HD Esports Blue Bolt, and Cerasi being closed in by Seradani. You might just this is Seradani chasing Cerasi.
Indeed, and the fact that these two teams know each other quite well, they've been at each other's throats proverbially for the last few seasons, have had some good battles, but this might just be again a resumption of previous old rivalries in terms of how they've gone, and it's between Italians anyway, so they might just do this quite civilly to see who could get the final podium spot.
Yeah, I believe let's see, other than the Zan Rosso fighting Diaz in for 31st position overall in the race in the GTE class, it's between AM and Pro, of course. They're about 3 tenths apart. Apart from that, and of course Lua, who's got Baevers a bit further up in the battle for 25th overall. I've noticed Zitiello, who's close to about 12 seconds or so behind Vinciulo, his teammate in the 41. The 42 is now close to just under 5 seconds behind in the hypercar.
Yeah,
so
now
that's a bit worrying for the 41. Their pace has really not been that stellar.
Yeah, and in the grand scheme of things, because we're talking about championship here, but at the halfway point, it's the team gonna tell the number 42 car to just hold station, even though they've got the pace on the sister car by about what? Okay, they match each other's lap times that time round, but it looks as though the number 42 is really catching up right now.
Sorry, we're seeing a bit of argy-bargy going on stream, and that's the Porsche being hit by the HD Esports car.
And Bobby are flashing each other right now, but whoa, the Grow Racing team car really didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, Grow Racing. Are they being lapped here? Because they're not getting out of the way. They're flashing their lights now as well. I think there's a bit of this is the class leader, isn't it, lapping them?
Yep, the number 92 car, which is, of course, the HGP Blue Bolt car. I think they're not even running in the front. In fact, it is for position, so Zan Rosa is probably taking Diaz for that one, but it's for the position overall, not in class.
Yeah, so that's Zan Rosso taking 31st from Alex Diaz, of course, because they are in different classes. That's the number 1, not first in class on the Blue Bolt, sorry. The number 192, essentially, the somewhat confusingly named. But yeah, I think Diaz will be a little bit put out by that, because it felt like he was made into sort of somewhat of a punching bag there.
For a frustrating race for one of those guys, yes.
But anyway, so we continue, and LMP2 goes around the outside of both of them into turn 1, which is some nice clean lapping there. So I don't believe there's been any other fastest laps really, even though we're sort of going into the midnight hour. Maris has gone into the pits for Flying Goat number 95.
Yep, that should be a typical stop for a team that just there for the victory.
Wozniak is closing on a Pinter actually in LMP2. It's the LMP2. It's the second place in AM, closing in on, I believe, 4th place in Pro. There's only about 1.5 seconds between the two of them. So that's Blue Bolt 32 being closed in by the Speed Eagles car.
As meanwhile, we're looking at a team further behind. That's actually a team that you know very well as well, apparently, because you even know what was the initials, because I didn't know that the SE stood for Speed Eagles.
Yeah, well, they used to do a little bit of there's all our timing back. Well, they used to do a little bit of touring cars, I believe. The Speed Eagles team, they had a couple of good drive. Marcin Morel, I think, comes to mind. A couple of others as well. I'm not sure if any of them are on the entry list here, but I must admit I'm not all that familiar with Karol Wozniak, but he seems to be doing relatively well. Is that 13th overall or 13th in class?
It looks as though that's 13th overall.
Yeah, so he's actually 3rd in class. No, 2nd in class, sorry. And closing in on 1.8 seconds ahead. That's of course the Blue Bolt car. Yeah, you can just see it coming into frame now.
Yep, Blue Bolt in Pro.
So doing very well to keep the Pro cars in sight, of course. And it feels a little bit like, and that Speed Eagles red, of course, as you see by the shark fin there. And I think Speed Eagles have done a couple of endurance races with ERC. I always used to get mixed up with another team, I think called ATR Falcons, which infamously got banned from the championship because Eagles, Falcons, both flying birds, of course. So, but the Speed Eagles have been quietly impressive. Not one of the showier teams, I think it must be said, but they always seem to be able to sneak their way into some decent results, and it's quietly impressive, I think.
And the other thing impressive is the fact that the name sounds like Caroline Wozniacki, doesn't it? If you know intended, of course.
I'm afraid I don't. I'm not very cultured.
But it's just quite coincidental that we got some familiar-looking names, even the likes of Tiago Monteiro as well, of course. That no relation to the real F1 driver from Portugal that raced in the mid-2000s, but it's just nice to see that everyone has very memorable names here.
Yeah, I guess that makes it easy to identify when they're there. It's Tiago Monteiro. It's not the real Tiago Monteiro, but he is real, but he's here. But it's not the same person. There we go. That's about as simple as I can make it. But Wozniak keeping that gap to Pinter at 1.8 seconds, so not really closing or gaining too much.
Yep.
Although he did, his last lap was about 8 tenths quicker.
And it does say 1 lap behind, because that's 1 lap behind the class leading car of
Boda.
Yeah. Zoltan Boda for the Go Racing team number 17. So he is a couple seconds behind the next car in front of him, but he's in a different class. So at least they could get one over the pro cars in the overall scheme of things. As Peter Sherman says hi to Ed, and also hi to everyone.
Well, hey Peter, nice stint earlier, by the way.
And he put in, yep.
That's Peter Schumann in the 445, I believe. Yeah, with teammates at Milan Evers, I think.
Yep, I think he was, yes. And Mario Serafim, who was also in the number 111 Origin Racing car, he's back out of his stints. He's saying this one's better than F1, especially in the early stages where it was quite manic. That was amazing. Now it's just a matter of trying to keep things professional here. And the win's still up for grabs, though. Seriously, the first 3 cars in Hypercar could still win this race, as we are now reaching
94 seconds. Lap 156 and 94 seconds between the top 3, which is pretty competitive, considering we've had 6 hours, nearly 50 minutes now. We're rapidly approaching the point of only 100 laps to go, I think.
Yep, and that's when the moment.
I say only, but it's still quite a lot. But we have done over 100, so we're definitely closer to the end than we were when we started. But that sort of goes without saying.
And the fact that a lot of drivers might be feeling a bit dopey right now because it is coming into the late night here.
Yeah, it has a weird effect on you. Even if you're not that tired, sort of driving at night is a sort of weird sensation that does take a while to get used to. Sort of the handling's a little bit different, the temperature's a little bit different. Let's see the temperature actually. Ambient, it's dropped from about actually it's risen a bit. It was 21 at the very start of the race. It's risen to 25. Track temperature 24, of course. That's degrees Celsius, I believe. Still no chance of rain for the last 5 hours. So I believe that's going to stay as is.
Well, we're now at 25 Fahrenheit, otherwise it would be freezing cold right now. You'll have snow. You'll probably have snow and
there we go. There's a more detailed look. Weather fair, it says. So I guess that means there's just some moonlight from here on. But 25 degrees, exactly air temperature, 23.7 degrees track temperature. Oh, big crash in the background. There's that one, the hypercars that spun off there.
It's Roland Six. It's the Sim 3M #1 car.
Oh dear, that's the second place car that was doing so well, was keeping within about 50 seconds of Ayman Haziq, and has now blown that, well, either through his own fault or through collision with back marker there. Here we go. He just goes a bit too wide, gets a wheel on the grass, and just it tank slappers on him, and he just can't get it saved in time. The rear goes into the wall. Thankfully, the rear wing's still intact, but that's crucial time lost there. And has he sustained damage?
Oh, yeah, for sure, it's sustained damage, but what kind of damage? Is it the light blue kind or is it the dark blue kind? If it's the dark blue kind, he might just need to pit.
Yeah, let's keep your eyes on him through the hairpin. Does not look. That's not the hairpin. That's of course turn 10, of course. But as he laps one of the GD cars, does not look the most stable, especially at the rear.
Yeah. But, although he's been driving like that throughout the entire race, he really likes to step the car out, coming through the slow corners to gain enough traction out of it. But really, right now, that car is looking really loosey-goosey.
Yeah, and he was gaining on Haziq before that happened. Last at 144.156, whereas Haziq's last that was 144.4. So, yeah, he was gaining those crucial temps, still closing, but now he's lost a whole 10 seconds. And that is really the danger of endurance racing. You can have a very, very quick driver, but if they make one mistake like that, it can really, all that hard work can be undone instantly.
Yeah, all the work goes into the drain, innit? You just have to regroup yourself.
Yeah. It's that gutter analogy I made earlier about penalties. As Thiago Monteiro for Origin Racing 111 goes into the pits. And of course, Henry Sinnick is now only about 35 seconds down on Roland Zux, so the pressure is on Zux to sort of keep it together at this phase, as he is now being held up, I think, because this we're on board with him. Yeah, by one of the LMP2s and a GD, and LMP2 flashes its lights at the GD as well.
Yep, double whammy for that particular GT car. That's actually the Sunset car. And Peter's confirmed me, who was in the number 445. Meanwhile, Mario Seraphim, who was in the number 111 Origin car, he wasn't dealing well with the low sun during the evening portion, especially at the last turn, and he smashed the car into the wall, which is the reason why they're off the fight for P1 and the podium. That is quite a shame, isn't it?
I guess, but these sorts of things happen. I mean, Liam Rance told me before the race that he was really worried that would happen to him, and unfortunately he didn't get far enough into the race for the sun to go down that much. But yeah, Montero in the pits at the moment, and looks like Hyperion eSport, who were also in that crash earlier on, have now jumped them. So Montero comes back out 2 seconds behind Sandak in the 45.
And incidentally, that number 45 car also was in the wars as well when we were coming back on there. Really,
exactly, I was referring to Zitiello, now only 2.8 seconds behind his teammate Vinciulo in the battle for 4th overall in Hypercar.
So, that has benefited a couple of teams somewhat, but the number 41 car still has number 42, the sister car for company. That is making the situation a bit uncomfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. I feel like Zitiello is trying to give Marco Vinciulo the hurry up at the moment in the 41. So they're saying, is this the fastest we can go? But he's been going 143.5 last lap, whereas Vinciulo's last lap 143.8. So a bit faster, not a huge amount, but certainly noticeable. And they cross the line again. This time, actually, Zitiello goes 4 tenths slower, so it looks like the message received in the 41 then.
Multi 41, 42.
So Zux seems to have got things under control again, because he's gained another second on Haziq that last couple of laps.
I guess what might have been had it not for him dropping in coming out of turn 1.
I guess so, but there's still plenty of time left for him to make that up, a whole minute. And I'm trying to look further down at any of the other battles. There's a couple. Lewis pulled about 3.9 seconds on Milan Evers in the battle for 25th overall. And then in GT Pro, the battle for 3rd between Luca Serassi for Blue Bolt 2 and Guido Seradani for MR Motorsports. Still 3 seconds between those two. Serassi holding off the attacks of Seridani. But Seridani was a whole second faster that previous lap, I believe.
And remember when we were focusing on this battle, it was 7 seconds between them. So Seridani has gained a whole 4 seconds on Sarasi in front. So he may have been dealt a bad hand in terms of getting lapped by the prototypes. But really, then Seridani is on a roll here. He might just be able to catch up to the back of him by the next few minutes, I guess.
Yeah, Seridani has had a pretty decent stint on the medium tyre. Sarasi on the softs, of course. The softs probably going off at this point. So this is really where we're seeing the strategies that everyone committed to earlier starting to pan out, I guess. Although, of course, this is when it says the number of pit stops these drivers have made. That's since they got on for their stint, not the total in the race, because they would be at least in double figures at least, whereas for a lot of drivers it's saying like maybe 5 or 6 at the most. And in the GD class it's saying 1 or 2 pit stops for a lot of them.
And also the fact that the case of tire compound, because apparently if you're late into the night when there's another grip and it's quite cold, you can actually go into the softs and maybe try the idea of double stinting those too. So the medium tires may have worked during the day, but at night the softs probably come to its own.
Possibly, but Seridani's making him work so far for the mediums.
Yes, probably is not the right time for, we always talk about crossover points when it rains. This might be a crossover point because of the temperatures at night.
Accident in the final sector, I think, because we had a brief yellow, or it might have been an incident at least. Bellerini has gone into the pits in the LMP2 AM car, the LSM eSports team number 18, back of the AM field in LMP2, of course.
The 20 plus LMP2 cars that have started here, and they're making up most of the retirements.
Anyway, Seridani gets the gap to 1.5 seconds now, so he's got Sarasi in his targeting reticule, essentially, and he's going to start attacking imminently, I feel, as we see another yellow in the final sector.
Yeah, Sunset Bend maybe is the corner that's been causing most of those yellow flags. Well, we can't say for sure, it's not just maybe, because a lot of incidents have happened there.
So second place in GT Pro, Erdem Akol has gone into the pits for Caspian number 75. Remember, title implication between them and Simframe Esports number 99. This could be Akol trying to undercut Liuzzi in the battle for the class lead. Zitiello also pits as well, about 4 seconds behind Vinciulo.
And so that's
Seridani now less than a second behind Sarasi. So this has been building for a while now, and Seridani's got so much momentum behind him, hasn't he, in that MR Motorsport car?
Yeah, he's really on his bike now. Proverbially on his bike. He's just really motoring along here.
That might be a bit slower. And look at Sarasi really struggling in this technical section of Le Mans here. Going really wide and away from the apex and on the grass a little bit as well. Perhaps the soft tyres are starting to wear out.
Yeah, I was about to use that analogy for motoring along. He's really charging up to the back of him. But Sarasi then under severe pressure, Seridani might just make the move here, or at least later on.
Yeah, it could be a brave move into turn 1, or he might wait for the more technical section later on. Here comes an LMP2 to lap them around the outside, and into the pits comes Lucas Sarasi. So that's the HD Esports Blue Bolt being serviced as Daniel Viella. Daniele Viella has going very slowly on track at the moment at the just going into the last corner. Is that? Yeah, and that's driver 3rd in class, or it was 2nd in class. So there's something catastrophic has happened to the LMP2 Pro driver, and unfortunately we can't go back far enough to see it. But he's already going slowly. It's almost like he thinks there's a code 80 going on. Here we go.
I think it's fuel. I think it's fuel. It's definitely looking like
that's a catastrophic error from VEM to run out of petrol like that, because you kind of need fuel to keep the car going.
Exactly, that's a telltale sign, because the way that car's slowing right now, he's just
running on fumes. Yep, and look at the sparks coming out the bottom, and that's really bad for the cars behind. He quite rightly gets well out the way.
And takes a quarter cutting penalty just for good measure, to just streamline, to just shortcut through that corner. But now you got to make it to the pits, I think. It's
showing DNF on the timing screen. So is that Viella out of the race then? VM, that's a huge shame for the 33 that was running in such a strong 2nd in the pro class.
Yep, as what the Italians would say. In Italian, they would say benzina, benzina. They've run out of fuel.
Oh dear. Reminds me of was it the Australian Grand Prix in 1997 when John Lacey runs out of petrol, and there's the famous commentary from Murray Walker. And if a Lacey has run out of petrol, I'm going to use an Anglo-Saxon expression here, the Benetton mechanics are going to be absolutely furious. Oh, John, you may well look a bit worried. You've got a major problem, sunshine. And I think Daniela has a major problem too.
And unfortunately, he has no sunshine to look forward to. Is the duck of the night.
Oh, yes. So, Sunset Bend is where his race comes to a premature... He doesn't even get to Sunset Bend because the fuel doesn't go that far. But a major miscalculation from VEM, it must be said. And that allows actually Boda in the Go Team Racing Entry to be third overall over the LMP2 cars. Behind Swakowski in the Hyperion 44 and Rokon in the Freem eSports Junior Team number 26. So this will also promote Nizio in the future 05, which is another title contender, onto the podium then in LMP2 Pro.
And did we say earlier that there was no free positions in endurance racing? Well, a couple of people had benefited from that one.
You're gonna get. Well, it's a pretty silly mistake to make, but it was still a mistake from VEM to underfuel the car, or from Daniel Vella. Maybe Vella was counting on there being a code 80 or something, as Boda now goes into the pits. As does Lurin Evers, actually.
Or it could have been just an easy human error where he kind of overlooked the fuel for just a couple of seconds, thought that he could
wasn't
maybe
far off making it into the pit lane as well. That's agonizingly the one corner short of making it in and being able to continue the race.
Yeah, he was actually probably thinking, yeah, he could go for another lap, but he just majorly miscalculated, and guess what? The car just splutters to a halt right in the final section.
Perhaps he was a lap under and he was lifting and coasting and saving, but it just wasn't quite enough. I feel like that's what happened.
Yeah,
but when he refueled the car at the previous pit stop, it was just a lap underfueled because he was in a hurry or something.
As Lorenzo Arisi, one of our former champions, a 3-time consecutive champion incidentally, said that he did a Matteo Grigolon. So Grigolon actually, I think, either last season or season before that, had actually run out of fuel and the car splattered the hole as well. So it's just a case of, again, a driver just miscalculating the fuel all the way to the pits and just, well, stops there before coming to the pits. It's such an embarrassing situation to happen. It can happen to the best of us, to be honest.
It can, yes. It's even more embarrassing in something like Formula E where you've got energy management and lifting, coasting, and regen is absolutely vital to those races. And I've commented on quite a few of them. As we see activity in the pits, looks like the Finna Bond is leaving.
Yep, one of the distinctly orange cars. You cannot miss those ones coming out of the pits.
Yeah, but it's a very blood orange in this championship as well. Pinter is emerging as well in the Blue Bolt 32.
Oh, and that's Sandak, isn't it? That looks like one of the Hyperion cars. Is he missing a wing? No, he's back on track.
More trouble for the 45 as it has to go well off track there, and that's not really going to help him close in on Pinter, is it?
And he's not had the best of stints, hasn't he? Because we saw him just now having a big one out of the bridge. Now he's just had another moment. We probably not going to have.
To be fair, they are technically fighting for a fifth in class now with Viella out of the picture.
Indeed, but again, yeah, but indeed, you have to remember because they were running in the top 2 at one point, and then they dropped all the way outside the top 5. So this is just more problems that they did not need.
So can Vela get the 33 back into the race or running out of fuel? Is that the two things that are sort of surefire retirements are running out of fuel and destroying the engine, essentially, aren't they?
Yep.
As Kaz Markiewicz comes in the Sweet Force number 37 to be serviced and put on some fresh tyres, get some more fuel into that Pro-Am entry.
And also another one of those cars that had a major moment at one point in the race. So at least at least every single one of these crews have had a moment in this race.
Yeah, nobody's had a completely clean run, although Eamon Hazik and the Hydrotech BSR can probably claim they've had probably the cleanest run, especially of the hypercar field.
Wow.
Ciulo is being serviced as well in the number 41, so have Ivan Grudello's got back on board the number 42. Have they done enough to undercut their teammate here? This will be interesting. 76 seconds the gap between them.
Yep. And well, actually, incidentally, the Hydrotech Blue Steel Racing car haven't had the cleanest of races either. They had to come into the pits to serve a drive-through from a previous race penalty, and then
Yeah,
they got
certainly
whacked.
had a
They
bit
got
of a
whacked.
handicap already, even before the checkered flag went, wasn't it?
Indeed. And then they also got whacked by a GTE car on the way into the pit lane, so they had to service that car with damage as well. As whoa, Amazi has a big moment there.
Yeah, it just had to go a little bit offline while lapping the Finavon, but no harm done. Oh, and the Finavon, though, goes well off track for no reason that I can discern, really. He'd already let the car through. I don't know. He just had a moment there at the at turn 2 and 3. There's Rossi leading for ERT quite comfortably at the moment in the GTE.
Can you get a more memorable name than that? Giancarlo Rossi. It's a combination of two famous racing people in Italy.
Yeah, of course, Fisichella and Valentino. But Oka's on cell about 26 seconds behind, so not actually that far off. So the ERT might have a little bit of challenge from Sunset Motorsport, but I'm not sure if the pit stops, if that's artificial because of the pit stops that have influenced that gap closing in a little bit. But 24 seconds in GDE terms, it's not a million miles off, but it's fairly comfortable for the time being. But Rossi, who's I believe gotten in that car fairly recently, what's his lap times looking like as we see Skokowski in the class lead in LMP2 Pro exiting the pits, comes the pole.
Yep, pole in first, but unfortunately we can't say pole on pole because this ain't qualifying.
Nope, but he's certainly in pole position to sweep this race, a lap ahead almost of Rokon. But what was I going to check? I was going to check Rossi's lap times, wasn't I, compared to Onsell. He was actually 2 seconds faster than Onsell on that previous lap. So
again, no such problems for the class leaders in those two classes at this point in time, as Peter Sherman has chimed in and said, well, that's just our car doing lawn mowing duties.
There we go. So that's Peter's constructive criticism, I guess, of Milan Evers' driving. But Evers, who's done a pretty fantastic job in GTM to hold that second place, quite a way ahead of Diaz, which I think is the next car, and still only 6 seconds behind Lua, who's in the pro class. Let's not forget. So the podium looking good for Finavon 445 as Liuzzi in GDE Pro class lead pits now. So that's in response to the 75 pitting, remember, of Amit Demikran, who's just trying to undercut them.
Yep, the Caspian car.
Rossi has actually come in as well, and they lead in GTE Am. So that's going to let Onsell in the lead, surely, unless Onsell is pitting as well.
Yeah, it looks as though there's that pit window, isn't it? They're coming into the prime pit window for these cars.
Yeah, we've got 101 laps to go. We're nearly at the 100 laps to go mark, aren't we? Just wait for the Hydrotech BSR car to get another lap in the books.
Well, he's going to have to look in his mirrors at this point in time because that Team 3M car, that's close between...
this is Carlo
Ivaldi
attacking Onsell. So this is effectively for 22nd overall, but it's for the class lead in GT Pro, isn't it?
Yeah, the net class lead, yes.
Oh yeah, because I think Luzzi's just about to be overtaken by the pair of them.
And
they're in different classes. Ivaldi in Pro, Onsell in Am, of course.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's quite funny, isn't it? Because it's basically they're on the same pace. You might think this is between the classes.
Ivaldi dives up the inside. And that's into the hairpin. They bump into the side again, and Ivaldi has to go off track there as the GD car has to go around the outside of both of them. Was that the satellite car? That was brave from the hypercar entry. But there we go. Looks like Onsell has held on for the time being. But the Sunset Motorsport team under real attack from Blue Bolt here.
Yep. And no mercy given to, even though they're in different classes, isn't it?
Well, there's that 22nd position overall, and he's fighting for it like it's the lead of the championship at stake here.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, for Ivaldi, it may well be. I'm not sure if Sunset are actually in the fight in... I'm trying to figure out who's in which fight here in the Season 5 standings at the moment, so... This is Sunset... So actually, I may as well just watch the battle play out rather than worrying about the championship too much.
No need to worry about permutations then. Not at this point in time, at least. As Onshell and Ivaldi then still at it, like, you know, at it hammer.
Oh,
and
the HD car's got the inside, and he forces Ontel to go right up against the wall. Here comes the traffic to lap them, flashing their lights wildly. That's the future number 5 car. Oh, just enough space for Onsel to come back in right in front of Vivaldi without hitting the, as we go into 100 laps remaining. So that's the race leader coming up behind them both. And Seridani is getting involved in this as well, isn't he?
And the race leader in the GT AM class as well is in the mix.
Here we go. So a 4-way fight then, this is it. And there we go, a change of position. Sunset is overcome by HG Esports.
Yep, and the HG Esports then will try to sprint away from that one because...
So that's Ivaldi getting through then.
Yep, and the Tomelli car's involved in that. That's Ayman Hazi coming through in the blue steel car on the inside to break this particular battle up for a bit.
Yeah, so we've got Rossi in the AM car, Seridani in the pro car, Onsel in the AM car, and Ivaldi in the pro car. So this is the battle. Let's see in the classes. I think third in GT Pro and the lead in GTM between Onsel and Rossi.
But the Sunset car's in front, actually. It tells you the fact that Rossi just came out of the pits. So there we go. That's our class leaders. Onshell's in the front. Rossi's in second. That's between the AM classes. Liuzzi is in first. He is actually not in a particular picture of this one, but this is a great fight, isn't it? It's between the classes, but crucially though, it's also for the lead in
Well, it's
AM.
the same cars at least. It's not like the prototypes fighting with the GD cars. It's no contest whatsoever. But anyway, so Rossi needs to get by Seridani in the MR car before he can challenge Onsel for that class lead in the AM.
Yep. And the HG Esports Blue World car is just checking out right now. He's not involved in this particular mess.
Yeah, Ivaldi, I think, using that superior pace to sprint away, stretch his legs a bit. While these three just converge together. Or is that 4 now? There's somebody else joining this. Oh my goodness. And that's Seridani desperately trying to get around the Onsel, and he's about to be overtaken here.
Yes, or maybe not.
That's
It's still
Rossi
in it.
getting by Seridani.
It's still on here.
Yeah, Rossi will have to try it around the outside, I think. Oh, this is very close. Need to make sure the SLT car doesn't, the ERT car doesn't hit him, sorry. And he's still on the outside as they go into turn 2. This is absolutely fantastic. But Rossi will have to come off second best then. And now Onsel is under attack. Oh, and that's very rough. And he spins around, and that's surely going to let Rossi through. And indeed it does.
But that's not for the lead, of course. This is we're looking at right now is the Sunset car, still being chased by Rossi.
Yeah, that's Seridani then dropping down to 25th position in GD Pro and only about 27 seconds ahead of 10 Lure. So into the points will be looking to get involved in this as well. But now Rossi versus Onsel for the class lead.
Looking at 6 Ferraris in a row between 2 different classes. This is going to get quite messy, isn't it?
Yeah, they're all pretty much in track position, especially these top 3 are fighting for track position in the overall race order. And Giancarlo Rossi has a little think about diving into turn 10, but then thinks against it. Onsel, he's been on the defensive pretty much the entirety of the race, hasn't he?
Yeah, either fighting with his own teammate or with the final Volt car.
Here we go, out of tower corner then, and approaching Bishop's Bend. Very high-speed left-hander, and now approaching the Le Mans corner 15-16. And Rossi once again thinks about taking a narrow line on the inside, but then sets himself up for that back straight, of course, Ullman straight. And gets a very good run, actually. Look at the 3, there's a little snake between the 3 of them as they'll jostle for position. Trying to get the best slipstream. Is the ERT of Rossi going to dive out before Sunset Bend? He does. And does Onsel turn across on him? He definitely tries to, and succeeds in holding off the challenger for the class lead. Sunset Motorsport hold on for now, and that's bad news for Rossi because here comes the GTE Pro of Seridani.
Yep, in the MR Motorsports car, there's an LMP2 in there.
Oh dear, this is not really where you want to be in LMP2. And is that Onsel going wide and allowing Rossi through on the inside? They go right together into turn 2, but it's too late. Onsel is overwhelmed. And it's Rossi that takes the lead in GTE AM.
And that's the end of that battle in the Ferrari Challenge, sponsored by 3D Rap and ERS.
Oh, here we go. Look how close they got there. It As Rossi had the inside though, no real contest, and Onsel got swamped immediately by Seridani as well, I think.
I think it's
Valdi actually.
Yeah, I think it's Evaldi's checked out. Evaldi's way in front of these guys.
Yes, so it's like the order at the moment. It looks like Evaldi 4 seconds ahead of Rossi. Then it's Seridani who's just finished off the move on Onsel, I think. And then Lura is about 19 seconds. So Lura has caught up a lot to them in this battle as a result of that. Because he was about 30 seconds behind. Now he's gained about 10 seconds.
Oh, what happened to Onsel? Onsel's lost about more than a second now. He's in fact 8.5 seconds behind. So he might have had a spin, and that's why we had yellow flags for a while.
Yeah, I think that might have happened while we were watching the replay there.
And it looks like he's still stationary because the gap is still increasing between Giancarlo Rossi and August Onsel. So really then, something happened to the Sunset car.
25th position at the moment in the order. About to be lapped by a few more cars.
Oh,
there's a wheel missing. So something bad has happened at Le Mans corner, and that looks like a prototype wheel as Onsel runs straight over it actually, and that's one of the green LMP2s slowing. Not sure who that is.
Leone San Marco. It's Marco Magri.
Oh dear. So Leone San Marco Racing Esports on 3 wheels rather than the usual 4. In 7th in the that's the AM class in LMP2, isn't it?
Yep, and he's already a lap behind Kars Markovic anyway, so
he's got the fuel to get back into the pit lane at least.
Yes, indeed. No such trouble as what happened to the other car that we saw just now with the VEM car, but luckily Tree was on his wagon, still manages to get into the pits.
I just checked the my team chat, and Liam Rance has posted a clip of what happened to him earlier in the race, and it's with the subtitle "I hate this game." As look, Elias Poli challenging Ricardo Garceo in the Grow Racing team. So the Porsche once again under attack from the Corvette, it would seem. Yep. Ooh, sorry.
Poli on the back of Garcao there. I think it's Garcao because he didn't normally have a C in that tail in that C. Yep. So.
Sorry. Yes, I'm not very good. It sounds like a Brazilian sort of name, I guess. Garcao.
Or Portuguese, yeah.
Portuguese. That would make sense as well. Oh, and he has to hit the LMP2 and go really wide, and that is going to let the Corvette through. So a mistake there. I think Garcao got caught out there by the LMP2.
Oh, that's a hypercar even, actually. That's the Arm Serba car.
Oh, dear. More bad luck for Arm Serba then.
So again, here's the replay of what happened. Then it's from a long way out, actually. Look at how far that was.
That was a great view. So here we go. The hypercar deploying all its power, wants to clear these two as soon as possible. So Poli on the outside, but yeah, Garcao just didn't see him there. Turned in, didn't expect the hypercar to be there. The hypercar collects itself, but it's too late for Garcao. Poli is through.
And it's not a way that he would have liked anyway, but it does happen sometimes when there's some very opportunistic prototype drivers just wanting to go on the inside.
All chaotic at the moment. Yellow in sector 2 again as we see someone going well wide. Oh, that's not Poli making a mistake there, is it? Or is it Sebretto that went off track there because Poli's been gaining on him down the straight, so Poli about to gain another position then from ML Motorsports.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in it, in just one particular lap.
Special offer, yeah?
Yeah.
2 for the price of 1.
And would you like that? Not even Tasco as does offer that one.
Here we go. So the knowledge of UK supermarkets coming in handy there for Amir. But Sebretto now under pressure. I think he's just gotten on board that MR Motorsport car. This one just going off track at the exit of Le Mans. Does not look comfortable. Look at his lap times in that Ferrari compared to the Corvette. So let's have a look at Fabio Sebretto. 2 minutes 05. He was 4 seconds slower than Poli on that last lap, so no wonder he's caught him hand over fist. Seridani's also coming to the pits as well.
Yeah, but I think he's had a bit of damage from that particular fight, and according to Peter Schillman, I think he caught that one because we missed it. Onsel actually spun on camera right in the background, so no wonder he lost about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I was at my head in the timing screen, so
yeah,
trying to figure out what's going on when I should just be looking at the stream. Like, look at this. Oh, that's the LMP2 desperately trying to thread the needle. We saw that going wrong for the hypercar earlier. Trying to lap the cars before the hairpin rather than afterwards.
I kind of miss that some things sometimes because so many things happen on screen, especially with the Ferrari challenge that happened there. 7 Ferraris in a row from 2 different classes. He ate that one, man. eat your heart out on trying to find out what's happening there.
You did well getting the sponsor plug in there. I'm terrible at that FSR. I always forget to mention 3D Rap and Mesita Esports and all the rest of them are wonderful sponsors of those particular series. But look at Sebretto struggling to get down the power down, and Poli just looks so much more confident at the moment. And yet Sebretto again kicks up a little bit of dust, but it's not going to do him any good. It's going to hurt him all the way down this straight.
Looks as though the Ferrari has the leg up on the Corvette on that particular instance. So really, the Ferrari is the car to have on the straights. But through the corners, it looks as though it's like for like match, isn't it? They are mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars.
Indeed, yeah. So Ferrari certainly, as you say, better at the sort of not necessarily the best at getting the traction down, but the straight line speed is pretty formidable in that machine. And Seridani's still being repaired from earlier. So Garçal and Poli and Sebretto have all actually passed him now in the order. So it's Rossi's still... I believe, yeah, Seridani's dropped to 33rd position. So...
sorry to bother you there, but there was a prototype in the infield that looks like one of the Paniker cars. And luckily for them, he didn't get collected by anybody.
There we go. Good save there, I guess, for Otreba. But
so they're back to the whole Rossi thing.
Yeah, so Rossi has got a pretty good lead now in GTM for the ERT team that was leading for quite a while and sort of has retaken the lead. But the closest challenger, Milan Evers for Fin 1 445, about, let's see, 13 plus 22, because there's Lure in between them, of course, in the pro class. So that is about 35-second gap then, which isn't too far behind. So Finnerbon could still win this thing in GTM. But we've also got FA Korkmeiser for Sunset 84, about 57 seconds down behind them in GTM. And then we've got that Colavito, Mirorek, and then still quite close together, Stefano Zanrosso for Pro in Blue Bolt 992. We've got Zerbetto, not to be confused with Zanrosso, in the MR Motorsport number 66, 6 seconds down. And then 3 tenths behind Zerbetto in the AM class. This is the battle for, I think, 4th in GTM. Is that fight between Poli and Zerbetto. 2 tenths now between them.
Yep, or 5th rather, but it looks as though Poli's actually gotten a better exit.
I was trying to work it out through the timing screen rather than actually looking at the class standings. And here we go, the LMP2 going around the outside of both of them. And is there going to be a chance? Oh, another LMP2 goes up the inside of Poli! Oh my goodness me, has to back out at the last minute into turn 1 and get them on the exit instead, which is very sensible.
Yep, and into turn 3 they go, but it's compromising Poli there, and he's going to lose a couple of tenths here due to the P2 being between them.
But he'll get a little bit of slipstream, so it's not the end of the world. On to Zebretto from the LMP2.
But look at that. It kind of benefited Zebretto a bit because he opened out the gap by about 2 tenths there by virtue of the LMP2 being between them.
Yeah, and then there's the Hyperion that's about to lap them as well on the exit here. That's
Class leaders. 44.
It is a class leaders, yeah, 44. So be careful not to take them out. That'll look especially bad. There's an Aston Martin in the pits there, I think. That's is that Tonello or is that Seridani still in the pits in the 71?
Well,
I think it's Tonello in the 263 who's just come in.
Yeah, because there's not a race leading Aston at this point in time, at least.
Nope, although the closest is the 445, I would say, in second in AM. But Poli here wants to get into 5th in AM by overcoming Zebretto, and he's closed back in quite rapidly after the prototypes have been dispensed with, or they dispensed with them rather, because the prototypes probably have a small advantage of several horsepower and a lot more downforce.
Yep. And by virtue of the fact that they just literally have more grip coming through the corners anyway, so the GT cars have no answer to that, but...
They've also got better headlights, must be said. Although the Corvette gives them a good run for their money.
Yes. But speaking of headlights and even visibility at night, it looks good on our screens because we can see it. But if you're really driving, it actually looks much darker than this.
Yeah. In the darkness, that's where cars can just pop out of nowhere and surprise you and cause a nasty incident or two. Speaking of which, here comes a hypercar to lap these guys.
the Sim 3 M
Oh.
car.
And is that somebody in the background going wide as well at turn 1?
Oh, he's actually going out of the pits.
Of course, that would be the not Tonello in the Blaze car. It would be Seridani having just been repaired in the 71.
Yep,
the
the
Pro
MR
car.
Yep, the MR Motorsport car. And being passed incidentally by his AM teammate who's going through, but that's not for position, of course, that's between the classes. As Poli then, again, mid-speed, again, good traction out of the corners, just gonna get enough of that. Ferrari's horsepower is just bringing it forward.
Must be said, Poli has come alive in this stint, hasn't he?
Yeah, indeed. And the Carloni cars just, it takes a while for them to get into the swing of things, and it took a season or two to just get used to racing in this particular league, but it looks as though they've gotten the pattern nailed in, and now they're just trying to battle for not just fringe points, but proper top 5 finishes and even an occasional win or two.
Yeah, we've still got a long way to go yet. Less than 100 laps, actually, so not all that long, but still. There's plenty of time for them to get into potentially. I think let's see if they can get past Sebring. What's the field looking like ahead of them? We've got Zan Rosso about 6 seconds up the road in the pro category, and then Piotr Murik in the Speed Eagles number 9 about 12 seconds ahead of them. Well, there's a 95-second gap to Colavito in the pro class, so certainly 4th is possible for the 88, I think.
Yeah, for the Carloni cars we are seeing here. Is that Thiago Montero? It is. Montero is actually coming his way through the traffic as well. We look further back here between the battle for 5th place. In between,
because actually we're seeing another retirement here. It's Marco Macri in the Pro-Am LMP2, the LSM eSports team number 18. They've gone into the pit lane to retire, I think. So something's happened to them.
Yeah, the Leone San Marco car, so that car has been in the wars. I think it's just fair for them to retire because it's just like no point continuing, isn't it? Because they've got so many problems they had to overcome.
Oh, you sound like Max Verstappen now. No, there's no point carrying on several laps down in 15th. I'm going to uninstall the whole game.
I'm not saying everyone should uninstall the game. It's still a decent game. It's just in this particular juncture for that particular team, it's just I think it's better to just retire the car and then causing any more troubles.
Yeah, indeed. But a lot of people call that a hissy fit. I feel like it was kind of understandable reaction in the moment. But I wouldn't write up the whole of sim racing based on one incompetent, well, I slightly incompetently managed event, I think it must be said. But anyway, Poli continues to close on the back of Zebeda. And I feel like I felt for the commentators most of all, well, obviously being one myself, because they had to fill a lot of time and they felt like Verstappen was calling them out, which is maybe a little bit reading in too much into what he says, as Poli and Zebeda go through tower turn and now approaching Bishop's Bend. Yeah,
but the thing is to know, right?
Up the inside goes the is that the number 5?
Yeah, the Future.
5, is it?
The Future car, yes. But to key point to note, it's a 1.5 hour time to fill, so you literally fill an entire Grand Prix by just talking pretty much out of air.
Yeah, I know what that feels like, as there goes the satellite hypercar. You can really see the difference on the GD cars, by the way, between the LMP2s and the hypercars, and Poli has a think of diving up the inside at the Sunset Bend, but that was surely going to end in disaster because Beto was just a few car lengths too far ahead, wasn't he? And now he's actually got a good run on the outside Poli, which becomes the inside into turn 1. Could this be the opportunity then for the Carloni team?
Oh, not enough. Granted, the Ferrari just has a better straight line speed, but it looks as though he's going to dive one here. And it goes side by side for turn 1, but it looks as though Poli's got it. Poli's gotten it, but he's got his sister team car right in front to deal with afterwards.
Oh, and he's still got Zebetto around the outside. Zebetto's going to try and hold on. Oh, this is going to end in contact, and indeed it does. And Zebetto forces his way back in front as we go into 90 laps remaining, and Poli is forced out of the way and not best pleased by that, by the look of his flashing lights at the front and rear.
Nope, not at all. And the fact that he is trying to be a bit posh by just flashing it quite gently, like Verstappen's ran. I think it's the most poshest run you could ever think of. He just
I thought Poli had set that up really well, but he just didn't quite get the run on the inside that he needed, did he?
Yes. And I was concerned about that other Carloni car right in front. Thought, okay, this might spoil the battle, but he went out of the way, literally rear guard action.
Good communication between the Carloni teammates then.
I think so. He might have told him.
I think Poli will feel like he was entitled to a bit more space there, won't he?
Yes, he might have told his teammate to just get out of the way, don't disrupt this battle.
And now the sister MR car has actually closed into the back of them as well. That's very odd. It looks like there's some connection issues for Poli. Or potentially us to Poli, depending on what's going on here. But he's still right behind. Is he going to dive up the inside into Lamont? Oh, he almost sort of has to, and then backs out.
This is an inter-team battle, isn't it? Because there's 2 Colonies and 2 MRs together.
Yeah, the problem is Garceau is about 9 seconds down. So this is Serdani, who's about a couple of laps down. So Serdani's trying to unlap himself from these 2.
Still locked into the battle.
The LP2 car has a go at Zebetto and gets through. But that compromises Zebetto's exit, and Poli senses blood here, dives one up the inside, and now they're going to be side by side down the main straight. This time, Poli's going to have to do it on the outside, but the hypercar, he'll have to go down the inside of both of them.
Yeah, but luckily he kept it clean there, but it's going to be take 2.
Oh, is he going to squeeze him in the wall here? Oh, he does well to avoid that, and now Poli on the outside will surely be squeezed out by Zebetto once more. And another hypercar has to negotiate them.
Still one, that's the race leading one onto the inside. Oof. He breaks out that just for the time being.
Not ideal for Stim Prince, who's gotten on board the BSR number 10 Hydrotech car. But he's negotiating it now. And Poli now 7 tenths down, and has actually got the other MR car of course, Seridani right behind him.
Yep. Okay, so we got a little bit of a respite here to continue back to what Verstappen said. I still think it's quite a posh rant despite the situation. He could have easily...
A posh rant or a harsh rant?
Posh and harsh.
Okay, it sounded like you were trying to combine the 2 words.
because he sort of was angry, but he didn't really want to go full ballistic, so he kept it as controlled as possible.
Yeah, he didn't go all angry German kid and smash the keyboard.
Yeah.
Partly because I think he wants to do other competitions as well. We're going to see a replay then. What is this? This is Poli trying to go up the inside of...
This was the first one. This was the first time that he tried to move.
No, this is the second time, because first time he was on the outside, wasn't he? And there's Magri.
No, it was first. It was first. Oh yeah, that's Magri's timing. No, it was first because he was on the inside, and you can see that the other Calonica was in front of him.
Oh dear. I'm seeing 2 more retirements. Ivaldi has retired.
Because he crashed.
HG. And of course that's along with Vela, who retired a while ago, but is dropping down the order because he was in the LMP2, as is same with Magri. But yeah, that's a big blow. Vivaldi was near the front actually in GTE Pro, wasn't he?
Yeah, he made a great move there onto the inside one of the MR Motorsports cars to get up in front. Now he's in the pits.
So there might be some other issue we don't know about, like the wheel dying on him or something. So
and
we'll get more info on that.
And Poli's gotten through. Poli's gotten through.
So while we're watching that, Poli has finally made the critical move on Zerbetto. We did see that failed move up the inside not long ago. But the third time was the charm then for the Carloni team.
And now he's trying to pull away here, but for how long? Because Zerbetto's using the power of that Ferrari to reel him back in.
Yeah, it'd be lovely to see a replay of how Poli got through there. But I guess the problem with replays is you end up sort of chasing replays of things you missed while you were looking at the previous replay, and there's a sort of pile-on effect after a while.
Yeah, it's sort of backlogged, doesn't it?
Yeah, but at the moment, seems like, as you said a moment ago before Poli made the move, it seems like it's calmed down a bit.
Indeed, and we go back to some of the comments that has been said. Garden, I think that's Aurelien Hamar, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. He did drive in the ES before. Said that he said what every rFactor 2 player thinks, and that's of course relating back to Max Verstappen. And of course Mariano says the problem is everyone loves this game this game as much as they hate it, which is sort of a true statement, isn't it? You won the game, exactly. But it's just unfortunately the problems have been set in stone when it was first developed 10 years ago.
Exactly, yeah. You're stuck with the platform you're given, aren't you? The Motorsport Games, who are probably not the best managed company in the world, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, with all the PR that came out of that particular instance, especially after Virtual Le Mans.
That's a shame, really, because sim racing is such a great sport in the first place, and it feels like events like that. You think back to one of the first things I commented on, which was a qualifier for the Cloud Sport Road to Vegas that Formula E put on, and that ended up being somewhat chaotic with admittedly the fan boost thing being a bit bugged and the track being developed by Cloud Sport, who are just a modding company really, from Madrid in Spain. They sort of built it in less than a couple of weeks, I think. They built the whole track from scratch. It didn't exist in the real world or anything, and it was a real shame because Cloud Sport got a lot of bad rap out of that. But I think they were put in a very difficult position and not given really the support they needed.
Yeah, it didn't help as well the fact that when they streamed on it, it was on Twitch on a channel that was known to do only Call of Duty, and I was thinking, or something like that. It was one of those shooters. It wasn't really a sim racing platform, so people got confused of what's happening. And then when the car started flipping,
it felt like there were a lot of people involved who didn't really understand anything about sim racing. They knew about esports, but they didn't really know that much about sim racing specifically. As we see Dabrowski trying to negotiate the MR cars.
Oh, there's another car spinning.
Oh, there's a hypercar in the wall.
It's a satellite car.
It's Cynic. Oh no, the Toyota is stationary in the tyre wall at Le Mans, and that's that's a podium potentially in jeopardy here for Satellite. After everything that's gone wrong for them so far, they were leading a hypercar not too long ago. Now they're a lap down, and it's really become a two-car battle for the lead between Varconi and Prinz for BSR and Simfream, isn't it?
Man, that's terminal. It's a terminal accident.
Oh dear, so not long after we see Valdi crash out, now the same fate befalls the, although it's still showing Cynic on the timing, now it's showing DNF definitively, so no way back then for Satellite. That's their Sebring 100,000 miles over, not 100,000 miles, just 1,000.
Yeah. Well, we did say earlier that the attrition rate in this league is quite low. I guess we had to take our words back then.
Yeah, you know, he's made of his eat those words. So this finally puts Luca Martino for Serba number 41 back into the top 3, which is great for their championship hopes. Keeps them roughly in play as damage limitation goes, I guess. But shame to lose one of our 6 hypercars, although I'm sure Flying Goat 95 at the very back of the hypercar field would be happy to finish 5th rather than 6th.
Yes, not last in their class,
win, I think. I'll take that as a win for them, I think, because there's Varconi. Now the only one who can stop the Hydrotech BSR number 10 from winning and extending their championship lead. 52 seconds the gap, so after the spin that Varconi's teammate had earlier, or was it Varconi? I can't remember, but the number 1 did have an incident, and now they've gone from 59 seconds to 52 seconds behind, so they're certainly keeping Prinz honest at the moment. Last lap about a 10th quicker, so it's nip and tuck between the pair.
Yep. It was Roland Zux, by the way, that had that massive moment.
It was Zux, sorry.
Yeah.
And it probably wasn't entirely Zux's fault because he was lapping traffic, if I remember correctly, when that happened. Or did he just go off on... No, he went off on his own. It was a tank slap.
It was, yep. Fishtailing more like it, because we use tank slap, but as a bike analogy, I think.
Yeah, I'm trying to... I'm being very defensive of Zux because he's a driver I've commentated on before, so... I should just be a bit honest. Yeah, Zux kind of messed up there. But anyways, they're still in the fight despite that, so it was a decent recovery, all things considered, in the rest of that sleep. Anything else going on that's worth keeping an eye on? Dabrowski is only about a 10th behind Montero in the battle for... That's the LMP2 Pro fighting the LMP2 Pro-Am, and he's got through. There we go. Past Montero. So good move by Dabrowski. Now free to chase Pinter a lap ahead of him for quite a lot of AM cars in the there's the top 2 in LMP2 Pro, and then pretty much in the overall LMP2 order it's 3rd, 5th and 6th for all AM cars.
Shows the quality.
Yeah. So the AM field is actually really overperforming here. In both classes, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, they got
Ross 3rd overall in GDE.
Yeah, they got ballers in those cars, don't they?
Yeah. Certainly credit where it's due to the 391 445, 5th overall in GTE, I believe.
Yeah, but we count the GTE cars together, of course.
Colavita, I think, has come into the pits again.
Yep, so chopping and changing because of pit stops and whatnot, but we've had some major incidents in the time that we've actually been broadcasting at the moment.
Yeah, we are into sort of almost the last 80 laps, aren't we? And It certainly put its surprises. It's a big shame for Satellite though, because I think they were really hoping for a podium out of this one at the very least in hypercar, to sort of lick their wounds after the LMP2 retired from the lead after leading for a very long time, and it's really not gone their way. And as is the way in endurance racing, it would seem. But certainly Satellite have had their better moments this season in other championships as well as this one. So I think they'll lick their wounds and they'll come back stronger.
Yeah, they'll file this race under the bin and not even talk about it because there's such a double whammy blow in it.
Yeah, no comment from me there. It is. but yeah, of course, Flying Coach still yet to get to the position they were in the race when they retired. I think they're a lap away from them now. But Boda now comes in for the AM class leader.
Really punching above their weight. That particular crew have been really, really good for this race.
Yeah, well, they've been holding roughly second and third in the LMP2 overall order pretty much the whole way through. We also see Freak Verkolen pitting from behind Pinter, I believe, or was he ahead of Pinter and now he's behind, I think, with Dabrowski probably going to get through as well.
Of course, after the pit stop cycled themselves out, but theoretically they would still be third among the LMP2 cars anyway.
And we also see on screen Elias Poli now closing on Piotr Morawik in the Speed Eagles number 9, only about 5 seconds ahead then at the present moment. So I wouldn't bet against Poli catching him in the next few laps and giving another challenge, because Poli just seems absolutely like he's just got a huge appetite for just overtaking other cars in the GTM class. He seems to be one of these drivers that thrives in these night stints.
Yeah, probably, you know, he's the night king, innit? He's just he's just really up for it. He has been really fast. I think his lap times just match into the pro guys, I guess.
Yeah, let's see. Poli last lap 1:59.8. Fabio Liuzzi class leader 1:59.9, so actually a tenth quicker. And quite a lot of the other in the Pro and Am class are setting their laps in the 2-minute mark, or 2-minute 01s. So that is incredibly impressive.
We'll keep an eye on this car if they were to make any more progress, especially given the fact that, again, you did say before, they're projected to be at least 4th place in their class, so that would be a great return for that particular squad.
I think 4th is very durable. I think they're still pulling away from Zerbetto, who's about 4 seconds down the road, so it's pretty equal gap between ahead and behind, but the gap to the car ahead just keeps reducing. So there's Poli, if he keeps pumping in these lap times, 3 seconds faster than Mujaric on the last lap, so it's looking pretty inevitable. And I think he might even catch Zan Rosso. He's only about another 8 seconds up the road before all is said and done.
Indeed, so the place is still on for this particular squad, and the Carloni team
but
will
Zan
be
Rosso
back.
is in the pro class, of course, so it's not the same class, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, okay. So at least
It
4th
would
place.
be humiliating for HD Esports Blue Bolt, who've had their fair share of troubles in the hypercar class as well, to be knocked down another place in the overall order.
Yeah, indeed. So Moravitz only about 3 seconds in front of it, Poli right now. Round up to about 4 seconds. So again, Poli, how many times was he faster that time around compared to Moravitz? Oh, only about 200. So it's close.
There's another battle going on further down in the battle not to finish 32nd and last between Guido Seridani for MR number 71 and Matteo Tonello in Wildfire Racing Plays number 263, about half a second between the pair of them. So that's a good little bite, although Seridani GT Pro, so you would expect him to get through. And is that an issue for Pascal Eggert, who's now showing 33rd and last behind both of them?
So something happened to the final A-Volt car on that
Actually,
one.
not last. There's a couple of other cars in between, of course. Yeah, sorry. It's actually 37th. Andrea Garacino in the CR Red 82. That's the last one in the order.
Yeah, but a car that we haven't mentioned much anyway, the CR Red car.
But there we go. Poli got the gap down to under 3 seconds now to Moriarwick, whose name I will keep pronouncing differently each time I say it. Because I seem incapable of going for anything consistent.
And we are officially 80 laps left here in this race.
Right, so not long to go now. Although you're only staying with us for another 10 minutes, I believe, Amir.
Yes.
Before Tom Dillon emerges from wherever he's been all day. I see him in bed.
And I hope he's got kept the breast with whatever happened during the race, because it has been quite a doozy, isn't it? With so many lead changes and
I'll do my best. I'll do my best to keep him up to speed. But as Poli closes inexorably, and that Porsche is looking very, very vulnerable now.
Yep, and he has overtaken a Porsche prior to this, so he will be looking to do it ×2 this time by. Well, maybe next time by. One and a half seconds then, coming into the second sector. Ed, this looks as though we don't even need the AWS predictor to see when overtaking is going to happen. It looks as though it's...
Oh, we can make up a tire graphic if you really want, that sort of says some random statement about tires that are clearly fine. But
yeah. So it's basically inevitable at this point, isn't it? It's just that fast.
Yeah, chance of an overtake about, I would say, 75%, unless Moriarty either gets incredibly lucky or is able to start matching the pace of Poli a bit better.
Which looks highly unlikely, because Morovic has not been
2 seconds slow, nearly 2 seconds slower that previous lap at the Speed Eagles car.
Yep. So
not so Speedy Eagles, more of a Penguin at the moment than a Speedy Eagle.
I was going to go Albatross, but that's actually still quite fast.
Well, the Penguin can't fly, so that was my thinking there.
Or Kiwi.
To be fair, it's not that slow, but compared to Poli, it certainly looks it at the moment.
Yes, indeed. Across the line then.
Also doesn't help that the Porsche 911 is probably not the car to have around here.
Not well suited to
But neither is the Corvette, strictly speaking, especially on the straight line speed. So you think these two are a little bit more evenly matched than, say, if it was a Ferrari coming up to overtake him.
Yeah. But it looks as though the Vet has a bit of a grunt, isn't it? It has better grunt compared to the Porsche.
Yeah. To be fair, let's give Speed Eagles their due. They've actually held on to top 4 for quite a long while in this race, and Moriarty, though not the quickest in the field, has been pretty consistent. By constantly setting 202s, 203s, 204s. And but look how close Elias Poli is now. He's got a great view of the rear bumper, and once again that muddy brown Porsche is about to be pushed off into a ditch if it's not careful. Here we go into turn 10. Poli has the inside, and Moriarty doesn't really fight that too hard, does he?
Nope. Just gives away. But he fights back, though. He's fighting back.
A little line on the inside, but there we go. He's been overcome. I think he sort of gave it his best effort there, but there was no way through. Let's see from the offboard how exactly he handled that.
It looks like Poli just had a better run coming out of the hairpin, out of turn 7, on the way to turn 8 and 9. It looks as though it's just, again, the better speed out of the corner, plus the fact that Markovic just didn't fight. He just wanted to give space.
Yeah, he tried to get the little cutback there, but he just didn't. Again, he didn't get the run out that he really needed. And is that another Ferrari coming through to either lap them or get involved with in that fight for position?
No, that's a different class altogether. That's not a car involved in that particular battle, but yeah, it's just Poli really on form right now. It's just one of those guys that come into the race and thought, why didn't he do this sooner? He's really on fire.
Probably because other people were in the car earlier on. So Stefano Zanrosso for Pro is about 12 seconds up the road, or less than that now. And then it's 29 seconds to Angelo Colavito, another Pro driver. And then next up the road is Cookmazer. So Poli has still got, I think, another lap to make up. More than 90 seconds. It's about over 120 seconds, I think, to make up to get to Cookmazer, which is going to be difficult in less than 80 laps. But if anything happens to Cookmazer, then there could even be a podium up for grabs here. But I think Sunset 84 are doing everything right in the AM class at the moment, just holding position steady.
Yep, holding formation, whatever you want to call it. It's just right now cruising all the way to the line. As we escape the replay a little bit belatedly, is because we are now watching back Poli live time up to turn 10.
Yep, and there he is. just continuing to pull away. And there's Zabetto. The gap to Morioik is about just under 2.5 seconds. So Zabetto's pace hasn't been too bad either, although not quite as outstanding and eye-catching as Poli's. Zabetto's last lap, 2 minutes. Actually a temp faster than Poli on that last lap. So MR Motorsport have turned the heat up, and the Speed Eagles very much up against it now, because that's another lap that was 2 seconds faster than them from Zabetto.
Yep, so that's another battle brewing here outside of the podium positions, but no less competitive.
Yeah. Otherwise, Dabrowski is about 2 seconds behind Chris Kazmarkiewicz in the Sweet Force 37. That's the 45, which has had just such a difficult run, struggling with the AM Pro LMP2 field, of which there are many, admittedly. And it looks like Pavel Andrzejewski has gotten on board the Hyperion number 44, the class leader in Pro.
And that's a cool customer. Andrzejewski has been showing that he is the man to beat, especially in LMP2s, and the fastest guy they have in that team is now in that car. So really, then they just want to consolidate first place.
Yeah, I don't quite see Michele Rokon catching up to them. 55 seconds, he's been pretty good to keep him honest, because no one else in the Pro or AM field has been able to hold a candle to either of them. But you've got to feel Andrzejewski's got it. He's going to start to tighten his grip on this class lead now. Varconi has dropped to about 68 seconds behind Prince. So in the hypercar class, again, Hydrotech are just continuing to tighten their grip.
Yeah, the Blue Steel Racing guys, especially with the hands of Stein Prince, are very capable of the hands, of course. He has raced in this series in the past, but now he's doing it with a team that's racing for overall honors, so he would love to get an overall win here today.
Yeah, Battle for GTE AM lead between ERT and Finovon 445. It's about 43 seconds between the two, with Rossi it's setting 159s. There's 10 Lure in between them in the Pro class, who's third in Pro. Then GDE, he's setting 159.7s, about a temp slower than Rossi. And then we got Evers setting a 201.7 on that last lap. So not a great lap from Evers, but still keeping his consistency is keeping him in play here.
Yep, indeed. As we are now,
Renovon's real trademark. Actually, they won. They kept the title fight going in the GT3 class in the ERC Endurance Championship this year, and they won at Road America, I believe, which was a year to the day since their first victory in anything in rFactor 2, actually, which was at Mugello. We did 6 hours in Mugello, where the Dream Team, I believe, which was literally their name, the Hungarian team, instead of E, it's free in the DR3 AM team, technically. But they attacked them at the very final corner of the race, and they both sort of spun around, and Finovon emerged still in the lead and won the race. So it was a crazy finish where we were shouting like crazy. But I'd be very surprised if Sebring ends in anywhere near that close a finish in any of these classes. But you never know.
Yeah, I mean, we've had that before. I remember all the way back 2007 between the Ferrari and the Porsche. I remember it was Jamie Mello driving that one. They had to go all the way to the line for that particular instance. So we might just have that in any one of these classes.
Oh, yellow in sector 2 as Andrzejewski negotiates traffic here.
Yeah, if the gaps are close, we might see a finish like that.
And the Finovons are both lapping one another there. That's rare that they would see each other in the race. 4x5 laps the 444 of Lahoven.
Imagine they have 422.
Martino has got back on board. Oh no, he's still pit in the 41. As Ivan Grudello is now on board the 42. Andrea Bettini gets on board the Simfream eSports junior team number 26. So it was about time for a driver change, wasn't it, in the 26? But I'm not sure Andrea Bettini can hold much of a candle to Andrzejewski, but he's going to give it his level best, I guess.
Yes. And speaking of number 41, Martino, luckily no Ferrari in the way this time, and he has a clean stop.
Oh, thank goodness for Martino there, because he's suffered enough pain in this race as is. Although they have got back on the podium here, so they are doing everything right in terms of satellite coming a cropper. Looks like Martino avoided a heartbreak so far.
Well, that's not counting chickens. Yeah, we don't really want to.
That's why I said so far.
Yes, we don't want to jinx it. But yes, anyhow, looking at some of the comments, we see Garden coming back again. We're saying, go Caloni, always fighting back with a teared face. I think that might be an inside.
San Rosso has picked, which has allowed Poli in the Carloni Racing gaining another position, 25th in the overall order.
With, look at that, as Garasino attacking Joop Larhoven. I've seen his name before. Yep, so I saw Joop just now in the timing screen, so this is his first time on the broadcast screen, so he's being attacked here.
Oh, and Larhoven doesn't really do much to defend until they get to the actual corner, and Garasino's still on the... Oh, Larhoven does well not to hit the wall there, he just didn't have the grip on the outside, and that was a pretty... not to criticise Joop Larhoven too much, but that wasn't a particularly stellar defence there, and in fact he'd already had a little look at the inside of Sunset Bend just before this.
And just as a bit of a segue to what Garden says, Carloni fighting back. He fought hard there, but Garasino really didn't have to do much afterwards because Larhoven's just literally gone off nearly into the wall. Luckily, he got it back up.
Yeah, the 444 has not really had much of a race compared to its teammate, sister car, the 445, which has had a much cleaner run. And Larhoven did well because would have been so easy to completely lose it, hit the wall, and cause a code 80 there. So Larhoven did well to save that one, but now running 13th in the GTM class, I think. And I think that's not last in the GTM class, but it's pretty near. It is actually last in the race. So 444, 36 out of 37, although we have got Henry Sinek, who's still retired in 11th overall in the hypercar, but several laps ahead of these guys. So of the 35 cars still running, Larhoven is 36th.
Not the worst, at least it could have been much worse. Now
it's still points for 36th, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, in class at least, he's outside of the points.
Yeah.
No, there's no point for 13th, so it's still...
Well, I mean, there's a bit of pride in finishing a 12-hour race, but still.
Yeah, exactly, even in front of some of the prototypes. But either way, we're coming out to the end of the hour now, so we can officially close off this particular stint before we go into a commercial break. So just before we go into that, we're going to run through the order for the top three in each class. Stein Prince leads for High-Tech BSR number 10 in front of Zoltan Valkoni by about 1 minute and 5 seconds, with Luca Martino in third in the Serbo number 41.
Oh, big spin, sorry, Amir. That's somebody won the Finner Bonds. I think that's Larhoven that's binned it at the final corner. And just reversed it out of the way. No drama.
Yep. Luckily, he didn't get collected by anybody because we saw that Le Mans Virtual between two prototypes. So, to continue, LMP2 Pro, Pavan Dijuski in the number 44 Hyperion car is in front of Intera Bettini in the same 3M eSports number 26. And in third place is Antti Rassi in the future number 05 car. So, they're still somehow in the top three. Gabo Havesi leads the way in the Pro-Am category in front of Karol Wozniak. And in third place is Daniel Bijil in the level 1 eSports number 27 car. In GT Pro, it's being led currently by Fabio Liuzzi in the Sim 3M eSports number 99 in front of Caspian number 75 Ahmed Demikran. And Giancarlo Rossi, Giancarlo Rossi is leading in Pro-Am. Third place is Teon Lua in the number 47 Into the Points racing car. And finally, in the GTM class, Giancarlo Rossi is in front of Milan Evers of Fine Avont Motorsport number 445 and Efe Kokmeiser in the number 84 Sunset Motorsport car. So, that's it for my time, at least in the commentary box. Tom Dillon will be taking over alongside Ed Hunter after this, but we'll be right back after a short commercial break.
Hello and welcome back to Sebring International Raceway for the e-racing series, 1,000 miles of Sebring, fifth round of the 2022-2023 e-racing series endurance championship. We're just about to go into lap 200 with only 68 laps remaining in this race, and we've seen all sorts of drama up and down the field. At the moment, it's Stin Prinz leading in the championship, leading Hydrotech BSR number 10, that's leading the way by about 67 seconds over Simfreem eSports number 1. Their title rivals with Zoltan Valconi at the wheel. We've also got in LMP2 Pro, we've got Pavel Andrzejewski in the Hyperion eSports number 44, leading from the Andrea Bettini driven Simfreem eSports junior team number 26. So Bettini just getting in that car. We have just had another retirement actually, which is Fieri Bovo in the Flying Goat number 95 that was running 5th and last of those still running in the hypercar class. And the Flying Goat number 95 team have, for whatever reason, either due to accident damage or something else, decided to retire. And is this more trouble? Because this looks like Milan Evers, that was running 2nd in the GTE AM class, stationary in the pit lane and losing time. That looks like a retired Finavon, Tom. Tom Dillon, who joins me in the comments box, though.
Hello, Ed. What an introduction. I'm happy to be here. It does. Milan Evers was running 3rd by the looks of things.
He was running 2nd actually in AM.
2nd, of course.
A very comfortable 2nd, too.
And, well, now sitting down into the bits, I think he'll be out of the session then, no doubt, unless it's just something like a disconnect and he can get back in. But this disconnect, according to Peter Schutterman in chat, that would explain what's happened to the 444. So no doubt he'll be licking his wounds, but able to get back into this one
well,
soon.
I'll tell you, this is very tense because Elias Poli in the CR Black, the Coloni Racing team, the 88, they've been gaining positions, putting on a great show, passing the Grow Racing Team 98 recently, the Blue Bolt number 92 HG Esports car, and now they're only about 42 seconds away from a podium here, unless Evers can get that car back in, reconnect to the game and get back in the server. Then Poli is looking good for a podium here, which would be quite a turn-up. Because it's a big shame for Finavon, though. We know that team so well, don't we, Tom? From our dealings with them in ERC. And the 445 was doing incredibly well in this race. And a late disconnection with, let's be honest, only about 68 laps left to go. That's heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, but by the looks of things, we're definitely going to reach the lap mark rather than the hours, because 10 hours is the time limit for this particular race. It's usually 8 actually in the real world as well for this event, but obviously we've moved it to 10 here given the slower nature of the hypercar. So we're definitely going to have around 2 hours left, we think, of this event, and to already plummet out of a podium position. Look here for Milan Evers, that will be bitterly disappointing. They've now got 2 hours if they can get back into the game quickly enough to try and, well, wring its neck and get back into it.
Yeah, the attrition rate hasn't been too bad until recently, actually. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars, 9 cars, sorry, with Bovo having just retired as well. And if Evers can't get back in, that would make 10. So of the 40 starters, that's pretty good. In fact, there we go. So that's a confirmation then. Evers coming out of the pit lane in 4th position, though, and with 40 seconds to catch up to the Corvette. But this is brilliant news, of course, for Elias Poli and Coloni Racing, because it puts them on the class podium in AM. But we know how quick Milan Evers is. He could very well be closing on them by the end, and we'll have to see Elias Poli in a defensive position, potentially. As well as Erkan is now catching a Korkmazer. Erkan in the 47 into the points car, a little bit out of position, admittedly. 3rd in class, but of the GTE cars, he's sort of 5th on the road. And the Korkmazer about 2 seconds ahead of him. So, and Korkmazer about 20 seconds behind Rossi, who's led most of the race, admittedly, for ERT. And it was a shame because ERT were in a great battle with Dozov BSR number 31 with Sharik Zulquanin at the wheel at the moment. But unfortunately, that I forget, it was a different driver whose name I've forgotten now. I'll probably have to look through the lineup to figure out who exactly it was that I was thinking of. I think it was a Turkish driver. but the name will probably come to me a bit later when I'm not having to talk and think at the same time, which I'm not very good at as a commentator. We see a few others in the pit lane. Varconi pits from second in the race, only about 16 seconds behind Prinz, interestingly. But I think that might just literally just be a virtue of the pit stops filtering through here, because I'm pretty sure that Prinz and Hydrotech BSR have got a pretty big lead in terms of over 40 seconds or so. But yeah, anyway, in terms of that's pretty much the order. I think we've covered fairly well. But anything you want to know about what's happened in this race, Tom? Because it's quite a lot over the last 6 or 7 hours or so. Is he a penalty? Who's that for, Tom?
I'm very honest with you, Ed. I can't read it on my screen, so I don't.
It's too distorted on mine. Somebody's gone off track there, so I imagine it's for track limits. If you see Marco Pereira trying to get out of the way of the LMP2 cars. Yeah, I did not see who that penalty was for.
It was a bit tricky. I think it was one of the GT AM cars. It was a
maybe there's an easy way to check, and that's look at the actual stream. It's a Marco Pereira, who we just cut to there in the Porsche 911. What team does Pereira drive for? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's of Grow Racing Team number 98, of course. Yeah, that's running about, because it's in GDM, but because of course they've actually come out ahead of Evers. Of course, Evers has actually got because they've lost a lap, having just come out the pit lane. They're about 10 seconds behind Pereira, so he's got to get past Grow Racing Team 98, Arta Saikula in the Speed Eagles number 9, Zabetto in the MR Motorsport number 66, Nicola Muzu, who's in the Pro class in the Blue Bolt HD eSports car, and then Poli in the CR88 car, in order to get back on the GTM class podium. So that really shows the mountain that Evers has got to climb here as Poli comes into the pit lane, along with the GT Pro class leader.
Milan Evers really has got a task ahead of him, hasn't he? And there you go, wiggling through that final section as they head up into the straight that precedes sunset. Here is Pereira, the man in the naughty books, ever so slightly the bad books, going through sunset himself. I think really here you want to be leaving this penalty as long as you can to make sure you can just gain a little bit extra time. That being said, he's going to do the opposite of what I said, Ed, and go into the pit lane himself.
Yeah, that's right. I'm very used to people ignoring the penalties and acting like not having to serve them until the last possible moment. But in this championship, they at least today anyway, they seem that the strategy seems to be just get them out of the way.
Well, I think there's two sort of sides to this coin, because you can either say, okay, we're going to go as long as we can and make sure that whilst the car's feeling good, we're going to try and extend this and leave the penalty as late as possible and do the bidding whilst you're on track immediately, and then obviously chase down that gap afterwards. Or you can say, actually, look at the map, there's a little bit of traffic behind me, for example. I know that's going to be scything its way through, and as a GT car, obviously that's extra damaging to your lap time, really. And you can say, actually, we'll take the penalty early and we'll make sure we get it out of the way, just to make sure that we sort of avoid that pocket of traffic. Either way, I suppose it's something that they've had to assess as a team. And it can also come down to, of course, driver preference, because the drivers prefer to do this very different race. But I know that Milan Evers now will start to feel a little bit encouraged by that penalty. It's a stop and go as well. So Evers,
so Poli in the CR88 is now handed over to Marco Lodi Rizzini. Yeah, it is Marco Lodi Rizzini. I'm saying that correctly, I think. So Rizzini now, or Lodi Rizzini, sorry, on track now, about 5 seconds ahead of Zabetto, who he fought so hard to get ahead of earlier in the race, but behind some of the pro drivers now as well. So not quite falling back as far back as Evers, but certainly on the same lap now. So Evers has certainly got the people he needs to overtake in his sights, at least.
And, well, according to, if I'm reading my Livetiming correctly, I have to say this is Livetiming software I'm not particularly familiar with, but if reading it correctly, it looks like we're coming up to about 4 AM in terms of the game time. So I don't think we'll be getting to sunrise by the end of this race, assuming there is about 2 hours to go. Yes, I think it will end in darkness. I think that's a safe assumption. But my point is that 4 AM, assuming that this is running sort of summertime, you could find yourself getting quicker and quicker lap times as this race goes on now. So we've sort of ended it at the right time, I think, because we're now going to get the fastest lap times of the day, presumably with the most rubbered in track. And that temperature is just going to start to rise ever so slightly.
Indeed, yeah. So we've got, I've been saying that a lot actually, but ambient temperature 25 degrees Celsius, track temperature 21 degrees Celsius, which has pretty much been very similar, I think, admittedly, over the past couple of hours. And still no chance of rain, of course.
Of course, there is a chance, actually, Ed, that if this is running live weather, which I'm not too sure if we are here, well, I assume we are, but if we're running live temperature as well, then maybe not, because it won't reflect it actually being 4 AM in the game, due to the fact, of course, that over in Sebring, it's around about, well, early evening, isn't it, right now? So I think it depends quite how they're working on this, but at least in theory, that's going to be how this looks to run. Here is the leader in the LMP2 class, going down to Sunset Bend. I have to say, I'm very impressed by the hypercar in this particular series. I think it's been
this is the Hyperion eSports number 44. But yeah, the hypercar certainly has, since the update has really come on strong. You really notice it when you're on board with the GD cars. You see the LMP2s go through pretty quick, and then the hypercar going through. We've seen a lot of risky lapping maneuvers from the hypercars as well, some of which haven't always worked out cleanly because people are so eager to get through before the hairpin, for instance, that sometimes the GD cars don't see them coming until too late. That's happened a few times, but and sometimes it's even led to big incidents that have taken cars out. But for the most part, it's been kept surprisingly clean here at Sebring, especially considering how narrow this circuit is at points.
And for cars that are only about 3 seconds faster than these LMP2s, they are significantly faster down the straights, really. I think I always used to find when we'd race, even the DPI that's in this rFactor 2 game, when it has his hypercar mode as an LMP2, you sort of have to check your mirrors, and it's quite a weird adjustment. But of course, this LMP2 absolutely flying right now. The Hyperion eSports 44 with a 46.4, the fastest lap, I believe that's the fastest lap throughout the LMP2 field. So absolutely flying it. I think now this is just about a sort of maintaining of the gap that they've got back to the other LMP2 Pro car, second position, the Sim3 eSport, and make it at about 2 laps at the moment. I think they'll be starting to feel quietly confident in this, in their chances in this race, I suppose.
Oh, certainly. I think they've been feeling that way for quite a while, though. But also interesting, I mentioned Arda Erkan, or Ercan, I should call him. I've been trying to pronounce it correctly, and I remember in FSR highlights, I kept trying to call him. I called him Erkan initially, and I was corrected. It's actually pronounced Ercan for the Turkish driver. And the Interpoints driver has been able to overcome Aoife Korkmaier from the AM class, and he's now 6 seconds ahead of the Sunset Motorsport driver. And so next up, 21 seconds up the road, is GTM class leader Giancarlo Rossi. Has had a very impressive run in the Tamelli ERT number 69. Nice. With Ahmet Demirkan is the next actual driver for position in the Caspian number 75 that Ercan will have to deal with. But he's almost a lap ahead, so I think Ercan really fighting for pride out there at the moment. There's not really too much to gain ahead of him in realistic striking distance. But that's sort of the story up and down the field at this point, that people sort of close in a little bit, but the gaps are so big at this point, with a few exceptions, people being 6 seconds apart or whatever, where there's a little bit more of a chance of something happening.
It's the ferocious flashing from that Ferrari, just a little bit further up from the field of this.
Is that Christopher Kianik, the class leader in GD Pro?
Yes, the one just ahead at the top of the picture, the one that Christian Canic's actually chasing down, presumably to lap. I think it was a Ferrari. It looked like to have the rear lights of a Ferrari that you're just ahead. It's either a Ferrari or a Corvette, so I always think they're so similarly shaped in this game. But Kianik chasing him down, and
definitely a Ferrari.
He seems to be unhappy about something. You know, it's a gripe I have on many endurance commentaries, Ed, that I do, about drivers excessively flashing. Here's a very close moment with the hypercar, by the way. That's
we've seen plenty of those.
Yes, there's nervy. Thankfully, the two cars giving each other respect. But always annoys me. I just think flashing your lights at people, I'm not really a fan, unless of course they've done something justifiably bad.
Yeah, for the most part, it tends to be people who have. There's been a lot of side-on contact where that sort of has aggravated that, and it tends to be an immediate reaction to that. So I tend not to be too upset about it because it's sort of is part of people's natural reaction to sort of say, "Oh, what did you do that for?" It's not like that. Well, they might be swearing in the team chat as well. I don't know, but we don't hear that. So I tend to think it's more in lieu of. Like instead of swearing at someone, it's the more restrained way of showing your displeasure as we go into the final, either the final lap 207, so we're getting into the final 60 laps or so, or the final 3.5 hours. But I have a feeling that 60 laps is going to take maybe hour and a half maybe to finish this race.
Well, of course, as long as we don't get any Le Mans virtual antics going on in that last 60 laps.
Well, it's been kept pretty clean so far. The only thing that's sort of been falling apart is my throat. It's okay if I have a very, very brief break to go get a strepsil or something, so my throat isn't hurting as much. Well, not hurting, but just sore.
Go for it. I recommend Lemsip myself. I had one the other day. Not the nicest.
Well, I've only got strepsils available, so.
Go on, you take a break then, Ed, and we'll see you back in a moment's time. So here we go then, coming up to about 9:25 on this Saturday evening. Always lovely to get these Saturday races underway. I do quite like it. 1,000 miles of Sebring takes you about 8 hours. Giant Price is definitely going to be enjoying this particular Saturday in the new hypercar to this ERS season, and absolutely flying in it indeed. 142.7. He is on board with the Hydrotech BSR car. Look at the bumps, so pronounced on this laser scan version of Sebring's second gear through the left-hander, fighting the car all the way through to this slight hairpin here, and up to the big hairpin. Going to have to go 3 wide here around the outside of the 2 GTE cars. That takes some nerve from a man who has got so much to lose in this position in the race, able to find the apex of the hairpin very nicely as well, up to the next right-hander. Completely flat now, these hypercars. I have to say, I haven't seen them in this simulation before, made by URD. I do know a few leagues actually are starting to adopt them as their main class. They do seem to be very successful cars, ones that people are enjoying.
Yeah, I believe ERC are going for them soon, aren't they?
Well, that's what I was alluding to, Ed, but I was trying to, as an admin over there, not totally,
not to give too needless
totally advertise it. Yeah.
Well, I can advertise. I'm just a commentator over there. But I say just a commentator. I'm the commentator. In some
much.
way.
But yeah. Anyway, down to Sunset. This is one of the nervy corners in these hypercars, the LMH.
There's a bit of a battle for position between Paulo Viegas in the Origin Racing 1111 and Chris Kazmarkiewicz, in the Sweet Force 37. There's about less than 2 seconds between the two in LMP2 Pro Am. I think they're fighting for third in class. And now there we are on screen. And in fact, it's less than that. Oh, big crash! And Paulo Viegas, who was catching him, turns a little bit too early into Sunset Bend, hits the inside wall in the apex, and finds himself ping-ponging across the track and having to gingerly get back. Oh dear, that's not really a good place to be reversing, is it?
I'll tell you now, he actually did very well as we see the replay. He did very well to not plant this into the wall. Here's into Sunset Bend, and I'll have a quick look.
He was catching before that point, and he just got a bit ahead of his skis, didn't he? And he wasn't actually skiing, but you know what I mean. Here we go. In he turns.
Oh, he hit the bump.
Oh, so he was already out of control at that point.
That's where Sebring gets his name from. He did very well actually to keep the car intact. Here's an on board with the LMP2 down into Sunset, of course. And my first reaction actually was that this was a bit of a rookie error, but actually having hit that bump, there's not much you can do to mitigate that. Oh. That is frustrating. He did very well to hold the brakes just there, keep it out of the wall. went into neutral, kept the car alive.
So
Of
now
course, if you
he's
don't have,
got going again. 16
course-
seconds behind Chris Kazmierzyk.
if you don't have traction control maps, actually, you can find yourself struggling to get turned back round there. And I think that might have just been what happened, not having that 0 traction control setting available to him, but able to get that going. And I think actually he's done very well to keep that car in somewhat of a drivable state. Clearly, as hello to Tiago Montero, who says, "What at 3 stints?" I can only assume you've put in a monster 3 stints in your car.
Well,
Very
that
well
was
done
just
on
the
that.
Paulo Viegas nearly binned and undid all the good work that his teammate Tiago Montero did there in the Origin Racing 11 car by hitting the wall. Admittedly, there was a big bump that didn't exactly help there. But... And here's the battle for third in what's currently third in the GT AM class now, between Marco Lodi Rizzini and Fabio Zabetto. Rizzini's got in the car more recently, but Zabetto has been catching him in that Ferrari, of course, versus the Corvette. And Zabetto was passed earlier by Lodi his teammate. As we see yellow in the first sector, which there it is.
That's a Ferrari. That's a rear wing, I think.
And that's Zabetto on the podium, because that's the CR car just completely still, isn't it?
He's managed to keep
no,
his rear wing.
he's
As
got
the
going again.
LMP2 gets, as the LMP2 gets by as well.
But what happened there? Did he just lose it on his own? Well, let's see.
We've got the replay, thankfully.
This should be. He was being lapped. Here we go. And he's got the LMP2 on the inside. And the LMP2's gotten through. Does he hit the back of him?
Yes. Oh, dear.
There's a little bit of contact, and then he
Racing
just gets completely loses control and almost goes into the crowd area. Oh.
It's definitely a racing incident, I think. There, just a moment from the two of them not really appreciating how much room they had.
A costly error though by Lodi Rizzini.
Yeah, definitely. There you go. Just there, he just had to brake in the middle of the corner, hasn't he?
And he was constantly soaring on the
car
wheel to try and get it under control and find himself facing the barrier, which is a painful feeling as a racing driver. And there's third place disappearing up the road from him. So that's great news then for Korkmaiser and Sunset Motorsport 84. Oh no, Zabetto, sorry, for MR Motorsport. They're now in third in GTM. And Lodi Rizzini has got going about 6.5 seconds behind, with Artur Sikula for the Speed Eagles 18 seconds down, and then Milan Evers another 28 seconds down. So Evers could still, more mistakes like that, and Evers could maybe get himself a little bit closer to the podium, but it's going to take quite something. And Evers has certainly been putting the lap times in. Look at that, 1.5 seconds faster, 1.6 seconds faster than Sikula.
That pace, he might just catch up towards the end of this race. 58 laps to go, 57 laps to go, I suppose, depending on how you exactly count it.
Well, I'm going to go for another half hour and then call it a night, if I'm being honest.
That's fair enough. I'll be on to
I don't think anything too big is going to change from here on out, but I am fascinated by this GTM battle. I think that's probably been one of the highlights. The leaders in GT Pro, LMP2 AM and LMP2 Pro and Hypercar have all been just too good, if I'm being completely honest. They've Hypercar's been somewhat close because Marconi and Prinz are pretty evenly matched at the moment, but yeah, it's got to be said, it's the big action seems to be, it's always the way of endurance races that once the order sorts itself out for these 12-hour events, it tends to be the final couple of hours are sort of the endurance ones, as it were.
It depends though, because as we get yellow flags in sector 2 briefly, they clear with not too much hassle. It's only 62 seconds between the Hypercar lead, of course. 30
yellow
seconds
in
here.
sector 2 again.
Position. The yellow, it persists, doesn't it? It's not quite able to get clear. I think probably someone spinning around and then getting back onto the track again, spinning, probably having an awkward moment. But we seem to be clear for the moment, on board with Milan Evers, who is just on top of this GTE Amcar. Absolutely wonderful in the Aston Martin.
Who's that just ahead of Evers? Is it one of the CR cars? I think that might be Andrea Garastino, who's last in the race at the moment.
Potentially. Here he goes down the inside. It's going to be a bold move, and he's going to have to get all of it. He doesn't quite.
And that's Garastino hold him off.
has to pull out of it in the end. With that disconnect, of course, Milan Evans, if you are just joining us, that's what happened about 15-20 minutes ago. He had a disconnect and it took him out of that podium position. Now he's trying
but the
to
problem is
chase
here
back after
is
it.
that the CR car is helping out its teammate and is currently running 4th because they know Evans is going to be a big threat potentially at the end of this race.
There goes an LMP2 looking to help him out, and in fact he has to barge his way through, and that's going to allow Milan Evans the space that he needs to get through. And it's rather helpful LMP2 there, who might get reported to the stewards of that. But
Yeah, I think Garasino, I don't think is going to be too impressed, but to be fair, I think Garasino was maybe not the most willing. In fact, there's Evers flashing the light because Garasino is now all over the back of him again. Oh, Garasino's going to try and go around the outside. That's a bit suicidal.
Yes, no, not when you're not fighting for position. That's not a great idea, is it? No blue flags in force here.
Garasino just does not want to finish last in this race, does he?
Yeah, so I don't understand, because he's not even fighting for position. You know, Milan
Well,
is
he's
going
trying to help his
fast.
teammate out, isn't he?
Yeah, still, I think it's...
what's his name? The triple-barreled name. Marco Ludi Ruzzini, who's about 48 seconds up the road from Evers. So could still be caught before the end. Especially if he has a few more offs.
I do find it slightly sly to be that needlessly aggressive, but then again, I can't lie. When I've been driving for a team...
Well, maybe he just really, really doesn't like Milan Evers.
But when I've been driving for
Team that unlikely because he's lovely. Milan Evers, not Milan Evers, that's his brother, isn't it?
Well, when I've been driving for Team Iris, I'm sure there's been occasions where I've, gone for a slightly more aggressive move on a rival GTE car so that I can help my teammates out slightly. So I can't really criticise him standing for my perch up here, but I do find it a little bit.
It was the Future car, I think, that went into the side of him. That would be, let's see where he is in the order. It'd be Anti-Razzie, of course. Future number 5, that's running 3rd, I believe, in LMP2 Pro. About 3 laps down on Gabor Hivesi, the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am. So he's certainly trying to do everything he can to not lose any more laps to Gabor Hivesi.
So I
pushing cars out of the way.
I actually just want to correct myself on something that I said earlier. It's just me getting used to this live timing software, essentially. So it's not 4 AM in-game time. I thought it might have been, maybe, but no, that was the time left, apparently. It just wasn't updating every second, so I thought, presumably, it was every minute. But anyway, never mind. It's saying that there's 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go. I believe that it's actually about 8:30 in the evening. So I take back my entire point from what it's worth about all of that, all of that faster lap times. And actually, we're just going to have to slog it to the end now.
Yeah, we very much will in either case. But lap 214 out of 268, so that leaves about 54 laps left to go. And we still have about 34 cars running, I think.
It's a very good turnout, come to think of it, in January.
Yeah, we would kill for something like this in ERC.
Yes, well, 43 cars. I mean, it's a big event, I suppose, after Christmas. People are eager to get back to
Well, this got postponed, of course.
Yes, exactly.
And that's the...
even more so.
Oh dear, that looks like the Andrea Garasino having another off at the hairpin. It's going again. But that seemed very odd. It feels like Garasino is just starting to fatigue somewhat at this phase. Here we go. Let's see what happened here. This is going to be embarrassing, no doubt. All on his own. Goes all the way to the outside. Brakes for the hairpin. Turns into the right. Gets to the middle of the... Goes way too wide. And finds himself going all the way across the track to the other side. So, just somewhat of a late reaction to the car. Just not having enough grip there, is it?
Well, it can happen, can't it, when you're in these situations?
I think Garasino is just struggling to keep up with Joop Blahoven, who we know from ERC is a very good driver.
Yes, well, I always find myself racing Joop, one way or another, whether it be in a Formula E car, in a LMP2 car or something. He's always there.
You've been doing commentary with me for Formula E last season, and you did very well, by the way. He's a very invaluable member of that team. And you were even in the little highlights video we made. It's a bit of you talking at one point where I decided to leave it in because I was feeling very generous.
Oh, well, thank you very much. The generosity is much appreciated. But
oh no, you weren't. You were driving. Sorry, you
right.
were one of my drivers. Yeah, sorry, I was getting confused there. I was thinking of it. You have commentated with us before in Formula E, but usually more often than not you're a driver now. That's right. I was getting you and Nick mixed up.
Does my around the outside make it in there? In the road around?
Wait, where were we
Don't
talking
tell
about?
me you don't remember, because I have got the clip and I will happily send you the clip. Head.
What year was this?
Last year.
Was this year?
It's like 4 months ago.
Oh, okay. I can't remember. This was endurance, right? For reading.
No. This was for your team in a touring car event.
Oh, the touring car event. At Road America. For some reason, I was thinking Road Atlanta because we had one very similar where we had two very similar races. I didn't make any highlights of the touring cars last season, which I probably should have because we're doing slightly worse this season, having to change drivers every round. But I think it was just too many races to do highlights of. But anyway, I was trying to focus on this. I'm trying to focus on this race while also remembering what you're talking about, which is probably too much for me to handle, as well as being ill, like horribly ill. Well, not as ill as when we did Bathurst touring cars at the end of last year, where I was like really ill. Like at one point, literally, I was like coughing and dying while Mia Rose was trying to do an overtake in one of my cars at the first corner and went 3 wide with Jack Nicholls, BBC 5 Live Formula 1 commentator, which was fun. It's a shame Kings have had to pull out because it was fun having them in the championship, even though none of them ever wanted to do an interview with me, apart from Luke Mitchell, of course. He was a good guy. But not that Scott Mitchell, Marmol and Jack Nicholls are bad guys, of course, they just didn't have the time. Busy guys with real motorsport to worry about, which is fair enough.
Formula E starting back.
That's true. I actually got to commentate with Nick Homewood and Joshua and Mark Preston, the former Techeetah team principal. We did a stream for Mexico, and I actually went and got the real footage and made a 20-minute supercut of our commentary over the real footage, and it worked really nicely. It shows, I guess, the job that Josh does there to keep everything running smoothly.
I always tell the story because I didn't realise, having done GPVWC for about a year at that point, I think it was the Dutch Grand Prix, and I had no idea that Scott was actually a journalist. I just assumed that he was, Luke Mitchell's brother, 2 guys who were doing this championship. And I'm lying in bed. I think I just got off a 24-hour race. It was a 24 hours of Daytona for Jet, and I lied down. And next thing I decided to put the Grand Prix on the radio, and I hear it now. Scott Mitchell Mom from the race. I was like, what? I thought I had the post 24-hour tiredness.
You thought you were hallucinating?
I thought I was hallucinating. I was like, I know that guy. Well, he probably doesn't know me, but I know that guy.
Oh no, random drivers that I know are now all over the radio. How's this happening? Oh, next we got Joop Lahoven, our Dutch correspondent. Okay, this is getting silly now. There's no way nobody in Holland would let Joop be on TV. Although, knowing Ziggo Sport and the amount of swearing on, I think Joop would probably fit right in. Well, actually no, it's Peter that's the real foul mouth one, if I'm being honest. The potty mouth one. Using
Dutch television is a marvel of broadcasting, and also I imagine something that Ofcom would implode just by looking at it. So, marvel.
Yeah, there's certain Mary Whitehouse would indeed write letters of complaint, strongly worded ones. So Marco Lodi Rizzini, who we saw spin off earlier, has now started to catch back up to Fabio Zappetto for third in the GT AM class. So he was 6 seconds behind. He's now just over 3 seconds behind. So his pace has been, let's have a look, about 3 tenths quicker. He's been setting like 2 minutes flats, 1:59s. So Lodi Rizzini, that Corvette, is looking to strike back and take revenge once more on the MR Motorsport 66.
He is, and this is one of those rare battles actually that we're seeing in this LMP2 field. It's going to be entertaining. It's not
well, that's
too
in GTM, but I'm not sure what the.
I apologise. Sorry, I was looking what was on my screen. I apologise. Here's another battle then between 5th and 6th in LMP2. I'm assuming the purple means LMP2 Pro-Am, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe LMP2 Pro is blue and LMP2 Pro-Am is purple, so you're correct. Yes.
Okay. There are a couple of things I want to keep an eye on in terms of second overall in LMP2. The Pro-Am car of Gabor Hovesi is chasing down Andrea Bettini in the Sim 3 number 26. It's 5.7 seconds that interval right now. Here is Gabor Hovesi. He's down as a Pro-Am, of course. He's 7th overall and looking for second in the LMP2 class overall. He's the Pro-Am leader at the moment, a massive gap to the car behind. And well, in terms of the gap in LMP2, obviously we know it's about 3 laps at the moment between the two leading pro cars, well, the leading pro car and the second place pro car. And I do want to keep an eye on Zoltan Vargoni and Stein Prinz, because one signal drive-through penalty, a stop and go or something like that, or an unwanted pit stop, and all of a sudden that battle gets very interesting in the LMH category.
And look at that last lap for Andrea Bettini, sorry Tom, 2 minutes 43.1. So that was nearly a whole minute slower than Hovesi's, and no wonder he's less than 5 seconds behind him on the track.
I do hasten to state as well, of course, that I've been doing endurance commentary for a very long time now. Well, I say very long time, a couple of years, and I'm yet to see someone spin out on the final lap and lose a 66-second gap. So I'm not. If you are part of the Sim 3 eSports number 1 car, I'm not telling you to hold your breaths, but definitely
Collective breaths.
Keep the fight. Keep the fight.
Pretty good lap for Stan Sokol. The Speed Eagles number 24, 1:48.2 last time around. That's a personal best. So that's impressive this late on to be setting that kind of lap time. Although I say that Hovesi's at a 1:47.3, so I guess that's probably even better.
Very impressive, actually, to be able to keep going in the dark at Sebring. I think I haven't raced here for a good couple of years now, Sebring, but definitely one of my favourite tracks. Of course, they did try and run a 24-hour event in real life around this circuit, the Sebring 24 hours, and the 24-hour series. Would you believe it? Unfortunately, it flopped, but it was nice. I'd quite like to see that in the sim, to be honest with you. Maybe I'll get on the phone to Mariano or something and tell him to.
We seem to be 24-hour addicts of endurance racing, aren't we?
Well, until it gets
hours,
to the point of 24-hour. I'm a 24-hour addict.
Oh, here we go. Hovesi trying to go around the outside of a GD car through the twisty, fast. That's Collier he was doing that in, wasn't it? Just before. Oh no, it was Fangio, of course. Collier is who he's going through now, isn't it? Into turns 12 and 13. And
of
here
course, that's
Evans, who's starting to catch. He's right behind Sikola now, isn't he? 20 seconds behind. Sorry, that was his improvement over him on the previous lap. So he's got another 10 seconds out of it.
He's definitely attacking, and I have to say, I always think with a 24-hour race, you say, oh, I really, really want to, go through the night here, and you get to 6 o'clock in the morning, and you suddenly realise that it's a little bit more silly than you first anticipated. Here's yellow flags in Sector 3. We'll keep an eye on what happened there. They're clear immediately, so perhaps a false alarm as we get 48 laps to go now, 49 actually, I think, to be exact. So we know we're definitely going to get the laps, and we've done that for quite a while.
I think there's 2 fights going on at the moment, Tom. There's Marco Lodi Rizzini closing in the 88 on Fabio Zabetto, 2 seconds behind, and then we've got Hovesi closing on Bettini for 6th overall in the 2 LMP2 classes for Pro and Pro-Am, but 3 seconds between them. Although I think just about to go below. There we go, 2.2 now between Hovesi and Bettini, and 1.9 between Lodi Rizzini and Zabetto.
I've just lost pictures for a moment here in the commentary box as we go over to.
Apparently we just had a game crash on our end, so we will. I guess, go on a quick commercial break then, and we'll be back for hopefully the last hour and a bit, or maybe an hour of our ERS eSport e-racing series round from season 5 at Sebring. So the climactic finale incoming your way very, very soon, hopefully. So we'll see you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to Sebring for the 1,000 miles of Sebring International Raceway. My name is Edward Hunter, and this is the e-racing series, of course, the 5th round of the 2022-2023 championship. And I'm joined by the one and only Tom Dillon as we go into the almost the final 40 laps or so of this event, and it's certainly had its frills and spills. It's big, exciting moments, and I believe at the moment we are just looking on screen at that looks like the number 98, isn't it? The Grow Racing team of Marco Pereira, and now we switched over as of course it's still Stim Prinz leading for Hydrotech BSR number 10 by 69 seconds over Zoltan Barconi's Simframe eSports entry. But the two battles we're focused on are Gabor Vessi versus Andrea Bettini, where Vessi has got Bas Bettini just as we were coming back. And we also got a bit further down in GT3, we've got the battle for the podium in GTM between Marco Lodi Rizzini, who's 8 tenths behind Fabio Zabetto. Now, Lodi Rizzini was leading Zabetto and then crashed off in a sort of needless incident, really, with some of the other classes where he just hit the back of an LMP2 and lost control. And is now right behind Zabetto. So, Tom, let's see if we can get a look at that battle for third in GT AM.
And just a quick apology, actually, as I appreciate this being mentioned in chat. Apologies for the letterbox effect. Unfortunately, we've had an rFactor 2 moments.
No, cool. It looks more cinematic.
Cinematic, yeah, I was going to say. So, hopefully, you can enjoy the cinematic experience. Put it up on your big screen, home cinema system, or something. And
1,000 miles of Sebring coming soon to a home cinema near you.
Well, there we go. Maybe put it up on the what's it called? IMAX, is it? I think. I don't know. I'm not a regular patron of my local cinema, but there you go. You can still see the action. So I suppose worse things could happen in this game.
Yeah, indeed. But there's not too much longer of this race left to go, I guess, as we see another yellow in the third sector. There's Bettini now 3.2 behind Gabor Vessi, who is definitely, I have a feeling Go Team Racing number 17 should have been in the pro class rather than the pro-am, and I have a feeling a promotion might be in order for the next round. Because they have definitely, all but one of the pro entries, they've really outshone here.
Yeah, I mean, it can always be. Oh, there you go. Wow, that was a cinematic effect. Now you've got rather squished-looking LMP2 cars. Oh. I mean, they're small at the best of occasion.
Oh, very, very tiny. It's like the singularity happened there.
Yes, I know. This is like Windows Movie Maker transition style.
A little bit, yeah. So apologies for that. I know our broadcast director, Mariano, is doing his absolute best, Mariano Callo, to get things sorted for you without missing too much of the action. But to be honest, it's so dark that it doesn't look too different to the black bars, and it makes it a bit easier to see the rolling timing screen at the very top. As Bettini kicks the rear out.
We're at the stage where you start sending around that meme that everyone sends around during endurance races. It's like, wow.
Lodi Rizzini still 7 tenths behind Zabetto, by the way, in the battle for 23rd overall. So we'd love to see that on stream if possible. There they are. So just being lapped by the LMP2s. Surely Lodi Rizzini senses blood here, wants to get back onto that AM podium, and this is absolutely crucial for them, isn't it?
It's so crucial when you've got that podium there, staring you in the face. You need to try and take it.
Yeah, they've really had to fight the whole way, and they sort of blew it earlier with Lodi Rizzini's mistake, and he has a chance to sort of redeem himself here. With his pace has been absolutely stellar. As indeed as his teammate Lodi as well was doing some very good. Not Lodi, it was a different name. Which has escaped me already. But Zabetto, who's been in that car a very, very long time, I feel like he's fatiguing a little bit, and his pace is not quite as strong at this phase. Oh, well, we got a little bit at the bottom of the screen, ladies and gents. No, let's go back up. Well, this is entertaining, if nothing else.
Oh, and again. There we go. Now it's only 3/4 of the way up. Well, a bit more than that. Oh, back down again. Oh.
Left a bit, right a bit. Hey!
There we go! Hey.
Wow. It's like we're going out of the cutscene now.
Oh! Never mind. No, it's still going.
But we're not done. We're not done. Let's keep going.
Back to player control now.
Okay. Well, I don't think we're ever really in control of anything happening here, Tom. I think that's very clear to the audience.
I don't think even the developers in this game are in control of it much. But anyway, before I upset any motorsport games,
I've said some pretty harsh things about motorsport games already in this broadcast before you came on, Tom. So.
Oh, I forgot that all of that kicked off since the last time I've been on an rFactor 2 broadcast.
Anyway, only half a second now between Lodi Rizzini and Fabio Zerbetto, and Zerbetto is going to have to drive the widest Ferrari you have ever seen here at Sebring. And we see on board the big Italian flag at the back, the Carloni racing car. So these two teams, I believe, know each other pretty intimately. Well, not in that kind of intimacy, but they know each other pretty well, is what I'm trying to say. And so that's definitely not a bit of needle, but they certainly will be anticipating where Marco Lodi Rizzini is going to strike and where Fabio Zerbetto is going to defend. Zerbetto, sorry. Into Tower Corner they go, with Rizzini staying very much in the wheel tracks, lap 226 out of 268, so we're definitely going to reach the lap limit before we reach the time limit at this phase. With just under 42 laps left to go, I believe.
About 50% of an F1 race, is that? Maybe?
Possibly.
75%?
About half an hour to go, isn't it?
Well, off the top of my head, I'm trying to go. I don't think quite half an hour. I think it's about 45 minutes. I think it's probably the nice round off. I mean, that's what you tell your mom if she was begging you to go to bed.
Oh, look at them going over the bump there at Sunset Bend. And Lodi Rizzini, fully loads to the car in, is able to go with the bump without losing too much time. And flashing the lights at Zerbetto, he wants to get back through, so maybe there is a little bit of needle here after all.
This could really help Milan Evans, couldn't it, actually?
Oh, look at how much wheels on the grass there.
Strategy, well, tyre cooling strategy, iRacing like.
It's him trying to get out of the dirty air, I guess, from the back of that rear wing of the Ferrari.
Well, to be honest with you, I think it's probably a mistake. I don't think that's you do intentionally.
He just left it. He was trying to go too wide at exit turn 1 and sort of had to stay there. Lodi Rizzini, it's just going to pile on the pressure, isn't he, and hope that something happens. Meanwhile, let's see the progress of the other drivers in the field. Evers is he's got by Pereira a while ago, so he's now 49 seconds down on this fight between Rizzini and Zerbetto. So it's not impossible for him to close that 49 seconds, but it is unlikely in 40 laps. Because you have to close more than a second a lap now, wouldn't he?
I think once you get to a position where you're chasing more than a second a lap, you've still got to go for it, because say if you're chasing a second and a half a lap, then all of a sudden you find yourself in with a chance, but you need to be mindful that at that point you're asking for there to be an incident, you're asking for something to happen and it gives you the look, but you've still got to chase it, you've still got to go for it, you can't just ease off at this point, you've got to still keep in there, still hang in there, and still try and go for it. There goes the hypercar slotting in nicely between the two GTVs. I'd argue maybe not actually gained any time there through the slipstream because he's had to weave in and out of them, but will go on his merry way. Regardless, these two are still absolutely line of stern. No separation between them really, but also no real opportunity to make a move.
Yeah, before I'm probably going to have to go soon. I presume after Lodi Rizzini has a few goes at getting past and either gets through or makes another mistake. But it could go either way, I guess. Daniel Vella probably had the most embarrassing retirement in the VEM 33, where he basically ran out of... It was the most painful retirement, certainly, where he ran out of fuel literally yards from the pit lane. He was just had to stop right at the entrance to Sunset Bend. And it was a very, very painful retirement to see. And you had to sort of feel for him a little bit there. But he clearly just miscalculated how many litres of fuel he needed it from his previous pit stop. Maybe he was thinking there'd be a code 80. He may be underdone by a lap and was trying to save and just fell short. But either way, that was definitely And the VM was running second in the LMP2 Pro class, I think, when that happened. So, or was it the Pro class or the AM class? Either way, yeah, that was probably the most painful retirement of the day and the night, I would have to say. Is, oh, look at this! Oh no, that's Zebeto being turned around, is it?
Yeah, not quite turned around, but he has been turned around slightly.
I think Lodi Rosini got past him earlier, actually.
Yes,
I missed
he did.
that.
Yeah, we just about missed that, but here is the replay. It was the LMP2 that I think got a little bit starry-eyed, thinking that move was on when it really wasn't quite. There you go. He's got rounds, and actually, I don't think there's much of the LMP2 at fault there. Let's have a look at what happens there.
Must have been a bit later in the
Yes. Oh, it must
Here
be
we
here.
go. So it's the other light green one. Oh.
The suspense.
Right, okay.
Killing.
So they're trying to, he's trying to find the move, I think. So here we go, Zebeto, who's already behind here, and then up the inside dives the LMP2. Is that the 7th place LMP2? Oh dear. I'm not sure what to make of that one, Tom.
Well, I know Martin Brundle would say that's... I'm going to get the line messed up now. But what's the line he says? It's like... Oh,
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I think that's basically sums that up. He's gone for the move. He's probably entitled to that move. And maybe the GTE should have seen him coming, but realistically it's just 50-50 on the both of them, I think. And, well, now
Certainly,
that battle's over...
that is Lodi Rosini back into the top 3 in the GTM class, 3 seconds ahead of Zebeto, and it's 45 seconds to Milan Evers. So Evers has been setting, there was a 2:01 for Lodi Rosini last time, 2:05 for Zebeto, and Evers 2 minutes 0.7. So Evers still catching, he hasn't given up.
Now that battle has subsided, if you want to jump out, is this a code 80? Oh, it is!
Ooh.
Look at the LMP2 just ahead. He's lost his rear wing.
Missing rear wing, so it's like not much left of the race to go, and they're all starting to run into each other. So that's Saracino, who's 4th in the pro class, about 35 seconds ahead of Dabrowski.
Well, what I was going to say, Ed, is that if you want to jump out of the box at this time, do feel free. I don't mind taking it from here. It's up to you, of course. But
well, it's also up to Mariano, I think, but he's actually been sorting out all the issues behind the scenes with the broadcast. But I have a feeling, I think I've kind of done my part here, and I've had a good time. But we've still got another 40 laps to go, haven't we? It's like 228 out of 268, with Stim Prins leading Hydrotech BSR number 10, to the tune of 68 seconds over Roland Zux. In LMP2 Pro, it's Pavel Andrzejewski who's leading in the Hyperion Esports number 44 by 2 laps over Gabor Hivesi in the LMP2 Pro-Am Go Team Racing number 17. So that's your 2 leaders. He's about 7 seconds ahead of Bettini now. And then in GT Pro, it's Christopher Kanik who leads for Simfreem Esports Junior Team number 99. About a lap ahead of Caspian 75, driven by Amit Demirkan. Then GT Am is led by Giancarlo Rossi in the Tomelli ERT number 69, who is a lap ahead of Yves Korkmazer in the Sunset Motorsport 84, that's currently running 2nd. And of course, Marco Lodi Rosini, who's just retaken 3rd place in GTM in number 88 from Zebeto in the MR Motorsport number 66. So that could still go back the other way, but we'll have to see. I think Zebeto's probably got his work cut out for him there. And has somebody else gone into the pits there, Tom, before I just go? There's not a few have gone into the pits. I'm trying to figure out where Milan Evers has got to.
Yes, I'll have a look for that. But
Peter Schumann's gone on board. They've done a driver change, so now he's 16 seconds behind the GT Pro of Gabriel Kosu. So that's a strategic move then, under code 80 by Fina Bond 445. So they've really got to go all out for Peter Schumann if they want to hope to get on the back on the podium here. But it seems a long shot.
We'll see a long shot. Anyway, thank you very much for joining us. And if you are indeed jumping out here, as we see Giuseppe Saracino having
we get back underway.
Final stop, and we do get back underway with a lapping on Mateusz Dabrowski. But thank you very much for joining us, Ed. Your efforts, of course, always appreciated. You seem to be the only commentator right now that can just be given an 8-hour stint and just go through it and be a little bit tired by the end of it. And
I'm very ill as well. Or at least my nose isn't 100%, but I've hidden it well from the broadcast. Doesn't show up well on the microphone.
You seem to have zero wall. Just keep
Zero
going.
what?
Wall. I don't really know where I was going with that. There's no.
Oh, you mean like endurance, like when a driver gets really tired and they hit a
That's
wall?
what I was trying to say. Yeah.
I think talking's a bit easier than driving in some ways. That's probably one of the reasons why I stopped being a driver. In all honesty, there's Zebeto still in the pit lane as the code 80 ends, which is bad news for the 4th place driver. Good news though for Peter Schumann. Here he goes. And I think it's probably about time as Peter sweeps through the final corner. I just want to see if he can get into the top 4 before I leave you to it, Tom, you and Mariano. As there goes the hypercar. Peter Schumann goes across the start-finish straight. And is he going to get out ahead of the MR Motorsports machine?
Well,
Yes, he is. There we go. Top 4 for Finavon in GTM. And that will soar Peter Schumann's spirits. Now he's only going to make up the 79 seconds to that the ACR racing car. But anyway, thank you very much, Tom. I'll
Thank you
bid
very
you
much,
adieu and enjoy the final 38 laps.
thanking Edward Hunter then for his continued work over the commentary over the last few hours. And well, it's going to be English commentary to the end. I'm Tom Tiller. Looks like I'm going solo for the last 40 laps or so. I believe Mariano is going to stay as producer. You're more than welcome to chime in if ever you feel like it, Mariano. But other than that, I think we're pretty happy as we are. So let's have a quick assess of where we are in this race then. 230 of 268 laps. 2 finishing conditions in this race, of course. In real life, it's 268 laps or 8 hours. Here is 268 laps or 10 hours, I should say. It's well, with 3 hours to go, then definitely going to hit the prior finishing conditions. So the main battles to keep an eye on. There's a sort of battle for the lead of the overall race between Steinfreis and Roland Zux. That's Sebring versus Hydrotech. And well, in terms of the other battles, we've got an LMP2 battle sort of going on. That's between Bettini and Helvetii. That's for 6th position overall, and of course 2nd position in LMP2 overall, those two being in different classes. Helvetii being in the Pro-Am car there, but of course they, I believe, sort of get pride over being the best LMP2 cars regardless of Pro or Pro-Am. As for GTE, we're keeping an eye on this man, Peter Schumann, who's got 79 seconds to the next car. It's going to be a massive task for him to get himself back onto this podium that his teammate Milan Evers was on until, of course, he had that gut-wrenching disconnect a little bit earlier on in the race, just as I jumped into the commentary box about an hour ago. But that's pretty much all we have to look at here for this race, and we can continue on. I will be taking you through to the end of this one. Peter Schumann having to use all of his class. They were more than about 2 seconds a lap now to get up to this 80-second gap. In fact, it's hovering right around 2 seconds a lap. I don't think he is going to be too encouraged by that. So there we go. He's almost sliding and spinning around in the 445. Even after the hypercar squeezing through as well. Now I'm going to tentatively call it Toyota. I don't know what the official word is. I think it's based on the Toyota. Hopefully I don't get into trouble for saying that. But or URD cars. And if it's not a Toyota, then we'll use whatever word they've come up with. To give you an idea, it's around 3 seconds faster than the LMP2. So 42.7 is the fastest lap of the race for Steinfreis. I believe he set that in recent laps. Actually, his last lap was a 43.2. He's about a second and a bit faster than Roland Zux, who's sitting in second position. 69 seconds that gap has moved to. Here is a battle. It's James Walker and Samet Öztürk. Aston Martin versus Ferrari. Ferrari behind, ever menacing. In fact, it looks like there's actually a Porsche in between them. So no doubt having to get around to him before thinking about that Aston Martin. It's just a little bit further up the road. Look there, at the top of your picture. Here goes Samet, then maybe thinking about a move into Sunset Bend. Slot back in just before the braking zone. Just biding his time, 2.7 seconds to get into 9th position. It's not going to be a particularly difficult task for him given the time left. Just has to be patient and careful. There goes the LMP2 as well. That will add a spanner into the works. Maybe give the Ferrari an opportunity to get by. Of course, he's lapping this car. So it's not really something that of course, no obligation for the car to move over, as I believe it. Leaders then. Top of your screen is Priance, who's in the lead of this one on circuit. Overall, stunning performance from them. All the hypercars, by the way, moved on to medium tyres, probably a double stint towards the end of this race. The bulk of the LMP2 field, interestingly, on soft tyres. There goes the LMP2 down the inside, and he is barging his way through on this Ferrari. That was a very, very gutsy move, and he's just made that gap increase to 3.5 seconds now between the Ferrari and James Walker in the Aston Martin. There goes another Ferrari, actually. He's going to go down the inside. He's flashing his lights to them to get out of the way, and he's just able to swoop around the outside, and that will be ever frustrating for Samet, who now has got two cars, three, including that LMP2, in between himself and James Walker in that Aston Martin. He's trying to chase down. Looking at these guys, both of them, well, in fact, Samet's on the softer compound of tyres, with James being in on the medium compound at the moment. It looks like as well, potentially, Samet owes us a stop, I believe, on those soft tyres. There's a hypercar through on this occasion. Too long to go now. Pretty wide at the top of your picture. Here's the tower as we see it. 5 classes: Hypercar, LMP2 Pro, Pro-Am, GTE Pro, and GTE Am. A little bit like, actually exactly like, the modern WEC. And of course they'll be having LMDH involved next year. Or GTP. By saying next year, it's this year. Here's the picture then, as we go to a quick review. Stein Price leading the way for Hydratech BSR in the number 10. And it's Roland Zux in second position for Sebring eSports, the number 1. That is Marco Vinciula in the ARMS Cyber number 41 car, with Antonella Miocci rounding out the finishing of the hypercar field. There's Thierry Bovo and Henry Cynic, the two DNFs from this one right now. We've got Code 80 again by the looks of things on the circuit. At least that's not the fastest looking GTE car I've seen in my time. And in fact, it's not the healthiest looking GTE car I've seen in my time. Who is that without a rear wing? Trying to see the number as we flash by. It's Sharik Zulkarnian in 11th position, and that will take a little bit off of the pressure of the two guys we've just been keeping an eye on. It certainly damaged their race. They've got one lap to the next car, giving that next car a little bit of buffer, you'd say. Able to attack a little bit extra, knowing that top 10 position is all but secure now. In fact, I want to see who's behind Sharik here. Looks like it's Jouet, who is a lap down even on Sharik Sulkanian. So, actually, this has secured Sir St James into the top 10 in 30th and 31st position overall. Sharik just trying to crawl his way around at just under 80 kilometres an hour, actually 78. Won't be added to the list of DNFs unless he does choose to, of course, retire it when he gets to the pit lane. Then you'd say, causing a code 80, you'd expect him to just pop over and retire there. So I think they will try and see this out and see what they can make of it. It might turn into a bit of a battle for last position between himself and Jouet Larhoven. Either way, a quietly exciting race is bubbling up here on Pit Lane TV. It's round 4 of the ERS Season 5, 1,000 miles of Sebring. Of course, you were meant to run this event, I believe it was in December. Mitigating circumstances prevented that, so it's wonderful to see such a good turnout of around 43 cars, I think, actually signed up for this one. 43 indeed. Proving that despite the comments of some double Formula 1 world champions, this game is very much alive. Code 80 does come to an end then. 2:35 of 2:68 on the lap counter, and there goes Steinfreitz bouncing his way through turn 1. I know it's only a sim, but you can almost feel it in your back watching these cars bounce their way through. Here are the LMP2 Pro standings then. See, it's the leading 224 laps. I have to say I'm slightly delaying as I've checked on my timing screen because I can't read what's on your screen. But yes, it's Paul Andrzejewski in the Hyper in eSports number 44. Andrea Bettini is just behind him in the number 26 as the one of the sim-free cars. Zoltan Boda for Go Team Racing, number 17. He's in third, but he's not on there because he is a Pro-Am car, very highly running. The next rounding out the podium, the Pro I should say, is Michael Mizio in future number 05, 14 laps down on the leader overall, a few laps down on the LMP2 leader. Then next up is Mateusz Gazowski for Hyperion Esports, number 45, before Maximilian Pinter is in 5th, and then it's all DNFs from there. Daniel Vella, Louis Barbosa, Herman Stoshi, Nick Mora, all DNFing in the LMP2 Pro category. As we see Steinfreitz still going along here, taking us to the end of this race. Not long to go now. Social media hashtags, hashtag ERS. If you want to find us on social media, the class leaders flashing up on top of your screen, and then Steinfreitz getting through yet more GTE traffic on board with the overall leader then. Getting used to this car is something that is going to be a challenge for these teams as we go through this season. Around 4, probably knowing enough, but it can be quite difficult with mod cars to essentially who can break them first tends to be the sort of theme in any kind of sim racing. You get a brand new car, you think, right, how can we abuse this setup to the best of our ability? Because there will be an issue. There'll be some absurd setting that you've got to change in an unrealistic fashion. Almost full opposite lot there for Steinfreitz, sliding his way through, definitely not pulling any punches. Knows that as long as he can extend this gap, that's now up to 76 seconds on Roland Zux, he's going to keep himself in with a chance of winning this race, keep himself in the driving seat, and that's the most important thing here. You can find yourself getting a little bit dozy, not over defensive in a situation like this. Start driving well within your limits, and you find yourself all of a sudden with 30 seconds very quickly. Sharik, who is now sitting down in 12th position. after, of course, an escapade off of the circuit and eventually into the pits for a rear wing change. He's now fallen behind Joop Hoven. Battle for the proverbial wooden spoon between the 444, who was playing with some disconnect problems, as were their teammates in the 445, who was actually lost out on a podium position because of that. That's Peter Schunnemann in 24th position. 159.2 is his fastest lap of the race. They're well and truly on their way in the GTE Am to having a chance at a podium here, but at the moment not quite going to happen for them. I count it as 4th position in GTE Am for that Final One Motorsport car. As we start to approach the final 30 laps of this race, if you've got anything you want to ask or input in the YouTube chat, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. Human interaction is always wonderful in a solo endurance commentary. The yellow flags flashed up for row. 158.4 is the best lap time in GTE Am for Rossi, who's leading the way for Tamelli ERT, number 69 car. And there is a moment for Fabio Carloni. I'm not too sure whether that is a new retirement or not. I'm going to check on my screen for you. And in fact, dare I say it, it is. He's trying to get back into the race, is he? So it's not a new retirement. In fact, it's a car who's tried to get back in after a disconnect, I think. He's now displaying as alive and kicking on my screen. He is a good few laps down. We're not going anywhere quickly. Here is Peter Schunnemann, 27 seconds to the podium. The gap has come down quite significantly. I don't know who owes us a pit stop. Whatever happens, it will be the last pit stops coming up soon. Off the top of my head, LMP2's at least as of about a year ago could go, I believe, 25 laps on this circuit, around there, somewhere in that region. GTE cars, of course, can comfortably go about an hour, which would be presumably just over 35 laps or so. Past 10 here in the UK. Getting into that stage of this race where you've just got to throw caution to the wind, absolutely go for it, and that's exactly what Schunnemann is going to do. That gap now is down to requiring about a second a lap. 31 laps to go. Absolutely doable. Any situation, in fact, it's come down quite a lot, hasn't it? That's why I'm suggesting there may be pit stops involved here, because it was around 70 seconds, wasn't it, a little while ago. Here's Stein Bryant. He is not throwing caution to wind, I don't imagine. He'll be driving as fast as he can. Be careful not to go over his limits, but trading blows with Roland Zucks, who has now fallen to 80 seconds behind the lead of this race. 81 this time by. I think he's getting very unlucky with track limits here. Or not track limits, they're getting very unlucky with traffic here. He's actually slower than Stein Price, who's going along wonderfully at the moment. Here's Sebring. He's trying to chase down Joop Hoven in 11th position in the Final One Motorsport 444. And this Ferrari seems to try and avoid finishing functionally last, as technically speaking, last position is in the pits right now, and I believe retired from the rest. I don't know if they're running again, if they do get that car going again. Of course, that is Fabio Carloni, who is still in the pits, to my knowledge. Apologise if you heard that massive chair squeak. I never know what Discord noise suppression is going to prevent picking up on the screen. There is Fabio Carloni. He is out of the pits now, so he is going again. Takes over the wooden spoon for the time being. Which is a little bit unfair on him, to be honest with you. He's got to the end of the, well, touch wood, has got to the end of the race. Trophy's a trophy. That's what Tottenham Hotspur say. There's Garden in chat. It says that CR Red retired, then immediately deleted the comment because I think he's seen the pictures as well of that car out of the pits. 29 laps to go. He's the leader in LMP2, doing an equally as stellar job as their hypercar counterpart, if not a more stellar job. Multiple laps. The gap back to Andrea Bettini in the 26. I'd say that is about a lap and a half, I think. It's at the stage where you can almost throw caution to the wind, knowing that you've not got too long to go now. Say that, it can be easy to see the lap count and think actually there's not too long to go, and actually you've got a fair watch of time. Let's do 1.7 times 28, gives about 47 minutes left in this race. I think that's about fair. Of course, if there was going to be a permanent code 80, we'd have 2 hours and 43 to go, but I don't think that's going to happen. Garden says, I thought he had retired technically. So did I, actually. They were shown as retired for a while, so you're not being completely baseless. But they've managed to get back into the session and get the car running again. Start talking about the endurance spirit and what have you. Long day. Tell me about it. I've only been here for about an hour and a half. Been karting this afternoon. Starting to feel it, I have to say. I can't really complain when Ed did like 6 hours or something absurd. And these guys have driven, of course. Bettini into the pits, his final pit stop of the day. Just, I think, actually. We'll wait and see. In fact, I know we've got plenty of teams here who are streaming their races. Let's see if we can go and spy on any of their on any of their fuel consumption numbers. See if we can figure it out. Of course, another thing to note is that it's not quite 28 laps to go for the LMP2 cars, because the hypercars presumably will lap them maybe once more at 3 seconds a lap. So actually, they're going to have to do less laps than the hypercars, maybe just. Certainly for the GT cars. But that will start to get frustrating as you don't quite know how long you've got left in the race. You've just got to basically drive to your own fuel numbers. I think a good rule of thumb is that if you crash out because you've got no fuel, then you've done something wrong. It's the extent of my team's strategy anyway. Just keep driving until you can't drive anymore. Here's Shuri once again. Now 6 seconds to show Blahoven. The hypercar whizzes his way through. Matteo in chat says Go Team and their achievements are out of this world, leading in the Pro-Am category. And actually, they've just overtaken Matteo Grigolan, who's just overtaken the 26. That's a driver swap. 38 seconds there. Second in LMP2, going to be winning so far, of course, the Pro-Am category. Definitely a massive achievement as a Pro-Am team to be there fighting the pro drivers. I have to concede, I'm new to this series, so I'm not too familiar with what constitutes a Pro-Am versus Pro. I imagine there's a form of grading system that I haven't quite familiarised myself with. My fault for being unprepared, of course. Joe here is going to start to look over his shoulder, and I think part of it is that I would put this Ferrari as a slightly faster package than that Aston Martin. Of course, this car is the one that won Le Mans in 2020, the Aston Martin that is. It's based on the same car, I believe. And of course the car that still sort of races in WEC, in the Pro-Am category, or the Am category even. Getting to that point now as the laps start to get ticked off. The GT cars start to have that uncertainty of how long we've got left in this race and how long you've got to actually push and attack. Even here for 11th position, Sharik will be chasing it down. He's the only thing you can savour from your day, really. Always nice just get a position. There you can see that orange Finavant Aston Martin, the 444 at the top of your picture into Sunset Bend. Sharik can see it as well. Has got this Ferrari to deal with first. This is the car he's lapping, actually. This is the red car, isn't it? The CR red. I believe it is, anyway. Make about sense that not lapping particularly quickly. Fabio Carloni. 2:02.7 on the last time by Sharik, did a 2 minute flat. Yellow flags in sector 3 as well. We'll see if that subsides. It does. So obviously no huge drama. Not to be overly cliche, of course. Catching is one thing, overtaking is certainly another, but catching here is Sharik Sulkani. Flashing his way through as well. I think that is on our end. I don't think it's a server issue. Hopefully it's not ominous and a sign of things to come. We just desperately want these final 25 laps or so to run without a hitch. 2.7 that gap. He's ever gaining. LMP2 traffic won't help him, of course. Can get through here just up to, I think it's Le Mans curve, is it not? Through there. Gets through, no time really lost. 2.3 seconds now, Sharik. Definitely struggling. As Edward Hunter earlier on was alluding to, he has raced a lot in ERC, and I always feel a little bit cheeky mentioning what the championships on a broadcast, but I do it equally. I mention what the championships on ERC broadcast, Gem broadcast, what have you. You can see there Job actually getting passed by that GTE. I don't now believe it's that CR red car. I think it must be a different one because it's still lapping Carloni, who actually I think might be in the pits. It's still lapping much slower. And there you go, all the way caught up is Sharik. My point about Shoaib was that particularly over there in ERC, he's driven a lot. I think he might have done a few other series as well. Of course, he's here now too. And he's been going from strength to strength, but is he going to fall by the wayside here? Down the outside goes Sharik Zulkarnian, bumps the Aston Martin as well and just stays in 12th position for the time being. Flashes his lights in fury. Really wants this 11th position. Can he dive down the inside? He has to go outside once more. Jouet putting up a strong defence here. Live will hold on for dear life. The last thing you want is to get overtaken this late on into the race. Cover the inside. Make sure that you're not doing anything silly. This might be one of those things that if they are going to pit again, it's decided in that final pit stop. Jouet still holding firm though. Sunset might be the next opportunity for Sharik, unless he could force one down the inside through this S's section. Has to stay behind 3/10 of a second. Gets a good exit though, and there's a little bit of hypercar traffic that might just add a little bit of a spanner into the works. He can't go to the outside because the hypercar's there. Might have to squeeze it down the inside. Has to stay behind. He flashes his lights once more. I don't know why he's flashing. There's nothing Shirep's doing wrong. He's just good defending. That being said, he goes wide. Commentator's curse, maybe. Forces Sharik to go out wide, and now neck and neck up to turn 1 here at Sebring. This is James Baldwin, Max Verstappen. He forces him all the way to the wall. Down the inside goes the incensed Ferrari, and not quite able to find the move. Can he? Shirep goes wide. Sharik down the inside now. Just has to outbrake his rival, and does do so, but the switchback might be on. As he goes slightly deep, Shirep keeps his foot in, tries to go down the inside, just overtaking. He's the Ferrari. That hypercar is trying to stay out of trouble for all that he's worth. Superb racing between the two of them, maybe slightly on the limit. Let's bask in its glory once again. This was down into Sunset. This was what had annoyed Sharik immediately riding on board. He's just slightly off-putting, maybe. Shirep Larhoven. Down into Sunset he goes. Larhoven went wide. That's what created the issue. He couldn't swing back to that late apex that would have saved the corner because the Ferrari was there. I think it was almost a smart defence. He allowed one move across the track. He used that one move to force him to the wall. Technically allowed to do it. It's cheeky. And then just outbroke himself into turn 1. And Sharik was there to pick up his spoils. Larhoven, of course, tried to keep it in there as went a little bit deep, did Sharik, but Larhoven eventually having to make way. Exciting racing, and that's only for 11th position. As Fabio Carloni has come into the pits and called it a day. So that was in fact the pass for the wooden spoon, I suppose. Oh no, Larhoven goes round! Just in the top of your picture. I don't know if you saw it at Sunset Bend. Maybe just pushing a little bit too much. He damaged as well, Larhoven. Maybe thought he was crabbing out of Sunset. No, he looks okay. Got a replay for you, whatever the case. Up to Sunset. I think he just outbroke himself here, or hit one of those bumps. There's the bump. Just upsets the car. Just if you carry maybe 5k's more into that bump, you can find the car being chucked round, and his woes start to pile up. Larhoven wide once more, and it looks like it. The hypercar is going to try and squeeze through. This is a lot of traffic. There's the other final bond as well, I believe. I don't think that is Larhoven. That's the 445. It is. It's the car that was chasing down that podium. Is chasing down that podium, actually. Peter Schunnemann is now within 31 seconds. Having to wait for a mistake, I think, here. This is Marco Vinciulio. A lap behind second position, but a podium in hypercar is a podium. It might not be the most difficult class to get a podium, depending on your perspective, but regardless, I don't think he'll complain. "21 laps to go in the EES 2023 1000 miles of Sebring, season 5 of this wonderful championship. Down the inside goes Vinciulio. Looking ahead then to the rest of this championship, if I am indeed invited back. Oh my word, I've done it again. I've made a point without actually getting the information on my screen. Here we go. Let me find the calendar for you quick. It's you can see it at the I think in the description somewhere. But anyway, give me a moment to find this. I have a habit of doing this, you know. Here we go. I found it. Oh, I have a habit of doing this. I'll bring up a point and then remember that I don't actually have the information on my screen. But there we go. I have the information now. So well, we started at circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, and then we went to Virginia, then Istanbul Park, and now we're here at Sebring on the 21st of January 2023. First race of the year, of course. Then we go to Watkins Glen, stay in the United States of America on the 18th of February. Then it's the Enzo Edino Ferrari, the Imola circuit. That's for 6 hours, 18th of March. Then it's 6 hours of Dubai on the 19th of March. And finally, rounding it all off in May with a big one, 24 hours of Le Savre, not Le Mans. Well, it is Le Mans, but according to the ACO, we're not allowed to call it Le Mans. So we stick with that. It's Le Savre. It might be a laser scan version of Le Mans, but it is not the 24 hours of Le Mans. No, couldn't possibly be. 20 laps to go then. Flashes up onto the screen. Here is the leader. Well, there goes the leader. Stein Price, who's got a 101 second gap now. He has been on a mega stint. Gained around, I think, 40 seconds since I've been in the commentary box. About an hour and a half now. Unbelievable stuff. Here's a battle in Pro-Am then. For 5th position, it's between Traber and Piotr Smigleski. Hypercar getting in the way, of course. It looks like Piotr might have just got the measure over the yellow 6th placed Pro-Am car. That being said, has a much better sector 2, sector 3 I should say, and can now try and chase down 8/10 of a second of sunset as usual. Will be telling. He just find himself catching up that little bit. Nice line through sunset, car bouncing around and into the pits goes Piotr. So that is a spanner into the works. A couple of LMP2 cars, actually all of the LMP2 cars really, streaming into the pits, which is interesting with 19 laps remaining. Trying to remember what our fuel numbers were. Last time I raced Sebring in 2021, it would have been. My word, no way was that 2 years ago. Good grief. Crazy thing is, I remember being 2021 and remembering races that happened in 2019 and thinking, no way was that 2 years ago. And of course, you've got some of the guys here who have been around for donkey's years. And remember 2013? Like it was 2 years ago. Piotr re-emerges then, 34 seconds to the car ahead. A very quick pit stop, relatively speaking. Now, are we expecting all of the LMP2s to come into the pits? If it will anything, it will definitely be a splash and dash. They'll try and double stint the tyres, whatever case possible. Like Hoven piles on the woes and gets a penalty as well. I mean, my one criticism of Larhoven, if there is Carloni, by the way, into the pits. Well, DNF now. He's been DNF for a few laps. My one criticism of Larhoven, if I am allowed one, is what's going on with Carloni. He stopped on the circuit. Well, I have never seen that in my life. That is outrageous. He's teleported onto the start-finish line and just gone on his merry way. What has happened there? I think Mariano is confused. I have never seen that in my life. And now he goes off. Crikey, as George Russell would say. That is unbelievable. Poor old Job is waiting for my one criticism of him with bated breath. And Carloni's here stealing the show, and now he's causing a traffic jam. It's like the M6 on the first weekend of the summer holidays. I should clarify, Garden, I'm not implying he's hacking. I am well aware that rFactor 2 can be a crazy, crazy game, and I wouldn't dream of accusing someone of cheating in all seriousness, in a sim racing event. Well, of course, unless there was clear evidence. I know it's a big issue in the Cody's games at the minute, as Brian sets the fastest lap of the race again. Yes, I know it's a big I know it's a big thing in F1 2022, whatever the game is now. But yes, I think cheating definitely exists in rFactor 2, but I think it's almost impossible to tell if someone's doing it. So, I mean, you might as well just keep stum. And I think if anything, the cheating is probably a problem at the top level than down here. I think everyone's fairly sporting. But anyway, back to Joop Live. My one criticism of him is, and don't get me wrong, Joop is a wonderful, wonderful driver and someone I've competed against a lot playing this game. But if I had to nitpick, there can be times when he gets into his changes. It's a criticism I'd apply to myself as well, actually, and many other drivers on the grid, which can just lose his head ever so slightly and just start to pile on the issues. And that penalty is case in point. But again, to be fair, and to be totally fair, I'm not exclusively applying that to Joop. It's a huge thing for many drivers, as I said, myself included. I can lose my head throughout the course of a stint, particularly when I started racing, and to an extent still now. But I think if I were him, that's at least something that I'd assess and I'd look at. It's anyway, it's still a fantastic driver, Joop, when he is on his day. And unfortunately, this has just not been one of those stints. I mean, it's something you see with drivers all across the field, with just slightly losing their head. And in real life as well, actually, of course. But I think he's just been unsettled, Joop, here, and it'll be frustrating for him to see. But as we move on into the last 16 laps, I want to say, my maths is not great. I dropped it at the first opportunity I could in school. And I see that there's a little bit of discontent in chat. I think Ed jokes that Fabio Carloni was hacking there, and I think God is some sort of misunderstanding. But yes, I think Jury is pretty clear. There's another penalty. I can't quite see who that is for on my screen. Is that MIR, I think? You have to forgive me, the screen share is ever so slightly misleading with some of the letters just chunking together, as is the joys of commentating on Discord screen shares, which in fairness is the best way to commentate. But anyway, I digress. MIR, thank you, Ed, for the clarification. 15 laps to go in this contest then. Not long to go now at all. Sensing this victory is starting price, although he's been sensing it for quite a long time. He has come into the pits in recent laps. 75 seconds is that gap, and in fact he's into the pits now. Let's see where he re-emerges. Should be comfortably in the lead of this one. And on that evidence, I suggest that Roland Sux owes us a pit stop as well. Re-emerges 43 seconds into the lead of the race, 39 actually, as he eventually gets out of the pits. Here's Mattia Banshee, got a shout out in chat, and running nicely in 4th position right now. 4 laps to the leader, 1 lap to the next car. Maybe a chance here for this Teo racing team to get onto the podium. Here's Carloni again. Probably the most interesting of drivers to have raced this stint. His teleportation antics. I think his weekend lap on his screen, he probably drove out of the pits and was driving for 5 laps before that. I think moral of the story is maybe Max Verstappen had a point. I'm joking, of course, but anyway. I mean, we could probably, well, it's probably is that Carloni into the pits? There's another twist in the ever-lasting tale of this race. Is that Carloni is now into the pits and has been disqualified. And I can tell you why. It's because rFactor 2 is not counting Fabio's laps. What has he done to this game? And there we go. And there we go again. Beautiful stuff. Let's try again, shall we, Fabio? It's in the mid-side. Grigolon is caught Boda, apparently. Passed him for 6th overall. Yes, that's the LMP2 Pro car getting past the Zoltan Boda. As there's Fabio Carloni onto the grass once more. There is no end for this poor, poor man in this race. And he exits into the pits once more. I mean, my honest advice to Fabio here would be just park it. Just go and have an early nap. You know, 12 o'clock of the Europeans. Oh no, he's going to persist. Oh no, he's not. I have to rate the persistence. I would have quit long ago here. But no, he's going to keep going here, Fabio. I say, as he's into the pits. Get him in for a chat, that would be hilarious. So Luca Martino puts a sad face in the chat. Roland Sux sparks his way through. 35 seconds the leader of the race. I dare say he owes us a pit stop though. Timing screen is saying that they both pit the same amount of times, both on medium tyres as well. So to that suggestion, he doesn't. You see why Verstappen is right, says Garden. Well, this is not an unpopular opinion. But in seriousness, the motorsport game situation is actually a very, very sad situation. It's a shame that a game with rFactor's legacy, really, is in such, well, is it in such disarray. I remember when motorsport games took over and everyone was acting like it was doomsday, and I think it was Aidan Millward, who, by the way, is a very, very nice guy. On the rare occasions I've spoken to him through Discord and whatever. But local lad as well, Aidan Millward, pride of the West Midlands. Second best West Midlands sim racing commentator. But anyway, what was my point? Yes, and he told everyone to calm down. And well, turns out it has been pretty bad for the simulation. But we move. I hope rFactor survives. I really do, because this game is wonderful when it works. And it's just a shame it's been mismanaged so much in the last few weeks. And in the last few months, really. I think the issue stems from too much emphasis on DLCs. And I've said this for a long, long time. There's way too much emphasis on DLCs. And I think Ed's right there in chat saying that neglected is the word. I don't know if neglected actually is the word. I'd say milked. There's so much of an emphasis on DLCs and stuff that makes them money directly rather than actually stability. And they blame the code base, but I'm no... I mean, I study computer science, but I'm no programmer to this level. Not definitely not degree level. But you have to feel that maybe their attention's been right. I always think you've got access to the code base. You can take time to fix it. Make that your priority. Rather than just releasing DLCs, hoping that you can get your way into the end of it all. And, milk it until you eventually release rFactor 3 or whatever is next in the pipeline. There's into the pits a couple of the GT cars to finish off the race. About 12 laps to go, maybe. I just think it's a shame. I remember I had an argument with, I think it was Jimmy Allison. I think in the rFactor 2 Discord about the competition system, because I said it's absolutely absurd that you're getting people to pay for 6-7 tracks if only they want to race, Imola, for example, in a season. It's absurd. Their excuse was all the code base or all of this, and we can't fix it. And I was like, so you're just willing to essentially milk your community for money and blame the code base? There's Edward Hunter in chat says that we should nationalise rFactor 2. Too much privatisation. Maybe rFactor 2 is a case study for whatever Karl Marx was saying. I'm no political expert, but perhaps rFactor 2 could benefit from the communist ideology. I'll sit on the fence on that particular issue. Here goes Stein Price through. We'll move on. We'll focus on the race, because despite what we complain about as rFactor 2 and perhaps the troubles that's ahead of this simulation, we've had a wonderful event here, and it's gone mostly without a hitch. Certainly without a hitch on the stream end, maybe apart from that brief crash we had a little bit earlier on, but that's just part of the course. 11 laps to go. Zoltan Boda leads in the Pro-Am category. Looks pretty comfortable in his spot. As does Stein Price, 37 seconds. Whether Roland Zux does indeed have to come back into the pits, which I still stand by, I believe he does. I don't think it's going to matter, because I think Stein here has got the pace regardless. And there's Joop! I think that was Joop Lahoven, who's gone round again. And he has. And he's a very, very lucky bunny, because that could have been a lot nastier than it was. Here's the battle for 5th positioning. LMP2 Pro-Am. It was all day, but who I think we just got past again. Here is Joop. What happened to him? He goes round and the car maybe just spins on him. Oh, he just loses it. And always tagged as well. And in fact, he's so agonisingly close to that apex to reverse out of it. So I was in a similar situation karting today. There's a bit of ice on turn 1 and I hit the ice and followed someone into an accident. And I'm there waiting for Marshall's assistance and the other guy has gone on his merry way into the distance. I'm just turning around at this this 40-mile-an-hour corner, hoping, knowing there's ice there, that no one follows me into it. Imagine much of a similar feeling Shope felt there. Here's Ardererken into the points, getting a shout out by Ed in chat. Been getting a shout out on the stream now as well. Third in GTE Pro, and well, pretty decent haul for them. Ardererken, I should say. I apologise. I haven't corrected himself on that earlier, so I'll go for the correct pronunciation. Now from the West Midlands, we don't pronounce much of anything correctly. "72 seconds to the next car for Ardererken. Into the points, probably one of my more favoured teams in this in the rFactor 2 scene. Yellow in sector 2. It does eventually get itself clear as we go to 9 laps to go. They seem to have started from essentially nothing, and I believe it's Oliver Patrian who owns it, and he's done a very, very good job of building up a driver base in that team. Ed says you're doing yourself a disservice, Tom. Well, if I have to lump myself into criticisms of my peers around the West Midlands, then I will do so. But when I say the West Midlands, I'm talking about your proper Wolverhampton accent. That is a marvel to behold. So broadly on the topic of sim racing, they do have a sim racing team, the Wolverhampton Wanderers. Racing the virtual Le Mans. I'm not sure if they've come back for this year, but they did for a time. Here's Christopher Kanek in the Ferrari, leading the way in GTE Pro. Sim3 eSports JT. Sim3 having overall a pretty good day. As Roland Zux, by the way, has come into the pits. He did owe us a pit stop, as I suspected, and got a little splash and dash towards the end. 87 seconds now is that gap. He has clawed a little bit of it back, has to be said, but it's all in vain, really, at the moment. To lose a minute and a half in 7-8 laps is going to be difficult. There's thank you, Ed, who says Bodo and Grigolan still fighting for 5th position in this LMP2 Pro category. Overall, this is for a podium in LMP2 Pro. Well, no, it's for 6th position overall, of course. Bodo and Grigolan in different classes, technically speaking. Here he is, Zoltan Bodo, leading the way in the Pro-Am category, looking to find himself in 2nd position in LMP2. What a shot that is, down into Sunset Bend. That is rFactor 2 at its best, for all the criticisms we have on it. Can Bodo find his way through and do a very, very impressive haul of points for this Pro-Am team, who perhaps will be eyeing up a promotion to Pro? Well, certainly the Pro-Am Championship. They get around the 445 as well, and maybe a chance to go down the inside. He just pulls out of the move. Does well to show his nose. I say it's almost every single endurance race that I commentate on, but you've just got to build pressure. When you see it done correctly, It is so beautiful to watch. Just build that pressure. Show your nose. Make sure he knows that you're there. And I think here, that's what Boda is a very experienced driver. Knows how to do it. If I'm not mistaken, formerly of the late Mugen Sim Racing side, who were powerhouses, at least around these sort of lower level leagues when comparing to something like VEC, of course. All went their separate ways and now adjusting to life on their own. Chat's rather partisan towards Grigola, including Mika Hakimi clips. I'm assuming that it's actually Mika Hakimi and he doesn't have some manager doing a clips channel exclusively for it. Wouldn't surprise me though. Using the slipstream from the hypercar ahead. Oda 2.3 seconds back now. That traffic just taking away and almost onto the grass. I say almost, he was quite consequentially onto the grass. It is I, Mika Hakimi himself. Max Verstappen's best friend, I heard, Mika. Now. I did hear as Mika Hakimi. I will say it for those watching on the replay, actually. If you are, hello. 2025. Take hold of the fastest lap of the 2023 virtual Le Mans. I also heard about that on your Instagram, actually. Always nice to see one of the... oh dear, there goes Zoltan around the outside, just forced wide. And well, the dreams of this second position overall in LMP2 slightly fading away. It's not worth anything though, really, for him. He'll get the victory in Pro-Am regardless. And I don't think he'll care that much. Well, he's a proper competitor, he will care, but he shouldn't, that's my point. So back to the point to make here, Keith. It's always very nice to see someone who's been around, well, and he's still around actually. Your ERCs, Visks, Gems and ERS to be at those heights. I think Anthony Nickpon was there as well, actually, of the virtual Le Mans. But nice to see such a big event actually keeping the actual rFactor 2 people in mind, not just your ACC people who come over and decide to drive. Of course, then you've got the freaks like James Baldwin, who's fast no matter what the sim. ...64 of 68 in terms of laps. Well, the two in front of that, of course. Shorthand is Grigola. Has come into the pits. Thank you, Ed, for pointing this out. Gone for a splash and dash. That promotes Boda actually into second position. I apologise, I missed that. I was caught up looking at chats and hadn't quite checked my timing screen. But yes, Grigola just coming into the pits. Does that suggest that Boda is a stop shorter than Grigola? Does that suggest he has to come into the pits as well? 90 seconds is the gap at the lead of the race. 4 laps to go at the line. 1,000 miles at Sebring. I mean, the result isn't exactly up in the air now. I think you just about get evens on price here, but you never know. You never know. 4 laps to go then. And Price is not holding back. 44.3 his previous lap. His best was a 42.6, but it's pretty par for the course in this field at the moment. 43.7 actually, as he crossed the line. I apologise, just hovering around, traffic starting to go back and forth for him. It is Elias Poli chasing down, or being chased down by Gabriel Cosi. And oh no! Oh, it's happened again. Oh dear. We apologise, but we've had a brief technical outage on the side of producer. So we will take... in fact, we won't take a short break. I'm quite happy to stay on the splash screen here and just keep you updated on the live timing, given the situation that we've got. Unless here you see a trailer. I'm not too sure if my mic's hot or not. If it is, hello. Waffling on regardless, if you can hear me. Welcome back, everybody, to EE or ERS, EES, both are applicable. And well, we've got 2 laps left of the Sebring 1,000 miles. I will commentate blind for the time being. I've got my timing monitor live. Unfortunately, we are on to the final 2 laps. Mariano, I apologise, is trying his best to get us sorted out. But I can tell you that Stein Price is leading the way, 92 seconds. They are about to win this wonderful event. Round 4 of the season. Maximilian Pinter is 5 seconds behind Franz Jan Rom in the LMP2 Pro-Am. And here we go. We're just about to get back into the game. And there we go. Just to see a battle going on. Down the inside goes one of the Ferraris and another Ferrari. I can't quite see who it is, but that is a wonderful move on the penultimate lap of the race to get through. I'm not too sure whether that is for position or not. We've only just got our timing monitors back up. And there we go. We've saved the day. Don't you worry, Mika Hakimi. You will get your win called. Well, the win called I suppose. Just about. Starting the final lap of the race is Stein Prions then. They have driven superbly throughout the course of this race, all across that Hydrotech BSRT. And well, by a 92-second advantage. One of the more impressive stints you'll see in the hypercar category. In fact, in ERS as a whole, I can tell you for a fact, putting 30 odd seconds on Roland Zucks throughout the course of a 2-hour stint is no mean feat at all. It's one of the best prototype drivers I've seen, at least at this level of the game. And obviously Stein Price is solidifying himself in that question, as are the number 10 team, of course. Overall victory, never easy at Sebring of all places. You've seen how aggressive, how variable those bumps can be, and they have dealt with it like it is nothing. Through sunset for the final time. Stein Prions has put in a mammoth stint today, and he is going to win the Sebring 1000 miles here in ERS. What a drive, and what a driver. 30 seconds on Roland Zucks and the champions, the Simframe eSports #1 car. That sort of pressure is not easy to deal with. Here is Zoltan Boda to win in the Pro-Am category. The Pro-Am car fighting with the Pro Giants, up in second position overall in LMP2. Here is Pal. He's about to round sunset to win in the Pro category, just about a lap ahead of Zoltan Boda. Through the final corner he goes then. The number 44 car with yet another wonderful drive. Over a lap to their LMP2 counterparts. A Pro-Am car was the closest to battling them this evening, and they're able to get the victory. Here's Christopher Kianek, and has he got an issue? Or is he just slowing down for a formation finish? This could be a very concerning thing, actually. Simframe JT slowing down. He might have enough momentum here. I think this is just a few games. I don't think there's anything untoward here. As he puts his foot down, the car does indeed accelerate. I don't think he's out of fuel. He's not. He's trying to formation finish with his teammate there, as he does. Kianek wins in GTE Pro. And now for the GTE AM title. Well, crown to be won. It's going to be Aoife Korkmeister who crosses the line, flashes the lights once more over the line at Sebring, wins the 1000 miles of 2023. ERS is back in 2023 and back with a bang. What a race then, as Roland Zucks is there for Simframe, taking second position overall. That championship battle, of course, going on all throughout the course of this championship. It's going to be close in the hypercar. Here are your results then as they flash up onto the screen. Stein Prions wins the race overall for Hydrotech BSR. Roland Zucks finished in second position for Simframe #1. Then it's Marco Vinciulio in third. That was for ARMS Cyber, the number 41 car. Then it is Zitello in fourth position for the other Cyber car, the number 42 on this occasion, before the DNFs of the race, Thierry Bobo and Henry Sinek. LMP2 Pro then, story of 9 cars where 5 are able to finish, and in the lead of the race is the Hyperion eSports number 44, Pal Andrzejewski, taking that to the end. Then it's Mateo Gringolon, a much popular figure in the YouTube chat, Series eSports 26, finishing in third in LMP2 in the end, but second in the pro category. Boda, of course, sandwiching those two cars, or being the meat in the sandwich of those two cars, I should say. Then it's Mikhail Nitsio in third position. He is able to take home a podium spot. Then it's Kozowski in fourth, Pinter in fifth, and the DNFs Vela, Barbusa, Stocci and Mura. I apologise for butchering any of these pronunciations. It's a little bit difficult to read on my screen. I'm having to deduce from my timing monitor as well. Here is the LMP2 Pro-Am standings, and this just goes to show how impressive of a drive this was from Zoltan, Boda and his team. Go Team Racing got 4 laps is the winning margin from Dan Sokol in second position. Then it's Mario Serafim. He was racing for the blue, and yeah, I'm trying to find him on my time monitor here. It's quite far down, I apologise. But yes, he was racing for Origin Racing in the number, the triple one car. Then it's Franz Jean Roth. He was racing for LV1 eSports number 27 in fourth position. Then it's O'Traber, then Timmy Gleski, and the one DNF in that class, Marco Magri for Leon San Marco Racing eSports team. Then it is GTE Pro. Christopher Kianek for Simfree, winning the day over there by 2 laps in the end. Dominant victory once more. Then it's Ahmet Demirkran in second position. He was racing for Caspian number 75. Then it's Arda Ochan in the Into the Points Racing number 47. There was an Amcar or two in between himself and Mattia Panchi in fourth position for Rivetto Racing team. Then it's Gabriel Chosi, I should say, for HG Esports Blue Ball 192. That rounds, well, it doesn't round out actually, because Marco Santoni a couple of laps down for the MR Motorsport Team 32 Cup in sixth position. Then one DNF over there, of course, at the bottom of your picture. As for GTE AM, it's Effa Cork Mazer winning for Sunset Motorsports number 84. What's a moment? Sunset Motorsport winning with the track that's got Sunset Bend as well. There is Giancarlo Rossi in second position with Elias Poli in the Corvette in third. Then is Aston Martin in fourth with Peter Schunneman and Finevon Motorsports number 445. Not their day today, with a disconnect a little bit of the way towards the end of this race. And it's Alessio Folletto in fifth position, the Ferrari. Then it's a Porsche 6-7 with Alexis Diaz and Arta Saikula for Crow Racing Team and Speed Eagles respectively. Then it's Antonio Mir, James Walker and Surmet Ozturk. There is a second page of these GTM highlights. I apologise. Standings as well, and it's a tale of woe for the two Chevrolet Corvettes of, I think Chevrolet, that's the logo, of Fabio Carloni and Luke Verhey. Jehope Lahoven finishing last on track in the end. Not a superb final stint for him, unfortunately, just riddled with problems. That being said, Fabio Carloni had a few problems of his own, struck by rFactor 2, but then in 11th position finished Sharik Zulkarnian, who actually had a pretty good stint towards the end. Well, I'm not too sure if we've got the facilities for interviews here. I don't believe we do, but here is the calendar then. 6 hours of Watkins Glen is up next on February the 18th. Then it's the 6 hours of Imola Dubai, and finally Le Mans in May. It should be a superb last 4 rounds of the season. Halfway then in ERS, and I'm sure it should be a superb second half. We can close. There we go. I've had confirmation. So let's round this out. Did you see rFactor 2 switching itself over? I've been Tom Dillon, other commentators this evening. I know of Edward Hunter. The other guys, I'm afraid I don't have a list of them. So we thank everyone for their hard work on the commentary this evening. Thank you as well, Mariano Carlo, on the cameras and everything, battling this woeful game sometimes of rFactor 2. But thank you very much for tuning in to Pit Lane TV, and thank you very much for tuning in to ERS. We'll see you next month for the next race in this wonderful, wonderful championship. It should be a spectacular last 2 races of the season. I've been Tom Dillon. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you all later. Good night.